And here we are. Welcome back to nothing else than LVL Valorant Clash Regional, powered by DreamHack Leipzig Home Edition, and obviously Logitech. Nobody else in that. And on my side is the man who carried us through this weekend. We had the experience of fresh new German talent together with me. It's Tom. And I mean, now we have the semis going on. And the semis really deliver us those teams who keep on banging and banging and banging. They kept on really rising that bar and raising it continuously to see what kind of unusual, unknown talents we might find in this cup.
Well, yeah, I think this is where we get to see whether or not we've witnessed some maybe weaker teams in the earlier stages, or if these are sort of the new powerhouses coming through within Germany, which is always going to be exciting because obviously we've looked at teams like eXiLe, for example, who that have been together a little bit of time. We may have seen them a little bit before as well. And then we've got a few like mixed teams that have come through and actually seem to do a hell of a lot of damage along the way. Like really impressed with what we saw from Mixery, who are going to be one of the teams that are coming up first. Of course, we also have the guys a little bit later on, CONSTIPEEK facing off against Dreamwalker as well. I've seen CONSTIPEEK's wonderful logo that they attempted to design, and it wasn't exactly fantastic, minimal effort, but in terms of in the server, we got to enjoy them play yesterday. So I think that it should be some pretty decent matches today. Of course, that then leads into the final as well, and hopefully we're going to see some extra matches because some of the maps did go pretty quick towards the end of yesterday.
Towards the end of yesterday, we did. What was definitely not so quick was the finishing kind of series we had on our first day on Friday, where eXiLe was having a major tough time. They were really struggling and not really having any kind of motivation or hope at the end on Icebox. Still were driving themselves into overtime, then made it possible. But that was a tight one, and this could really become a problem considering that they play against the mixed team, the ones who, you know, don't have that so much setup style. They're playing, if I can remember correctly, since Tuesday. So you know what? If they saw this kind of weakness and they also identify themselves as the individually stronger team, Icebox could be a card to pick, and that might really catch the guys of eXiLe off guard.
Yeah, it's weird because we only really saw the digital ninjas that looked like they had like proper setups, I would say, like with all the different like smokes, the screens that came up, plus the ice wall that was thrown in as well. So, and then they lost. So I guess you kind of have to look at it and go, okay, it was a close game, but at the same time, they did still manage to get it over the line, even if it's not necessarily their match. Now, I believe we can actually look at the brackets so that rather than us just talking through what happened, we can actually visualize it a little bit more for everybody. And I don't look at this and see anything too surprising. Like, I wanted to see eXiLe Academy maybe go a little bit further and see if they could match up against their big brother. And also the fact that CONSTIPEEK was so dominant. I think that was the main thing that surprised me. It was not necessarily that they won, because I can say for me at least, I went into that match not really knowing what to expect from either of the teams. But the fact that, what, did they drop? It was something like 5 rounds or like total? Like they were so dominant in their match versus TBA that it really was just surprising. Yeah, 5 rounds total over 2 maps, a 13-4 and a 13-1 on bind. Like, that's an impressive performance. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing them and potentially seeing how far they can actually go, because as said, it's still hard to kind of tell whether or not this was them facing off against a team who's not yet ready, or a team that is actually good but just really couldn't compete versus them. And if that's the case, maybe they're the favorites to win the whole thing.
And that's the thing, right? This is something you have to point out, is that how weak was the actual opposition in this, and how will it be compared right now to both of the semifinals we have. The first one still rises, you know, it still brings me to 2 names that we really have to point out and really keep our eyes on. I think the first one very obviously is Musashi, previously, you know, somewhat known due to the fact that he was in a specific kind of team drafting event with guys like Mixwell, Guppy and such, and he played in the team of Gob, really actually played properly, had some decent experience. Same thing he showed in that first quarterfinal, right? He was up there on the leaderboard, over 300 ACS, and his counterpart is actually someone named Kelvin S, who does not play that kind of entry agent. He is the Sova one, still nearly got close to the 300 ACS over a nearly loss on Icebox. It's the two of them that might be those ones who could change the game in, you know, those pivotal important rounds.
Yeah, I'm liking the map choice as well from Mixery. I believe you said you spoke to them previously and that they were a team that were actually happy to play Icebox. I don't think we've seen it too much for them so far, but the fact that eXiLe definitely didn't look comfortable on that map whatsoever, and it came down to mostly just individual plays from their side of things that actually brought them over the line, I think it's a good sign that they've gone, okay, we're going to challenge you on that map, and it gives them more of an opportunity than maybe some of the maps coming down the line. I think in this series, though, I do expect it to go to 3. Like, I think that Icebox,
yeah,
I would
100%.
give to Mixery, and then Ascent, I think eXiLe should be able to turn things around, but it really just comes down to what we're going to see from Mixery, because as you've sort of mentioned, like in terms of star performers, Musashi definitely sits as one of the players alongside the likes of Youngwon, for example, who like really puts themselves sort of clear cut above everyone else. Now, if he can perform to that sort of standard again, I do wonder who's going to step up on the other side. I think my focus would probably be Yanis because of some of the performance we saw from him on Raze. Again, on Icebox, he was the sort of, without him, they wouldn't have won. And he got off to a very slow start in that game and managed to really turn things around and make it a fairly close but in their favor performance. So hopefully we'll get him on board, and that's basically what we're going to see here. I don't want to see like a dominant blowout match like we saw yesterday with CONSTIPEEK and TBA. I want it to be a close affair for our semifinals.
And the thing about Yanis, for example, is that he's like the most experienced player on the entire server here. The man previously played professionally PUBG for G2 for a good bunch of time, then swapped over and PUBG. Was also... it was PUBG. I'm not joking. Played professionally PUBG for a while, under the banner of G2. So nothing too lightweight, to put it that way. Altar also additionally had a longer stint at Sparks, where he then adapted. Usually played Omen, then obviously in the recent times switched over to Race and Breach. And this is obviously the interesting part, because eXiLe, as fresh as they are with their core, and the matter of fact that they have to play with their coach because their actual 5th player is French, right? This is making it all so interesting for me personally, that at the same time, Mixery, they could just play free. And even when talking to them, they said Ascent and Icebox are their favorite maps. Musashi told me he likes Ascent, not in matchmaking, but if he says it's his favorite map, he must like it in competitive play. And this is where it gets really interesting to see.
Yeah, for sure. I think if that's going to be the case, that he enjoys it, we're probably going to see him like blasting around the map as Jet. And that's the thing. Like, I feel like Ascent really does allow for a lot of aggressive plays. Like, that's something that I feel like the defenders almost have to do. Like, you need to be taking a portion of the map away. So if you have an operator player who's willing to push, willing to get aggressive, and can play that rotational role, then sure, it really could be a match that he dominates. But this is definitely going to be a tougher opposition to what they've faced so far. So the thing is, he's been able to run riot versus teams coming through the tournament. But now we get to one of the heavy hitters. It can be a different story. Like, you see players who you would consider a star maybe at a mid-level, and then they start playing against better and better teams, and you realize, okay, they can't get away with as much against some of these top teams. Like, I still remember, like, BZT, someone I love to watch, and it's like, although his aggression normally works out for him, sometimes the team will suffer because they're constantly trying to set him up. They're unable to do their own thing necessarily because this man needs to be the focal point. And in fact, there was a point where Nemo DM actually removed him from the roster and then brought her back again because it seemed like he was such a focal point. Now, he's a fantastic player, no doubt, but that seems to be the case with this team as well. Like, they need Musashi to perform, but if that becomes too much of a focus, then they might lose other things within their match, which other players, for example, if you're just flashing for him all the time, or you're constantly using utility to get him into position and he's not getting the kills because the players on the other side are of a higher caliber, that's where we could see them struggle a little bit here. And they are literally under the name Mix. So it's not always going to be that they have a million backup plans. Like, sometimes with like sort of newer teams or lower level teams, you have these strategies. If they don't work, you then have to just try something crazy, and that's not what I want to see in the semifinal.
The thing is, which I like so much about this, is that, you know, when we talk about those agents, the great opportunity is that Mixery is existing of 2 duos that played previously, so they have some sort of chemistry. You know, Krovix and Miles in Nerdtown, Musashi and Azuri also previous in Ovation, or not previously, but you know they're making the mix right now for this tournament. Then they obviously brought Inf as the final support player, and this is where I say you're right. If that would be a proper team constellation where they have to highlight this one player, and the entire circus is around him. But as this is a mix, as they're not playing for too long, I don't think they'll do that. I personally could imagine that they don't have this kind of peer pressure saying, oh, we have to set up Musashi, we have to give him this smoke, this flash, so on and so on. He most likely will just request it. And if he requests it and he gets it, good to go. But I can't imagine there's always like, you know, he's holding the hands of the other 4 players and you're like, you're coming with me, you're going to help me right now. This is something I could not imagine on a mixed team. On a proper team, absolutely. 100% agree. You gave the perfect example there with the Hungarians. But right now, eXiLe, this is maybe the moment where their entire team focus, their entire composure can come in. As though they don't play with their usual fifth. Inkwi didn't do too bad. He had over 200 ACS. He played, you know, the kind of best support agents you can. Played Cypher, played Sage. It's the ideal kind of way if you already have this kind of handicap. Not disrespecting Inkwi, but obviously a coach is something different than a player.
Yeah, I kind of want to move on as well to talking about map number 1. And one of the things that we sort of noted from eXiLe is that I don't want to say they didn't go for the meta in terms of the picks that they were coming in with, but they mainly, the thing that was missing for me was the fact that they're not running a Viper yet, which is something that we've seen most top teams do so far. Now, granted, what I will admit is that if it's not a map you play, you might just want to stick to the agents you know rather than trying to like style your way into it with going, okay, I'm just going to throw a new agent into the mix. But at the same time, also Brimstone has been buffed. So I do sort of wonder if maybe there's a couple of teams that are going, okay, I don't necessarily need to play Viper anymore because of the Brimstone additions, but we've seen how effective the screens can be, especially when it was going towards that open B site, like just getting the cross in, having the ice wall down. It was such an effective take that got so many afterplants for the Digital Ninjas. It was only really their defensive side of the A site that actually let them down in the second half. So I do wonder if they're going to stick to that Brimstone once again, and well, luckily we are going to go straight into our agent picks, and for me, all eyes are going to be on Beast Mode.
There you have it. There's your Brimstone. Don't see a single one.
No Viper.
Those Vipers, exactly. And this is nearly mirror. Only difference is that we have Inf on the Omen, Beast Mode on that Brimstone. And as they're about to all lock in, Krobix has not 100% decided what he would like to play, but usually is playing that Sentinel kind of role.
But the other thing to note as well is...
Musashi. Yeah.
Well, the thing to mention is cleverly coming in. The real addition that he gives is the fact that he is willing to actually go on the Killjoy, because that was something they had missing in their last match. Is I believe they were the comp they were running were with Brimstone, Sova, Sage, Jet, and Raze. So they didn't actually have a proper controller other than, I guess you could say, the Sage, but we know that a lot of the time Sage is used to actually go for the attacking side setups for both of these teams. So the fact that they've actually got a proper controller this time could actually make a fairly big difference, and I like the change. The only thing that's interesting to me is the fact that this time they're not actually going to have Yanis on the Raze because of it, and I think he was their best player in the match they played previously. So the fact that that is also gone at the same time, I do kind of wonder if that might be more of a burden. Like, I think the comp overall is probably better, but losing him on such an effective agent where he was able to cause havoc, I don't know if that's the right choice.
And for now, it's very nice to see that they get themselves a stand-in right now for this tournament. As you know, obviously, previously they would have had to play with their coach. And so there is Cleverly. Absolutely brilliant choice to have. As you said, that right kind of controller to have. So far, 22 maps. He played Cypher, 6 overall on Killjoy, and now he's going to show us what he can do exactly with those agents. That's right now. Musashi gets a turret down, and they're heading over to the side of A.
Krobix, I think he realizes he can't actually push too much further forward, because if he does, his turret will be lost. Interestingly as well, Spike is the furthest back, so this does seem like a bit of a fake. They're not actually committing too much in towards this A site in the early stages, and if you note, for eXiLe, they have rotated the majority of their players off. Now, they've left Brimstone on this angle, especially with the amount of sky smokes he has available. He could easily just section off this site and make it very awkward for them to try and go for some sort of take. Peeks back in, there's the spot. Also has the ability to up his fire rate slightly, but it is just going to be the smokes used to try and deny them. They're a little bit late, however, and the fact that he's already been tagged gives Musashi a free kill, a spree as well. And with Jet just pushing forward, this man starts off as we expected. Yanis, however, has been able to find one back, but his teammates are a little bit further away, and they have an awful lot left to do.
He saw Miles. He just saw a bit of the shoulder of that opposite Sage, and now they try to retake the site. Surely it would have the opportunities, right, with those agents. There's the bot coming perfectly in, and as the turret is looking for anyone to peek, here comes the first fake, and shots now to be on point. Musashi, the one who we usually see perform in such situations, and he does again, at least against Yanis, but this is cleverly alive, and now it is all the Killjoy utility to use. It is the frags that need to be found, but Krovex doesn't even have a problem as the first round goes to a Mixery. And again, who doesn't stop to impress from start on? It is Musashi. Triple kill coming in from him.
Yeah, I think we're definitely seeing the differences in the takes that are available with Viper. Like, it's much more of a brawly style coming out from Mixery. They had to take the fights in the pistol rather than having all the smokes available. Of course, Omen smokes, they may regenerate, but you don't get as many in succession. So there's only so many angles that you can section off when pushing into the site. I'm also interested to see how his paranoia will be utilized, because I think the obvious, like, benefit of Omen is the fact that you have the shadow step, which can get you into so many sort of interesting positions, and also the from the shadows that will be able to do exactly the same. But the paranoia normally works in like a lot of these sort of close angles where you can just flash through all of these walls, whereas there's a lot of long range positions on this map, which I don't know how vital that will be. Whereas if you think about the snake bites, for example, the poison clouds, the toxic screens, they were really prominent when we saw this played previously.
Yes, they were also like a game changer. We saw a few of those retakes not working out at all due to that, you know, poisonous kind of abilities Viper brings to the table. The screen obviously denying it, snakebite being horrible when you actually are on that bomb. But in the meantime, Beast Mode is trying and taken out as Inf and Co are taking the control. Musashi the right way around back into the spawn of the opponents. And so Tritos and Co finding any frags would be nice, but it's just a little bonus.
You want to drop a player or two, ideally. If this round is flawless from Mixery, they get to play the next one as a bonus round, which you don't really want to allow. You want to make them buy a rifle or two and then have some weaker purchases coming forward. And, well, there you go. Cleverly will at least take one. It's not an ideal scenario, but the fact that they get a kill is something. They'll have to either just go for a pistol for Miles, or he'll buy in with a rifle, and then, as said, there might be a few weaker purchases coming up. The good thing, though, is the fact that with Musashi on this rifle, and only one kill away from actually getting his daggers out, or the Blade Storm, it really could be possible that he gets one kill, maybe gives a rifle over, but it actually seems that Mixery are going straight in with what is actually a very strong buy for a third-round purchase when you're on the winning side of things, because normally you'll see a much smaller investment.
They don't seem to leave any chances open for now. And a quick look on the minimap tells us that Beast Mode just loves the beacon there. Combat stim as it still waits and waits until it's finally over. Is that kind of thing you really want to see when you take such duels, but Musashi stays patient, and that seems to pay off.
This is a round as well that eXiLe desperately need to win. You don't want to go 3-0 down. That means you've basically handed over a huge amount of economy, and all those rifles will end up in your opponent's hand, and then you have to play with pistols for the next round. So you're looking at potentially 4 rounds at least as a start if you lose this initial buy round. And they've already lost the first man. Our drone will be expended to try and find some information. Actually, Tritos on an elevated angle is expected from Krovex. They're doing very well at getting these entry frags and leaving cleverly as one of the lone defenders. One kill is just not going to be enough in this sort of scenario. And sure, the peek comes in from Calvin, but he gets nothing. Musashi continues his reign of terror. Yaris has no choice but to flee the scene and try and hold on to his gun.
What an unfortunate ending to what you said is such a crucial round, but this is where, you know, that major change in form of actually upgrading your weapons and getting yourselves that Bulldog, that Phantom, that Vandal is giving you that advantage to not even start any momentum on your opponent's side. As though Yanis, he demolished the opponent's economy. And this is a great change. As only 2 remain, the majority has to buy up. That could cause problems in the following round, as though we'll see from an economic standpoint what is about to happen. So far, it's the same as usual for me, Tom. It is usually Musashi taking those aggressive fights when he feels like he's comfortable with those. That one on Brimstone was obviously very interesting because he once peaked when the combat stim was gone. So he seemingly had that sound cue, swung wide, and found the frag in probably one of the worst timings that, you know, Beast Mode would have liked to see.
Yeah, Yanis getting a couple of kills as well. We have to focus also on ult points rather than just what is actually going on within the match in terms of frags, in terms of rounds. So he's not far away from a res, and you can see the same for Cleverly. They're pretty close to getting that ultimate into play, although on the defensive side, you're only really going to be using the lockdown in retakes, or if you really want to preemptively try and force them into a rotation. Much more aggressive stance, though, from Tritos. Now, again, you have to bear in mind, this round, he's only got a classic. I would assume that means he's going to try and buy up an operator in the next round, because otherwise he would have a pistol and SMG. The loss bonus for them is in a pretty good state. However, there goes the rifle. Not the start they were looking for. Imp just looking to farm up some of those eco frags, and 3 to his name already, and a lot of space gathered by Musashi.
I felt a lot like Tritos might have not been seen by the Owl drone, but at the end of the day, that didn't work. Inf is looking for the ace, and he's getting that granted. 5 kills in the eco. That is boosting up his rating. Miles and Co. very happy. Very, very happy about what has happened so far from their side. I mean, you see it right there. It is just such an unfortunate scene when you see 3 players on 0 frags. Sure, they just didn't have their chance maybe in 4 rounds played. That can happen. But this is where they really have to finally have this clearance moment, where they finally need to break through and show a sign of life, because you don't want to have 3 players on 0 frags when we're that much in the beginning stages.
Yeah, definitely not the start they were hoping for. As we've sort of said, eXiLe do look a little bit uncomfortable on this map. And, well, as mentioned as well, Tritos has invested into this operator. I like the fact that his response is to try and get more aggressive, but it seems like Mixery might be aware of this, although the cross, it's a little bit risky, but I think he gets the spot off. So they're going to know there's a player in mid. Also, by watching the economy of their opponent, they will be able to tell that he's bought this operator. There's not really a reason otherwise to save 6,000 plus in the bank. Well, already, that is not the start they were looking for. He misses his shot. The rest of their opponents have already started to make moves towards the B side, but it seems again to just be a bit of a fake. And the fact that the From the Shadows was there meant if he did get a kill, he could have just teleported to the other side of the map. Unfortunately, it hasn't really worked out for them, and now they have to just go on a 4-man push into A.
And that 4-man push onto A might work quite well, because Beast Mode has to back off. This is now a full-on retake scenario. Musashi falls. Definitely a key component that is now on the ground. And another one, it is Calvin showing what he can do with those darts. And this is bringing an opportunity for the first. It would be about time, though. Miles strikes. And it's more to come. Another one from Miles! He's on a killing spree, and you're coming back alive. It is the ace in a buy round from the Sage.
That's unbelievable. Like, he has just completely ruined their day. That was a, what, 2-on-5, 2-on-4 situation where he just obliterates everyone that comes into his path, pre-firing angles to hit the headshots as well. That was superb stuff from Miles, and even uses a res in the mix of all of that to bring back a teammate to make sure they can't lose it in the end. eXiLe have got to be absolutely kicking themselves. That was a round that it looked like they could not lose. It started off almost perfectly with every single opening pick going their way, and they end up losing it, and 3 players still survive on the Mixery side.
And I was asking myself so much in that round, where are those all the smartest picks? Surely he always chose an angle where he's hardly exposed. Well played. But there could be a few bunch of scenarios where he could die in the process. At the meantime, he was confident. And again, and again, and again, he was hitting the shots whilst he could have been punished. Brilliant stuff from him. And the 5-0, I mean, that's a signal. And that signal is clear. We're not giving you the slightest bit of room here.
Oh, Yanis is going to spot the Aldrin. Now, there's 3 players currently stacked up over on B, with the 4th potentially able to rotate in. So they are taking a risk. Musashi as well has been tagged up by the Marshal, so we'll have to be a little bit more careful in these circumstances. And actually, it doesn't seem to matter. They've managed to find the openers anyway, and now they're going back towards A. This is something that Mixery seem to love to do. They probe both sides of the map, they look for opening picks, and then they just fall off and go back to the side where they don't really find the kills. They just assume there's going to be a rotation. And in a round where your opponent only really has like pistols, SMGs, a scout or 2, you're going to basically just have to gamble stack wherever you think the push is going. So they've done very well at reading their opponent so far.
What I personally find so interesting, I have to say, is that right here, they have actually decided to not play Split instead of Icebox. They could have had the opportunity here, eXiLe, to say, you know what, we're gonna ban rather Icebox than Split. And this must be a clear indicator how much they hate Split. Like, how much they are actually hating Split. And in the meantime, they're absolutely getting clapped on, you know, that one day left over. Surely the map pool is, you know, due to the state of the game and how early we are, just that small, so to say. But at the meantime, after what we saw yesterday, on Friday against the Digital Ninjas, I think that was already a warning sign to me.
Yeah, I guess they might have looked at that and tried to work on some of the stuff ready for this map, but at the same time, I guess you kind of have to look at it and go, they did win the map, so maybe that was just enough to think, okay, we can probably get through this anyway. However, Mixery are making a mockery of them at the moment. Not only the fact that some of these rounds have been very clean, very easy, the fact that a lot of the time in these anti-ecos they've been able to keep it nice and clean, but also even when they did finally have an opportunity to win the round, the fact that one of their players just then aced the whole of the eXiLe team. So
ridiculous.
A very rough start. And we've got 9 ultimates currently ready in this server. The only one missing will be the Resurrection over on the Mixery side. So I expect there to be some fireworks going into this round.
Uh-oh. That should cost a life or 2. Doesn't do so, but at least they take out both Killjoy as well as Sova. And so this means that now Azuri has to play with 70, same for his Killjoy teammate. But for now, lockdown destroyed. And that's already one positive. This could be finally the first round for eXiLe if they start just keeping those control points and don't fall into individual duels. No way.
They've got themselves a nano swarm, and a lot of damage has been done onto the players. But the fact is, we've seen multiple ultimates now used by this defensive side, and they still haven't got a single kill for it. Now, they do have another lockdown available for themselves as well if they want to go for the retake, but it seems like Beast Mode's just going to make the push initially. They've still got to deal with Miles, though, and this man has been a problem for them so far. Already the first kill goes his way. He can't quite line up anything else, but they do have themselves Imp and Azuri. And again, the combination of this Mixery side is enough for them to close out the round 7-0. Again, that's multiple ultimates used. In fact, the defenders use every single ult. They had 5. They used all of them and they didn't win.
I mean, you hate to see it. You absolutely hate to see it. Because the matter of fact is, what I liked so much about this was it was Azuri immediately realizing what's up. The lockdown came in. That first of all happened, and then he immediately moved away. Take a look. He was checking the back lines. He directly moves away because he knows under any circumstance they're going to use their lockdown. Under any circumstance they'll push as far as humanly possible. And here it came. First one comes in. Obviously it is in going mad as usual because he also used his ult. He came back from their spawn. And then additionally, this kind of live insurance they had in the form of Azuri, falling so far back, checking the flank, and then saying, I just need to wait and use that ult right.
It's funny because I think it was Daps was putting on Twitter about how he thinks that you need to like up the amount of orbs you need, like maybe getting into like the realm of 10 or 12 ult points to get an ultimate so that they're more rarely used and you can sort of cheese rounds a lot less. The fact is, in this case, eXiLe used all 5 ults and they still didn't get themselves around. For me, that looks like they're done. Like, if you use all of your ultimates and you don't win, sure, there were a few on the counter in response, which were very well used, but I don't care at this point. If you use 5 ultimates and you don't win the round, I've got to call it done. Like, I don't know what more you can do. You've literally used every single cheese strap possible to try and win your round.
And this is where you hope, very, very much hope for the eXiLe just say to themselves, you know what, this is purely down to the map. This is where I really hope that they have this kind of mental attitude of realizing we just hate this turf, we hate this ground, we don't like it at all, and continuously Musashi is getting in our face. I'm sure that's going to happen on Acid as well, but they'll definitely stand a way better chance of that.
Spike planted.
Or they should.
Flight.
Once again, unfortunately, they're having to try and fight with reduced weaponry. Trying to save things up for the next. Now, they did struggle a bit when it came to their defensive side last time. The problem seems to be here that Mixery are dominating to such an extent that even if eXiLe were to have a good attack inside, I just don't think it would be enough at this point. Like, the maximum they can get at this stage, well, I was going to say 5, but let's be real, it's 4. They're not getting this round either. So, if you could get 4 rounds on your defensive side, I guess it would be possible, but I don't know about you, Zesh. I don't think they're going to get 4. I think they'd be lucky to get 1.
I feel you, and you know, this is giving me this slight deja vu of what we have seen against Entropy from the side of Mixery. Because Entropy again has been a team that has been together for some time. They had chemistry, they had strats, they had things going for themselves. They had a kind of hierarchy: who's calling, who's doing what, when, and why. And at the same time, Musashi and Co were just individually stronger, but also, in my eyes, individually smarter. You see Musashi hardly doing anything that you would call stupid. There's hardly anything that I would label he's doing where he has to rely a lot on luck. And that's, I think, really is something where a powerful Jet comes in.
It seems like the response is to try and get a little bit more aggressive. You mentioned Jet, and Tritos will start things off with a pig. The worry for me is look how far the offensive side has managed to get over onto the B side. Sure, they've been spotted by the turret, which will allow for a rotation, but they managed to walk all the way up. Luckily, the little bit of utility has been able to deter them. Beast mode as well is just still trying to hold the line, but he's not spotted the man wrapping around. He needed support from teammates. If you're going to play that aggressively, there needs to be somebody else there, and Azuri is just wiping them out. They start things off so strong, and now they're back down to a disadvantage once again, and the ASAT is about to fall to the hands of this offensive side. Musashi leading the charge. As he looks to push in, Tritos is at least here with the operator, but he needs someone to swing pretty damn wide to even stand a chance of doing some damage here. And in fact, he's had to wait for the cavalry to arrive. Krovex up above, looking aggressively to try and take the fight. But the fact is, they've got the cross, they've got their afterplant positions, but Calvin's found a way back in. In fact, Calvin has managed to find 2. This might finally be a round on the board, but Krovex looks to try and ruin their day. Both players tagged, and it's it remaining.
There you go.
A 1 versus 1 as he kills one of his opponents already and leaving it versus that operator, and the time is ticking. It's just not happening. This man is unstoppable.
And I have to talk about something here, Tom, because I'm absolutely furious about it. The matter of fact, again, is that your defense has already on the A side been weakened due to the fact that Beast Mode falls in his aggressive approach. The idea, I think, was fine. Nobody was specking him up over on Belt. But then, at the same time, 2 or 3 seconds later, it is Yanis swinging wide in a position which is not that unusual. It was 100% Azuri having a kind of awareness that this is the only position they could peek at that point. He was swinging and killing him. And Yanis either just didn't communicate with his Jet, or he was just going furious. He was just going ham, and, you know, maybe didn't communicate, didn't think about the process too much there.
Oh, the scoreline still very heavily in their favor. We'll see. Again, it's probably going to be slightly weaker weaponry, but Yanis actually managed to do quite a lot with the Guardian. We haven't seen too much from him, but I guess that's the response. If you have your ultimates available, just bring Azuri back from the fray. And again, they're able to push so far up towards this B side. Normally there's some sort of denial here, but it almost looks like eXiLe are playing a little bit scared at this point. Cleverly, he should have a kill for free, but he whiffs. Musashi was shooting so much later than him. Yanis with this Guardian, though, just seems to be popping heads. I want to see him back on a duelist because he really seems to be able to just put up these numbers.
Absolutely. And As now Kelvin is trying to use his ults. Can't do much about it though. Brilliant stuff that comes in from Yanis again and again. As though he died, he definitely did the right kind of thing here for his team and gave them a lot of opportunity. At the same time, if they simply exchange, they could still use nothing else but the ult of Omen. They're not doing so though, and so as Kelvin moves around, has been spotted by the turret, and now this is a clear indicator where the final man is standing. Double digits might be already secured.
Need to pull off something pretty impressive, and especially considering he has absolutely no idea where his last opponent is. Krovex is almost just playing with his food at this point. It comes a little bit close, and I guess that's one of the main positives we've had so far, is that this is probably one of the closest rounds we've actually seen. But you're just looking at the scoreboard, like Tritos, he's had 2 kills. I think those were both opening kills with the operator. Yanis is still topping the board, even playing as Sage. As said, that was one of the questions I had going into this, is that why is the person who was your top fragger last time you played switching over to a passive, more supportive agent? That doesn't make sense to me. Like, he should be the man getting aggressive. He should be the man taking the fights, because that's what he was so good at last time. And I don't know. I just don't even think their comp really works for them here. I think they're really struggling.
I'm going to hit you with the worst about it here, Tom. And the worst for me personally is that, considering from the statistics we have from BLR, he has never ever played Sage before. Yanis never played Sage before. Seemingly feels comfortable in doing so, and maybe a sacrifice for his team. This makes a great team player, right? But at the end, it might be him being such a win condition in the past, as you said, that him playing something different would have been it.
It's a pretty drastic change as well. To go from being a Raze on this map previously to a Sage doesn't make sense, but looking like we might finally have a chance for them to get around a 4v3 situation in their favor. Been spotted by Beast Mode as well, though he doesn't capitalize. Yanis knows exactly where they are, however, and he's still hitting his shots. Miles is able to trade one back, but it is at the cost of a teammate, so it's not really worthwhile. They're still in a disadvantageous position, and that shock dart was bang on, doing some extra damage over to Miles. It's a long time before he gets his heal, but Infus actually managed to get in here. Oh, it's going to be the orbital strike thrown in. No plant for him just yet. However, if he can win this duel facing off against Beast Mode, it might not matter. The problem is he's being flanked.
Watching here.
He's being flanked, first of all. And second of all, the time's running against him. And he made the step, he made the sound, he's still going for it, and that smoke's fading. Yeah, it does. And finally, here we have a round. Finally, we should have that opportunity. As though there's not enough time, is there? No, under no circumstance there isn't. Number 1 for eXiLe. Finally, a bit of relief, though it comes way too late.
Last round before the switch.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if they managed to pull this back. You never know. Like, they definitely were better on their attacking side, so it might be the Mixery also don't have too much on their defensive side, but even just on an individual level, like, there's not a single player that's negative on their side of things. Musashi, someone we highlighted, hasn't even had to do that much because so many other players on his team are performing to such a high standard. And, well, even that round was close, even though they had an advantage pretty much all the way through. So we'll have to see. Maybe they can at least build up a little bit of momentum ready for map number 2, which, although it sounds like a pretty bleak outlook, if you can at least get yourself rolling ready for a map that you play much more consistently. Also, with the ban process, they've managed to get rid of a map that they also don't like playing. So the fact is, the last 2 maps within the series are ones that eXiLe have no excuse on. Like, this one, I'll give them, it just doesn't look like they're comfortable. Whereas, as said, going into Ascent, I think they should be.
Very much indeed. Couldn't have put it any better.
Enemy kill.
As finally, Tritos wins a duel against Musashi. Very crucial that both of those Jets know where they are. In the meantime, Rohit's gonna find a free frag. Oh no, the distraction. As unfortunately Brimstone moves away. He was first of all on him and then gets eliminated like that. Either way, a 2-10 is more than good. Coming from the aggressor side, switching over, it should be just working fine, to be very honest. They should just have this one sacked.
30 seconds
but we'll
left.
see. As now, is it gonna be 2 or is it gonna be 11?
I'd be a bit worried if it does end up as 11, but they are going to be able to gain some ground over on the site. They found Beast Mode as well. It looked like he was in a prime position to actually deny, but instead he gets caught out. It should lead to an after plant position as a minimum. And now in a 3v4, well, make that 2v4. There's still a possibility here, especially with Miles alive. He really hasn't been missing too many shots, but they are not going to give anything up here. Every single ultimate being thrown in to try and make sure that there is absolutely no chance that they win this one. Imp has to fall all the way back into the corner, and now they're going to have to retake their own bomb site. There is no chance of them getting back into this one. Paranoia goes out. Whiff of shots as well for Imp. And finally, we're going to see eXiLe manage to streak a couple of rounds together. They have got a massive mountain to climb, however.
Yeah. Really unfortunate there in the end, but I mean, eXiLe. True rounds. That's dire. That's sinister. That's a poor result from the first half. Especially if you just joined us, that 2-10 could be 10 very close rounds, but it felt like those 10 were all from secure to extremely dominant. And, you know, individually dominant, team-wise dominant, everything felt on point. There was still a little chance, a slight one. Tom would say there's no chance. He's, hypothetically speaking, very right. But never say never, as we all know. And therefore, the pistol.
Never.
The second half is about to start. Go on. Just, I hate you. But it's also that I appreciate you. I don't know.
Well, the attackers, they've decided to go back to what was tried and true. This was something that eXiLe managed to do quite successfully, but a lot of it, again, came down to Yanis on that raise, getting a lot of entries, and he's dead already. A nice shot from Musashi, but it is going to be traded back almost instantly. The spike hits the deck, and this allows for the rotation to begin, although it's a relatively slow one from Imp. I think he's still questioning whether or not they're going to dedicate themselves to this. Azuri as well peaks a little bit wide for my liking, but again, they're going to deny that spike, so no plant able to go down. He's got stuck on the rope. This is all going wrong for the attacking side and leaving it down to just one man, Tridos. He's had a rough game, and it is not getting any better. Miles is there to close as they get their 11th onto the board, and I almost say at this point, Zesh, they might as well just force this one. Give themselves a chance with the SMGs to have a little bit of wiggle room.
Krovik saved the day here, though, and this was so crucial. He waited behind the tiny gap he saw that was created on the wall, which should not happen initially. Either way, he was waiting it was smoked, suddenly he heard that spike was hitting the ground, and just a simple headshot coming out from his classic brought the spike to the ground once more. Obviously saving the day that way. Whilst you have to say, it felt so scrappy approaching the side again. It felt so weird watching those tiny mistakes. For example, here also from Yanis, that his wall has this tiny edge. You know, the tiny gap made it so easy right there to once more deny the plant and once more deny their opportunity.
I like this from Musashi. He's already so aggressive, but he almost gets caught out. Will be able to escape. Already a bit of damage being done. Provik's just trying to tap away. Oh, it's a bit awkward. Beast Smoke will be able to close him out with a stinger. And actually managing to get a second again. He's had a bit of a rough time here, but the response from Azuri is clinical. 4 kills coming out from him. An easy cleanup in the end. And while I believe that was a force buy as well from the side of eXiLe. So we're now going to look at their economy still being in tatters. There might be a rifle or two being purchased up, but it's only Bulldogs. And on the other side of things, sure, they don't have too many rifles themselves, but at least they're the primaries.
It was just purely shocking. It's just purely shocking what they are capable of on this map. And especially the great thing, though, for me is it's not only Musashi. It is not only Musashi. Everybody had their shining moments, and everybody proved that they don't need to rely only on one player. As though he makes a difference, don't get me wrong. He consistently showed that he can rely on his teammates. His teammates have the same kind of impact. Inf now running away from the action. Azuri is stepping in as well. And so it's a 4v2 after just 30
One enemy
seconds.
remaining.
Yanis, it was someone I highlighted at the beginning. Probably their primary player when it came to this attacking side, but a different agent and a completely different team to face off against. And eXiLe have been utterly outclassed. He picks up the Bulldog, but that will only be for a matter of seconds. A 13-2 domination. I believe that's the second most dominant map we've seen in this entire tournament. I think a 13-1 came out yesterday with CONSTIPEEK, but yeah, that one's really tough to actually talk about, tough to break down, because ultimately they just got outclassed from start to finish.
From start to finish, they have been absolutely dismantled. There was no universe where, after a certain scenario, you saw them having that kind of breath to come back into. We can take it the replays because they will be pretty much a frag movie consisting of everybody off Mixery. And here is the kind of point that I want to bring in. This is not their map. I can't forgive them to some degree. I can't forgive them and say, you know, it's not your map. You just don't feel comfortable. Janus is deciding to play an agent. He's playing the first time considering competitive statistics. It's forgivable. But then Ascent being called in a conversation with Mixery one of the favorite maps, it doesn't get easier from here.
Yeah, I think still with the limited map pool, I don't really take too much stock in the fact that they've picked Ascent. You're going to pick your favorite map. You're not going to pick there's not going to be too many weak maps for your opponent. The thing I question more so, though, is, okay, if you don't like Split, how much worse can your Split be than this? Because
yes,
this was
same
awful.
Question. Exactly
like,
the same.
You got wrecked all the way through. Like, how bad is your Split that you would rather play this? Now, I don't know if they were given somewhat of a false positive by the fact that they managed to win the other day and just thought, okay, well, our Split really isn't very good. But the fact that this came through, and again, they didn't look good last time, and they really looked rough this time. I said it was mainly individuals that managed to drag them through the last time they played. And then they even change up their comp to sort of put themselves in a position where some of their stars aren't going to be able to shine because they wanted to try and have a slightly more tactical base. It just didn't seem like a good call. The other thing as well, I don't understand why they chose to start defense. Like, you were much better on the offense yesterday. You're coming in cold because it's the first match of the day. Why not go in for the attacking side and try and break down your opponents? It just seems like a string of weird choices coming out from eXiLe with the veto. And let's hope that they're just so confident in their Ascent and Bind and they're ready to go on the next.
You asked the perfect questions, and that is the thing that I have to, because there are many things that are even worse for me personally. From one point, the Janus decision was a little odd. All right, the false positive, in no universe can you say, maybe one icebox in overtime against a team that is definitely like a league worse than the side of Mixery. No, it must work right now. No chance. The next thing is, though, hey, Ascent is not their favorite. Seemingly, and this is a wild assumption, but we're going from the base that, for example, in eXiLe versus Digital Ninjas, they did not know too much about their opponent, and they definitely didn't counter-strat them. So you go for the pick that you like the most. Ascent was left open against Digital Ninjas in the pool. Their first pick was Haven. Haven was banned right now from Mixery. So they right now play that leftover map, which says for me that is not your worst, but still definitely your less preferred one. And now I have worries. Now I start to have real big worries right now for the side of eXiLe.
Well, it could just be that this might be a mismatch in terms of map pool, because it seems like one team has two maps that they want to ban and a few that they then play. Their best map gets banned out instantly by Mixery, and now, as you sort of said, like, this map almost seems a bit like a middle ground. So it's a weird one, but at the same time, I'm not going to count eXiLe out completely. I think going into Ascent, it's a map that they're good at. It's a map that they're happy to play. So we kind of have to look at this and go, okay, they should put up a much more competitive battle when it comes to this map. The thing that was just a worry for me is, especially when you look at like younger teams or teams that are sort of battling through like the lower leagues and trying to get themselves into like the challenger stage, for example, and battling for the likes of First Strike. You might not have that mental reset. You might not have that ability to just go, oh, we have just been absolutely banged. I couldn't do anything. Like, their operator player, Tritos, did next to nothing for the entire match. Beast mode was really struggling. Like, especially when you play a Jet, I think it's much worse, because Jet is purely based around confidence. Like, you're going to go diving into angles. You're going to take really risky duels. Some of the time, you're going to pick up a shotgun and try and blast your way through different things. That's all confidence. So if you've just been battered, you've succeeded in nothing for almost the entire match, and then you have to go, okay, now we go into Ascent where I need to take those risky plays. That's going to be much more difficult. And we'll see. Maybe it'll reflect a little bit in their agent choices.
I have to say, though, if you want to succeed, And if you want to get yourself some brand new gear, it's your time to go for the chat here on Twitch. !! giveaway brings you to the Logitech G giveaway we have running, obviously. The amazing lads on Logitech even making it possible for such a great tournament to be run by Level, as this brings this German Valorant scene a little further. And also, if you also want a second chance of winning something, it's your time to also head on the socials of Level Global. And for now, talking about choices, talking about right now the map pick here, Ascent. Giannis goes back to Breach, and this is a way more familiar face.
Yeah, I think that we're moving into, again, more sort of comfortable positions for them. Like, I'm not going to be surprised if we see them play a lot better in these sort of situations where you don't, as you said, to have Giannis playing a stage where he didn't play bad, but it just didn't look like he was his usual self. I think angles as well is going to be something. But more so on the other side, again, we're going to have Miles now moving into a far more aggressive agent. As we saw in the last, he was fantastic on Sage. Don't get me wrong, I enjoyed it thoroughly. But now we've got a man who's been basically wrecking them all the way through the last map, now playing an agent which is purposely made for wrecking your opponents. Like, his only goal is to be a nuisance, to clutch rounds and to get headshots. And that's the same for him and Musashi. And those are two players where I think, again, if they play to the level they can on this map, well, we could be seeing a quick 2-0.
Alarm bot out. Here.
Couldn't have said it any better.
Placing alarm bot.
I'm not going to discuss Reyna. I'm not going to talk about it. If it works, it works. But if it doesn't,
it's a puck star agent.
I would like to say.
But it's not necessarily. There's no real team basis behind picking a Reyna. But if you are the best player in the server and you pick Reyna, you will win the game.
Couldn't have said it any better. Again. And for now, that is absolute denial of the tiny little alarm bot. Miles finds Tritos. And you talked about confidence, and we talked about Reyna. He's heading off. See you next round. But that spike should hit the ground anyway. I'm not quite sure if he saw anything. Cleverly still falls, and now the retake is on.
Oh no, it's going from bad to worse. They keep seeming to have the drop on Musashi, but every time he manages to get out of that situation and just cause havoc. Already so many low players. How's this man not dead? He had 40 HP at the start of the 2 duels he just took and still managed to win both of them. Pistol done. Another triple kill for Musashi in these rounds. And yeah, they don't take a single death. They probably should have had 2. Like, think about the plays that both Musashi and Miles were making. Both of them took incredible risks and both of them stayed alive till the end.
Absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. As you know, take a look at it. Again and again, Musashi takes fines, and again he stays alive. The one against Breach, the one against Giannis, I legitimately didn't understand how he didn't die. It's unlucky sometimes. Maybe Giannis started shooting during the jump on the boxes with the classic. That weapon itself having a horrible long range kind of capability, but it's still painful. It's just purely painful. And as you rather dodge this, look who took damage again.
Tritos. So to start things off with a classic kill. Not a bad start whatsoever. Unfortunately, there is another player that they had to deal with. Another classic kill. And if they get a plant and 2 kills here, this is already a success in my eyes. Like, the fact that eXiLe have managed to recoup a little bit of the cash they invested into this round and to put themselves into a genuinely winnable situation. Cleverly, fantastic peek out. They've also picked up the Ares, but it's not quite worked out on while Cleverly's position should definitely be known at this point. I'm surprised they're not turning around. Like, the turret went off. They should have realized it, but I guess it doesn't matter. I don't know how much HP Reyna currently has, but I am guessing it is as low as it gets too.
You just hate to see it. 2 HP there onto Miles.
Shout out to Sylv and Johnny for always having my back. Just needs to switch over to Reyna.
They knew you were going to say it. After all those days, he knows. Or more likely, they know. But what obviously seemed a little odd here is how successful they entered the site. And, you know, especially that frag. That I think it was onto Azuri, who was waiting back with the Ares, and, you know, obviously fell down. Was a little odd to see, was a little weird, but at the same time, they still were successful with it. Drone comes in, clearing the rest of B, and they'll definitely contact towards it, especially as now the tripwire has been eliminated by the drone.
This is a round again where there's been a fair few repurchases for Mixery in this case, so it's not going to be maybe as weak as we'd expect it to be. You can also see the temptation to potentially go for a bit of a peek around that short A, and in fact, there's 3 players waiting there at the moment. Peek comes out to try and help out Miles, but he's cleared, and there is going to be a response from Missouri, only playing with the Stinger, but he manages to not only get a pick, but he takes 0 damage in response. In the meantime, the rest of the team are going to try and gain some control. The fact is, the rotation's already come in, and Krovix has got both of them from behind. This should not be possible. He's managing to just hold down the site on his own, and it's left down to just beast mode. Mixery are just continuing on from the last map, utterly dominating every single battle they face.
And the thing I really have to say, considering Mixery, that they either have one of the two things. Great chemistry or outstanding communication. One of the two must be one working factor right here that gives them the edge in a mixed team, because this is the crucial part, right? You know the repetition of the kind of processes you do in a team after a few months, or maybe even shorter time, depends on how professional you are. And right here, they really communicate well in what they're doing, and seemingly every time something might just go wrong, there's a teammate helping and assisting.
Miles going to use his Lear just for defensive purposes. He knows that he has some utility on the site to help him out if they do try and bypass it. Krovix, well, there is that utility. He's going to be able to drop one. Spamming the Sheriff doesn't quite work as well as spamming the Deagle.
Oh, ridiculous.
And, well, it's only going to be one man standing. It really is enjoyable watching the future alternate attacks roster and Mixery being picked up soon.
Hello? Mr. Alternate Attacks Manager? I'm not picking up his call, but what's definitely being picked up are 2 great frags by Kelvin. Show the kind of strength he brings in.
I think if Mixery win this tournament, you have to pitch it to alternate attacks. Be like, okay, you should pick up this team.
Mate, I've done that in the past.
Well, you can do it with this team. If they win, that's
I'll
the
try.
deal. If they win. If they lose, then we forget about them.
I'll try. Yeah, of course. Why, don't you have any Ukrainian organization who could pick them up?
I feel like they're more likely to pick up some of the CIS talent.
Doesn't make any sense. In the meantime, what definitely makes sense is absolute brutal slaughter coming in from Miles again. I like to criticize Reyna, but obviously this man plays it absolutely perfect. And man, oh man, I would be disgruntled by now if I'm consistently getting, you know, slapped as Jet, the agent that usually opens up, that gives you room, that has to find those frags and has to win duels. And again and again and again, he's losing those duels.
Yeah, this is really disjointed though from eXiLe.
I mean,
like most of the rounds, I would say like there's been some sort of individual brilliance coming out from Mixery. Like there's been at least some team play from eXiLe. Like, okay, we'll push this together, and then it hasn't quite worked. This round was not the case. There was just battles being taken by different players across the map, and they lost every single one. So I'm starting to worry in the sense that before, okay, they were getting slapped, but at least they were still trying to play like what I would call normal Valorant, like working as a team and actually looking like they have some synergy. This round in particular, there was no synergy whatsoever, and that's where things really can get dangerous, as maybe they're out of the whole thing.
For the translation, Musashi asked, "Did you see me with your cam?" Cleverly says yes. Obviously, great team play. Musashi being very sad about his death. The man, by the way, just, and you really have to be very careful with that, just sitting on 5 frags. Whilst he is, by the way, pretty much as wealthy as all those 14-year-old kids who recently bought some... Yeah, true. True. But I mean, he's picking up money. He's picking up money. That's crucial. That's for sure. And pretty much as wealthy as those young kids who recently bought Tesla stocks. Hopefully this does not crash anytime soon.
Oh, Musashi, he's smoked off. He's actually going to use a smoke of his own to try and stop the dart from scanning him. But this is one of the first times we're actually going to see eXiLe get a full after-plant position without too much trouble whatsoever. Miles, however, is actually going to pop his Emperors, and this will give him much more of a chance to sort of get into awkward positions, of course, with the chance to dismiss and fade away into the background without being spotted. The main problem we have here, though, for eXiLe is they don't have any real weaponry. Now, the Blade Storm's going to get popped. This might give them a chance, and actually, Yanis has combined alongside Beast Mode, and now they've managed to get themselves the ultimate as well. The Rolling Thunder has put them into a very awkward position. Fantastic round from Beast Mode and Yanis. They make it work with the pistols, and somehow they've got themselves their first round.
Finally, and you know, I made the horrible Tesla stock jokes, and suddenly it all goes crashing. Very sorry for that one. In the meantime, you saw it right there. It is them taking the ground, playing, you know, somewhat up to their strengths individually, and Beast Mode especially, a man we highlighted previously, a man where we saw so much individual strength in, and then he makes it work. And obviously he makes it work because he is capable of such things. Whatever went wrong in the past few rounds, and obviously on Icebox, it hopefully is somewhat fixed, but it's a long road.
It seemed like maybe a slip up more than a change of pace, but I'm sure a round like that is definitely going to get the wind back into the sails of eXiLe. As said, like a lot of the time it looks like it was very disjointed. This round went back to the style that we know and love, what we saw throughout the quarterfinal. Musashi should be dead here, was blind completely, but somehow managed to still transition before Tritos. His day's not got any better. Miles even going to Are you... What? Cleverly, turn your sound on! What? What?
From losing a round to flawless.
I don't believe it.
I don't believe it. They just lost a round, you know, and again, this is where maybe the olds played a role, and suddenly they come in, don't lose a single player in the process. It's just outstanding what Mixery does. It's just outstanding how they legitimately outplay them again and again, doing the Okacha trick, and at the same time, around the world they do. They are forearmed for every scenario. They're on the scene when needed, and they plug off one head after another.
I can't believe that he didn't like realize there was someone in that angle. Like that was such a weird thing to do. Just walk out into a player that was so evidently there. Maybe just got caught in the moment, but yeah, that was really peculiar. And while a round that they needed to try and capitalize on instead has gone very badly wrong. Tritos already going to be caught. Here comes the Hunter's Fury, but instead it's actually Miles, and he's gone pushing through A long. He's got the spike. He has the spike, and they have full control. This is a rough position to be in, and Krovex, he's heard all the footsteps. He knows they're going to go hunting. They all know that they're waiting, but somehow every single duel is currently going the way of eXiLe. A round that looked rough for them, but it's actually working out.
It seems like they're aware of Krovex, and yes, they are. He's looking for a fight and finds the first. As Tritos falls, that spike is going to reposition. And Yanis is trying to guard as much as possible, but that's kind of one lockdown they need. Brilliant stuff. And the thing is, especially right here, what you right now experience is that he also guarded that lockdown with a piece of his utility. He guarded that lockdown with the molly he had in hand. This is brilliant because it would not allow the opponents. It was a 2v4, of course.
They made that look so easy. That was like just somebody going on a stroll. Like that's a relaxing walk. Like maybe it like all lockdowns ended and they've gone, all right, lads. Oh, you were dead. All right. Oh, you too. Like that was so easy for them. That didn't even look like they broke a sweat. Yeah. Like eXiLe up until that point. That said, I feel like this round looked rough for them, but they get into the afterplant and they just lose every battle from then onwards. I don't know what's going on, but Mixery are making everything work for them. They've had one slip-up. I guess that round was sort of a slip-up, but they've come out on top of it already. We're going to see the Recon Bolt find some early information, and that smoke has a problem with it. It's good for the certain position, but the fact they have to check this angle. Musashi, no!
I know exactly.
Oh, he was so primed and ready. He knows it as
He's
well as
unhappy.
us that was a rough one. But luckily, he's got fantastic teammates to drag him through. It was on stream, Musashi. It was on stream. We were watching.
We saw it. What I wanted to point out from the previous round where we had that lockdown, right? What was so crucial about it, he activated the lockdown, put a swarm grenade on the entrance of the garden position. Followingly, he most likely communicated with his teammate that they only have the lockdown is going to be placed, that they only have this little angle towards wine where they can move. Ta-da. Job done.
Yeah, I think that round as well, like, if you have a smoke setup that you know leaves a gap, you have to check the gap. Like, that's it. Like, the smokes are fine other than that. It gives you a nice isolated cross, but Miles, how does he get away with that? The timing was good for sure. Beast mode looking in the other direction. Actually, he's taken down their controller, so they don't have any smokes going into the site anymore. Oh, dear. This round might as well just be called done. Like, I don't know how you get into any of these sites without smokes. Unless, of course, they catch players as they're pushing. That's probably the only way. But the fact is, that's sort of gambling on the fact that the players on the other side are going to miss their shots. Okay, maybe they will.
It is ridiculously well played so far from Mixery. As again, a quick look on what kind of room they gained. It's outstanding, because you will never have Zuri on your radar. He was checking the corner, that's for sure, but at the same time, he was not 100% prepared that this would now happen. Dart goes down, and so they know nothing is in front of Pete. This rules it only out to in front of A or shorts. And Krovax says, thank you very much for that information, mates. I'm taking it. 9-1. It couldn't be much more of a deja vu, couldn't it?
Yeah, this is worse though, because this is a map that I've got no excuses for them anymore. Like they've now had not only they had a round win, but they also had a round that they should have won. And the round win they had was with pistols. So if anything was going to bring them back from the depths, that should have been it. And then they just have multiple slip-ups, like multiple silly mistakes, like smokes or corners not being checked, angles just not being held. It looks like eXiLe, it's not, I don't think they're a bad team. I think it's just they're mentally checked out of this one. Nice shot for beast mode, though. That's a fantastic start to the round. Musashi down, and, well, he's going to give credit over. I do wonder if he would have said that if the score was, like, 5-5. I'm not sure it would have been as friendly a competition. But when you're winning 9-1, you know, you give compliments to the, that was a nice one, but we're still winning. Does mean Kratos as well is going to be able to retrieve an operator, so that gives slightly more of an opportunity for them here. Miles is just waiting on the angle. He's heard the footsteps, but this is bait. They're trying to pull him into a peak. They're trying to make him rotate in, but he should know there's two players there. Beast Mode has just taken another head off. 2 kills with the Marshal, a 2-man advantage for them. This should be a round that goes into their favor, and with Cleverly's position, he should have a free kill. The timing's not great, though. He does a lot of damage. And there goes Imp as well. Finally, we're starting to see some structure from eXiLe as they give themselves a huge chance in this round.
That would be their second. And this could make it also possible. The Owl drone spots him, but does not find the frag. Leaves it all only onto Miles. And, you know, that would be one hell of a 4K. But realistically speaking, I don't see it happening. It cannot happen. In no universe this is allowed to happen. As he falls, thankfully. Yanis takes him out. 9-2 it is. And so they could potentially deny the double digits now. And you know what,
Both
Tom?
rounds they've won, though, have not been with buys.
True. But the thing that I wanted to point out, did you remember your comment about eXiLe and eXiLe Academy? How would that
Yeah,
have
I want to
turned
see them in the
out?
final. Right,
would've
it
been
turns out
interesting.
neither of them are looking like they're going to get there, which is a shame.
True.
That's the thing, like, I think the teams that I have enjoyed watching the most are both unsigned teams. So, and that would be, obviously, Mixery from this match. They've been fantastic, and CONSTIPEEK as well. So, hopefully there'll be some organizations watching. I know that, as we've mentioned before, there's plenty within Germany that are in other games. So, These are definitely teams that might be worth, at least as a starting base. Like, of course, you can make changes, like pick up pieces, but I would give them a chance, because with some decent practice, who knows where these teams could end up.
I'm fairly certain, if talking about it, that is actually still Nerd Town owning the guys over there, Crowbacks, as well as Miles. I think they still play together, so if that doesn't work there, Tom, I'm really sorry. That might not happen. At the same time, it could be a new composition we see. As for now, the only composition we see is the one of eXiLe failing so far majorly, but now they have the ults ready. We're talking about a Brimstone, perfect retake, as well as Breach, who can just make the entire Earth go wild. 30 more seconds though, and the B site, it might be just a goal.
That's the thing, that with an orbital strike and a rolling thunder, this should be the easiest site take you've ever seen. Oh, there you go. First in, there should be no way that they lose this round. Because like with those ultimates, they're two of the most powerful ultimates that you can possibly have. You don't normally use both of them in a single round, so it will be the plant coming in. They've managed to get themselves a few rounds towards the end of the half, and for the remaining two players, let's see what they can do. Miles actually got himself the operator, it seems, and Musashi being given the rifle. Potentially he's going to try and get up close, but he can't get anywhere near. Tritos and the knives won't connect either. So eXiLe have at least given themselves a lifeline here. 3 rounds, it's not great, but you could definitely work with it if you get yourself a pistol. The thing is that that pistol is going to be really important, otherwise it will just be a repeat of the last map.
Yes. That's the thing, right? It has to come down to this pistol right here. It has to come down to the pistol working the way of Giannis and Cole. Because if it doesn't, it is exactly what you're right. They gain the last 2. It might be just that way, but at the same time, I would become anxious. I would somewhat become anxious. And you know what I have to say, Tom? A quick look on the scoreboard. It doesn't look like they would be so far apart, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think it's like there should have been a few more rounds probably for eXiLe, but the slip-ups they had that normally meant that they were losing like a couple of 2v4s or something like that throughout. So they've definitely made a few of these rounds closer than the scoreline might suggest, but as said, it really doesn't matter. If they lose themselves this pistol, I think the game is pretty much done. Tritos, though, still playing with confidence, but he's going to get wrecked. Giannis, actually, with the double dink return. At least going to keep things even for now. Spike currently sat outside this B site, but the rotation is going to start coming back in. It's a long walk into this site. Musashi looking to be the one to lead the charge, and Miles has tried to almost sell this as a bit of a fake. While Musashi makes that push, he's going to bypass all the utility before they actually make the realization, and there goes the smoke. But the fact is, he's probably further forward than you might think.
Yes, 100%. They will never have him on the right. I don't see him being picked right now by anyone, and he stays. Will he be checked? Yes, he will be checked, but he still finds one. Dashes away. Nice try here, Musashi, but it's not getting much more than that. So Krobex and his teammate gotta do the job, but Krobex obviously proved in the past few rounds what he's capable of. 24 HP on Inf is not gonna make it easier, not gonna make it more realistic. He knows where one of them is, and that's not the pistol clutch anyone should be capable of doing. This is not the pistol clutch that anyone should be possible in doing. How does he switch sides, and how is that defuse not through yet? Jesus Christ. Too close. Again.
Yeah, I think the main thing with that round is that it came down to Musashi. They needed him to get more than just the one. Like, he was definitely torn between 2 different angles, and it's not really fair to ask, like, okay, you have to multi-frag, but they set up that round so that he would be in a position to get a multi-frag. But luckily, it does actually get checked by the defensive side. So they've got their pistol. They put themselves in a position where this is now a game they can turn back around, especially on the defensive side as well. And on the other side of things, of course, it's just going to be an investment into some pistols. Now, if this round somehow goes in the favor of Mixery, then we're back in Worry Town. But the fact is, there's still a possibility to streak this at least back to 9-5 without too much of a difficult battle.
Could you tell me what is happening usually when you exit Worry Town? What's the next city?
It depends what direction you go in.
Sorrow Valley?
Worry Town, it could lead to like Panic Town, like if you go too far into it, and then I guess depends how far you go. You could end up at Relaxed or just like Content.
We'll see. We'll take a look what the next conjunction will be. In the meantime, Miles and Co still find frags just with the Sheriff, and the eXiLe buy is not significantly better, so it's not like they're fighting against Phantoms and Vandals for now, at least not majorly. As we see the Spectre coming out, Yanis is first of all blocked, and you know, he cannot move through that smoke that easily, so this is costly. This is costing them time. As in fast to move swift, can't escape, and that's actually, he's getting damage from his own little aftershock. It's getting worse and worse here, as though they still try to find something. They jump down, and it is in finding frag after frag after frag. The 10th is there, and they make it work with upgraded pistols, with just that ingredient.
Yeah, they had no armor, not much utility, so yeah, Worry Town, we're at the panic party in Worry Town at this point, because this is looking over. They're gonna have to try and like do some damage in this round, and chances are with the rifles on the other side, it will be an 11th coming in for Mixery. And that was the thing, like the pistol conversion was absolutely necessary. Like they couldn't afford to let that one slip. They went fairly heavy on SMGs and rifles as well, so they've handed a lot over to their opposition. And what, they've been left with some pistols and a Bucky. Now, pushing over towards the B site definitely has its risks in rounds like this, unless you can clear these close angles quite successfully. It's one of those maps where, although there's a lot of open spaces, for the defensive side, there's a hell of a lot of choke points. You can see up on short, even towards long as well. A lot of tight angles where these pistols can work out. So you have to bear in mind that Mixery are going to have to be quite careful here, and one of the ways to do that is to utilize that owl drone. Perfectly played, setting up Musashi to have all the information he needs, and this is how you play an Antico round.
I mean, Tritos gets the spike. That's nice and great, but him standing in chance longer than that is unbelievably unrealistic, and it very much is. 11-4, Tom, and that 11-4 is impressive. It is just impressive from start to finish. As they don't even give their opponent the kind of idea that they can get momentum. They're not even leaving them this fantasy that they might be right now on the right track. They still deviate from success. They still keep on getting further and further away from the victory. And you know, if you would right now say, Tom, there's no universe where eXiLe is coming back with this, I would say you are right. For once, I would say you are right.
That doesn't look good, does it? Doesn't look good. And already, we're going to have an early trade at least. Tritos able to find one. Yanis getting up close to the smoke. He's got to be careful because the man on the other side will have his Lear available, but the timing, I think he's a little bit off on that one. Needed to throw down the Lear just a few seconds earlier, and now we actually see an advantage going in the favor. Krovex, how?
Again.
He just walked on. Like, absolutely no problems. They should be aware of this, though, and thankfully Calvin is more than ready for that battle. So it does work out in their favor. Now, there's no more utility available over on the B site to actually deny this push. So although there is a player waiting, if they can get the entry frag here, it could really work out in their favor, but they won't.
There you go. 11-5, and they fight back. They keep on fighting back, and the margin decreases, but not by much. And none of the teams are right now on the breadline. That's something. Surely it's going to be one proper buy round. We see Musashi is still considering what to buy and goes for the Phantom. Tritos has his ult ready, so he wouldn't need to get anything for himself. Only sticks to the Spectre, but he could pick up the Blades anyway. And so, Mixery, 2 more rounds away. 3 ults they have on their belt. So it's time to watch this.
Oh, perfect flash coming through, but Calvin doesn't actually get much from it. The shock dart, again, actually doesn't do as much damage as I expected. And they're still waiting. The Owl Drone's actually going to clear the angle for them, and this means that we can actually see the ult orb go into the favor. And there's a very good reason why Miles has picked that one up. And that's because he's now got his Empress available, rapid fire, the chance to turn invisible, and also instant healing. It's a pretty damn good ult. Although the rapid fire can maybe mess up your spray a little bit. Musashi, though, starts things off, but Yanis, a perfect flash. However, Krovex is waiting. And this has all started as an elaborate ruse. They've gone towards that B site. They've got themselves a kill, and now it's left on to Calvin. He had some fantastic moments here yesterday, but can he do anything in this situation? The dart will scan a couple, and he will nail 2 players. Now, they have still managed to get the spike on towards this site. And you do have yourself Musashi. Oh. And
that was a dart, wasn't it?
There with him. Miles, he's not going to get anything. It's gone completely wrong. The spike might be planted, but this is impossible for Musashi. Too low on HP, and it will be a 6th round for eXiLe.
And you're so right. This plan over there on a long was exactly so cunning that this could have given them this kind of tiny advantage. At the same time, they still got at least 4 out of 5 ults ready. And, you know, they traded one. Miles has unfortunately got his swapped away, but Inf now is back and has all the little orbs he needs. Realistically speaking, capturing the side right here with Krovex, for example, should be fairly easy. This could be the reason why they're setting themselves up in front of B, because they can put the lockdown right there. Next up, they would have Azuri to absolutely hold the retake.
Get out of my way.
We're going to see how easy it will be. Ooh!
Oh, see you later. Beast mode not only sticking down that Molotov. Oh, he's had some trouble, though, with the Lear. A bit of a mistake coming in from him, and this leaves Calvin again to be in a pretty heroic situation. There is a rotation coming in. Nice shock dart as well thrown, and now they have to try and clear that man on the site. If they get rid of him, this should be a free round for the side of Mixery, even with the pistols that are available to them. We're going to see the Rolling Thunder thrown into the back. Yanis already picking off one, but Calvin gets absolutely nothing. And now Miles is left with a rifle. So is Krovex as well. And this is starting to fall apart. Cleverly's just dead. He can't do anything there. A perfectly placed Nano Swarm. And this was just pistols. It's all falling apart. An opening kill went the way of eXiLe. And from then on, it's all been misery. Krovex with another. And now Yanis, the last man standing. 12 bullets in the clip, and I honestly think he might just have to consider saving this one, because I don't know what he can do from here. 3 players waiting. He's struggled to get too much done throughout this match. A couple of nice flashbangs, and he's going to get timed on by Krovex. A wonderful round by him. Fantastic stuff from the side of Mixery, but let's be real, Zesh, it all started with mistakes.
It did, first of all, start with mistakes. We saw Musashi fall, and usually he's being one of the players that knows how to crack a door open. He's that crowbar for Mixery under any circumstance.
Yeah. I meant
and then
more on the other side.
You meant no, it was actually, you have to see Musashi die in the process using his ult. And this is where I thought, like, okay, this must be actually, somewhat working their way. And suddenly, then you're right. They are adamant. They want the win, and continuously they just use every piece of utility right.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't think Musashi's was really a mistake. Like, he had to use his ult to try and make a play in the round. He was the distraction. It's the fact that their opponents miss shots on a Lear, jump down into corners and get stuck. It's just not going well. Calvin, though, he's pulled out a weapon we love to see on this map. The Odin, looking to try and do some damage. Azuri's managed to sneak his way through into the smoke, but it seems like his opponent's aware these smokes really don't last very long, and Tritos will have a freebie. But look at the remaining players. They've just walked onto A. They've killed off every remaining defender. This looked like a battle. From what we saw on the cams, we were like, oh, this is going great for eXiLe. Well, the fact is, they're in a 2v3 to stay in the tournament.
It's insane. It's absolutely insane what Mixery have delivered, and they bring it home. It's 13-6, and it has been exceptional what they have delivered. From start to finish, they continuously performed. It has been just wonderfully impressive to see what they can bring to the table, and they are now in the final of LVL Clash Regional number 2, powered by DreamHack Home Edition. Oof, that's a long name, but I mean, that has not been a long game.
No, that was superb from them, from start to finish. Like, sure, a mishap here and there, maybe a couple of rounds that they could have closed out a little bit cleaner, but not really much to complain about. We could look at the replays as well, which I think mostly is still going to be their frag movie. But yeah, I think eXiLe just didn't show up today. Like a rough one from them. Obviously, we've seen them play with a stand-in as well, who didn't really look too comfortable in a lot of these situations. And I think they let a lot of rounds go that they could have won. Like, this definitely could have been a much closer match. Like, even talking about towards the end where like you're unable to shoot a Lear, a player gets stuck in a nano swarm. Like, it just seems silly. Like, silly mistakes that I don't think they'd normally be making. And I think they're probably going to be kicking themselves that they didn't manage to get more done throughout this match. You talk about the first half as well. 2 of their 3 rounds were won with pistols and a Marshall. Like, it's not something you really want to be talking about with a team that's in a semi-final position. So it wasn't the cleanest in the end from the side of Mixery, but it was a damn good performance.
And you know, if I would right now, if I would have been eXiLe, I would have been so mad at Musashi. The guy's coming in, and the guy's playing once more an exceptional game. You know, he's performing as good as he usually does, and you know, all his teammates are sometimes even performing better, which is the crazy part. And then the only thing he's writing, it's today is not my day. I mean, Musashi, stop, it's not
fair,
okay.
He's had a couple of pretty big whiffs.
Sure, but I mean, it's still, you know, he's still coming out with proper ACS and proper amount of frags. It's outstanding, and this is a really worthy final contender right here.
Yeah, for sure. Like, I'm pleasantly surprised with what we see. I'm always worried when I go into a tournament and I see a team called, like, Mix something or, like, X something. Like, I never want to see those names. Like, come up with something. Come up with something original. Like, I want to see, like, some creative logos. I was talking yesterday about, like, or earlier today about, like, a Russian Pikachu logo I saw once. But either way, Zesh, I've been told that, as usual, you're not allowed to do this. So between our semifinals, we have got ourselves a break. So we'll be back after that for our second one.
Когда есть такая легкая мышка, твой прицел становится как бы твоим оружием. Мне кажется, эта мышка — это next level.
A good mouse 100% helps you play fearlessly. With Super Light, there's absolutely nothing holding you back.
Welcome back. And as we right now hit our second semifinal, we just saw Mixery already grab the golden ticket. Now it is time between nobody else than Dreamwalker and a team that I have heard that you love the logo of.
Yeah, it's the laziest logo I've ever seen created by a team. So, you know, that's cool. Oh, no, they've got a different one now, which I feel like production have edited it slightly to make it look slightly less bad, because it did actually have a big black square around it before that was added in. But yeah, it's a rainbow question mark. It's not awful, but I believe that's because they do actually also want to have a different name under their belt as well, don't they? I think that was something that was brought up earlier in the day. But they registered the CONSTIPEEK. You're getting called CONSTIPEEK. But yeah, them facing off against Dreamwalker, I think this is definitely going to be hopefully a slightly closer match, but it's honestly hard to tell. I do like as well that if you go over to the Spike, there's currently 7 players listed for Dreamwalker, so maybe a little bit unfair, the fact that they do have a bigger team. That's a great way to win a match, is if you just go in with more players. Although if they get too many more, then they won't actually have enough agents to pick, so they do have to be a little bit careful.
I still think that officially actually Level was smart enough to make it a 5v5. I think they actually made the rule that you are only allowed to play 5v5. It's just my assumption. I would definitely think so. What is interesting to say, though, and coming back to it, Dreamwalker was playing against eXiLe Academy, who did well on Bind. Think about it. I remember very much that they really played sloppy on that map. Had a few issues overall where you would not think that it's going to be that easy. I remember very much they dropped out of hookah and didn't check the corner to the right-hand side of the crate. They were not really approaching the sides properly. That could become an issue. And overall, Dreamwalker, also on Haven, when we saw them play, I think 13-10 or something, it got tight, it got close. And, well, CONSTIPEEK was the absolute total different kind of topic to talk about.
Yeah, they were dominant. They barely dropped any rounds throughout their entire match. They genuinely looked like they were just having fun with it. Young One was superb, Happen, Unbreakable, like, all of them just had very, very good games. So I do start to question whether or not TBA are actually a team that we should be looking at too much in terms of their level within this tournament. Yeah, pun intended. And we'll see. Maybe, like, going forward, this will be a slightly tougher showing from them. I kind of hope it is. Of course, we do have our maps available to us, sticking with a slightly more standardized pool. I believe it was the guys at Dreamwalker who actually straight away just went, okay, we're not playing Icebox. We're not letting that get anywhere near this series, which, you know what, that's fair enough, especially being the more established team, a team that's been around a little bit longer. You kind of want to be there and say, like, look, we're going to play the maps that we're comfortable on. We're going to stick to what actually works for us and not really take too many risks with the veto, because they don't need to.
No, they don't need to. They absolutely don't need to. And I mean, you know, that is very clear. Bind would have been a very, very horrible option. At the same time, it is, for me, Ascent being interesting, considering against TBA, they smashed them entirely. Obviously, that was fairly easy. Split is going to be the fascinating part for me, because, you know, when you are playing at somewhat of a mix and you're still not 100% sure how to approach, I think Split can become very, very difficult. Can be something you can struggle on easily.
Well, I think also the fact that we're playing the updated version of the map is going to make things a little bit more rough. I will say that the changes that I've made from playing a little bit don't seem to be that different. Like, it's a little bit more space. Like, I feel like they're nuanced changes. Like, maybe over towards the B side gives you slightly more space, but ultimately you can still have your dirty little one-way rat angles that you throw down, and it's not really going to change, like, I feel like, the depth of the game, but it might mean that there's slightly more opportunities, maybe a few more tweaks that need to be made to your initial strategy. So I'll be interested to see if there's anything new that we see getting into Split, because I feel like the matches we've seen so far have looked fairly standard to what we were used to seeing previously, and a lot of the changes didn't really make a massive difference. But yeah, it's something that interests me. Of course, Ascent is still exactly the same, so the only thing that's really needed to be changed about that match was the fact that the turret could shoot through walls, which that was a little bit broken, but Riot got on that one quite quickly. I do like the fact that people are still able to find, like, quite cool bugs. There was a guy the other day who I think it's on the ramp up to the A site, managed to throw his hot hand straight through the floor. And then it was just sat there just like, oh, well, I'm not healing myself anymore, am I?
The thing is, which I find so interesting in the conversation I had with Blazor before the tournament, he said their favorite map is Bind. And if you certainly start, I mean, either it has been banned. Obviously, that could be a valid option. It might have been banned, obviously. But you know, when you so far feel so confident in everything, I think Bind shouldn't be too hard to play then. And so it either has been banned or not picked purposefully. We're gonna find out in the process. Sorry, but not Bind. Excuse me. I'm sorry. No, not picked as the first one. That's the way to put it. Pardon. That's the way I meant it, because it was left in the pool. It was left in the pool right there.
Yeah,
and
they
you know,
just
it
didn't
was
pick
still
it.
exactly. They rather picked split.
Yeah, it could just be that maybe they spotted some weaknesses, or I feel like a lot of the time, like, people will give their more, I guess, personal opinion when you ask them a question. So it's like, oh yeah, I really like playing Bind. It's like, and then the team are like, well, we win our split game, so let's go for split.
Yeah.
So I think that also you have to look at your opponents. CONSTIPEEK, I think that map specifically is more about like team synergy and making sure that you have a very stellar defensive side. So playing against a pug team might not necessarily work out too well for you. But are we finally going to see a Sky?
Oh. Yeah, Drowsy,
it's not picked. It's highlighted, so I'm gonna wait and see. But yeah, I haven't got to see much of Sky at all. Especially, as said, like in Europe, it is a minimal pick. Like not many teams are going for Sky whatsoever, and I believe that so far I don't think Blazor has picked it much at all in this tournament. In fact, normally goes for a breach. Yeah. He's just teasing us. He's teasing us. I was thinking, I've written down in my notes that he plays breach on Ascent. So if he'd just gone for a Sky pick, I would have been impressed.
It would be a cool move, though, to do. It would have been a very, very cool move. Either way, it is about to go down between nobody else and Dreamwalker and CONSTIPEEK. It is the second semi-final over here that we are watching right now at the LVL Valorant Clash Regional, powered by DreamHack and Logitech Edition and obviously Logitech G. And the second semi-final is between a team that, you know, was the only one so far that dropped the map throughout the entire course of this tournament, against a team that overall, and that's the funny part, has dropped 5 rounds on 2 maps.
Yeah, they were very dominant. As said, like, it's kind of hard to tell whether or not that is just the level of the opponent. I'm hoping, for our sake, that this is going to be a closer game. But Dreamwalker did also drop a map, as you said, so they've definitely had some slip-ups here and there. It's very difficult to tell, like, the caliber of the teams facing off against each other. But either way, we are going to get into things here, and I'm liking the look of Drowns. Maybe not. Maybe not, he's dead.
Ouch.
Nicholas has just domed him straight away.
The Skeleton and Coat are immediately right here to defend McConsty Waits, the man we obviously highlighted in the past. There's now Young One and Cole. Might have a bit of a problem here over on the A side. Surely that spike could go down. Smile could bring it on the floor any second soon. But how will they deny that retake? Because it won't be that easy. From heaven they come, and that wall won't then hold them up for long.
Oh, okay. Nice attempt from Smile, but yeah, being completely surrounded, it never really gave much of an opportunity for him to bring that one back. And it is going to be the start that Dreamwalker were looking for. Now, McConsty was someone that we witnessed on this map go absolutely ham yesterday. He was just destroying anybody that came into his path. I think he ended with close to 20 kills in one half on this defensive side, and he was the main threat. Like, it seemed like when they were playing up against him, they struggled, and they played against the rest of the team, and it really wasn't too tough. Now, if he can have that same performance, and we get some of the other players performing as well, we could see quite a dominant showing here from Dreamwalker, but we'll have to wait and see. Early days, we're going to get a reinvestment now from the defensive side more so, but if you look at the attackers, they might have a pistol or two, try and bring in something at least to this round.
Wonderful darts that we just saw come out. It's also silent. First of all, now the Soba dart of Dreamwalker gave them the awareness that the main is clear, leaving Killjoy as the only agent over on that position. But obviously Gozu might dare to take any of those fights. Ain't happening for now. A site seems to be their main goal for now.
Yeah, I think this is just a brute force strategy. Try and do as much damage as possible, but the fact is, it was a bit of a bait and switch. Kelton taking the initial fight away. Now, well, it's going to be 2 remaining. Unbreakable and Drownsy. And it's looking like it's going to be a flawless round. Unless Drownsy can do something pretty damn impressive, I think this might be done.
30 seconds left.
There shouldn't be too much to do. Very honestly, though. It was a lineup for a headshot. They pretty much gifted Drownsy, but ain't happening. And therefore, it is the classic 2-0. The pistol won, the momentum gained. Smile and Co. finally get themselves a proper buy. The Phantoms, as well as the Vandal, coming in. And as we saw, at least previously, a very high interest in taking mid-control when possible. It's going to be the same setup from Killjoy, I think. If
Where is Young One right now?
Of course.
What is he doing? Because Young One's just... Oh, is he lining up at smoke? Like, he's just sat right at the back, boosted up on a box all the way in the spawn. Okay, he's got a nice little angle over the top. Okay. I like it. I dig it. I was just wondering why he used his shadow step at the very early stages, but evidently he's got a plan just to make sure that they're ready for everything. And he's someone I really always want to be like taking a little look at, focus on, because I feel like he was absolutely nuts yesterday. But there isn't going to be any aggression here, or not much of it at least. And the reason that he's gone for that angle in this sort of round is because they still have weaker SMGs. So a lot of the time you are going to see more aggressive third round pushes from the side of Dreamwalker because they don't have the rifles to battle versus.
It's now the drone and the owl and its eyes are guarding the way. That counter drone was ideal to actually stop Unbreakable a slight bit. But patience is once more on their side. But for how long? Obviously not for long as McConsty waits. And you talked about close range angles you have to pick with the submachine guns. Perfect example coming in and they make it work. CONSTIPEEK in a 4v2. And 15 seconds left for that spike to hit the ground.
Yeah, this is a round you really don't want to be losing.
10 seconds left.
If you're on that attacking side, you bought in with the rifles, your opponents are going to have to pick them up along the way. But Happen, he's giving this a damn good try. 2 kills already to his name, but he can't quite nail the third. Kelton will at least close the round. And more importantly, as said, this is now a huge boost to the economy of Dreamwalker. They get to retrieve a couple of rifles.
Absolutely.
As you mentioned, the SMGs that they were using were definitely not ideal. And for the defensive, or sorry, for the attacking side, they're now left with what will likely be a pistol or 2 just for this round.
Turret out.
So it is classic 3-0. The positioning was really key in this as it allowed them to play up to the strength of what they just had weaponry-wise. And at the same time, they built a decent economy. They got now the real rifles in hand. It couldn't be any better. You couldn't ask for much more than just that. Ouch.
Counter utility
so
expended. Trying to deny any sort of early rush, and in fact will force the attackers to go back towards the spawn. Dreamwalker at the moment, they're going for a few early stacks just to try and deny any of these pistol plays. I feel like a lot of teams actually use A as a focal point for those pistol rounds, mainly because it's a little bit more open. Like, you can smoke off the cross quite easily and then get up in the face of your opponent, whereas there are some pretty hefty choke points to try and get past when you enter into this B site. They're also having to try and figure out where the Killjoy is, because McConsty likes to continuously switch up his positions. Now, he's already expended a couple of his nano storms and not exactly gone well. However, He is going to start just mowing them down. 3 kills coming in from McConsty.
One enemy
However, they
remaining.
do still get a plant. No, never mind. They didn't check
No.
the back. And unfortunately, that means they get nothing.
Wonderful 4-0 coming out of Dreamwalker. McConsty again just showing his pure raw strength, and that obviously is aiming. Playing an agent like this, playing a Killjoy, that makes it even more interesting, because obviously you right now have not that weight on your shoulders as, for example, a Jet does. You know, you don't have that weight on your shoulders that everybody is just waiting for you to do such moves. And with, you know, McConsty's pure skill and also his abilities, the way he uses it, a great addition to his team. And as this is a great addition, let's see if that great addition and his crew bring the 5th on the board for Dreamwalker.
Yeah, this has been a very strong start, and we haven't had to see CONSTIPEEK in a position where they're losing. Like, every game that we've witnessed from them so far, they've been utterly dominant, so they make these very confident, aggressive plays. It's a very different situation, especially for a young team where you are down. Like, how do you come back from that? What are the choices you make to try and bring yourself back into a round? Is it still based on individual brilliance? Do you have some set executes you can throw in? The difference being, though, it just seems like McConsty has them dead to rights. Every single time his utility is in the right place. Every single time he is ready for this push to come in. And already there's so much counter utility to try and deny them. He started things off with a pick zest, and now again a 4v5.
And that 4v5 Tom right here is once more the situation where CONSTIPEEK continuously just are being basically humiliated. They make short work of CONSTIPEEK. The man who, the team who had an easy path in the quarterfinals are not having such an easy one right here. It's still a smile remaining, but also that katana is slicing him off right there. Blazer with the 5th, and that could be another ultimate. Nope, just 2 more points missing though for Gozu. And that's obviously the ideal. When you have once more your Sova on it, you can make some quite easy work there.
Yeah, at the moment, it seems like Dreamwalker have the perfect read. Every single round where we see a push coming in, it has been the Killjoy in the right place at the right time. They've had maybe even a 2 or 3 man stack ready and waiting, and they've done so well at delaying. Like, the fault line that came out from Blazer there just made sure that they really couldn't do anything. Then they had the alarm bot, which not only does damage over to Unbreakable, or not damage, but leaves him vulnerable. They're just placing everything, and look at it. What I said last round, they've now got a 3 man stack on the other side of the map, because it seems like every time CONSTIPEEK fail, they just go back to the other side again.
And as an attacker Killjoy is coming in, it has to be about time to finally make this work, but Blazer is holding them up. That's costing time. Dreamwalker can make work of it, and this is where suddenly the entire lockdown became worthless, because it bought them the time. They could rotate back. Nicholas just shoots before the smoke starts to pop. And this is just ideal. Unbreakable and Co are being absolutely turned and slaughtered into pieces.
Yeah, I think the word you're looking for is decimated. Like, they are getting obliterated every time they enter into a site. As said, the reads have been perfect, but I do have to admit, I'm pretty sure at this point, CONSTIPEEK have gone B, then A, then B, then A, then B, then A, or the other way around. It just seems like they just go to the other site the other time. So all that's happening is each round, McConsty just goes, okay, I'm now going to go in the other direction. This time, though, he's played the double bluff, and he's actually stuck his utility on B, but they do still have a 3 man stack ready and waiting. And this is what I mean about delay. You've got the paranoia,
yeah, I know.
you also have the fault line, and it only really comes down to Unbreakable. He's actually managed to do quite a lot of work, considering all that counter utility and 2 teammates being lost. He's been able to find a couple of kills with the Blade Storm. Now, he is the man holding the spike. So him watching the flank sort of makes me think they're going to slow things down, but are they really going for the full-on bait, or is he just making a bit of a misplay here? Because for a moment, I thought he was going to do the classic, like, I go B, you go A strat, which is awful. But it turns out he's just a little bit late to the party.
And he is a little bit late to the party. As now Unbreakable puts that spike down, and the pressure is on. Dreamwalker, better weapons, that's for sure. At the end of the day, isn't going to make a difference because Happen is on it, McConesty falls, and seemingly those blades, we know they can do the job. They still need to find a way to deny Jet of finding much more than that. So, making the move, when is it going to happen? Probably ASAP because there's a dart. You have to move, friend, and no chance at all. CONSTIPEEK finally with the first. And this is where you are absolutely right for me, Tom. The laying is on point. At the same time, they're continuously facing into nobody else than Unbreakable. I understand for Nicholas, he was trapped. At one point, he was trapped towards the left-hand side. I'm not quite sure if he could have dashed away. Might have been maybe the better move after he got the double. But still, they continuously got into that Unbreakable crosshair. And obviously, at one point, it's free frags.
Yeah, he manages to make it work. The thing is, this is the same as what we saw in the last map in the previous series, where it's kind of one of those things where you've managed to make a thrifty round work. Okay, sure, that's great. Fantastic. Well done. Are you actually going to transfer this into a proper buy-round victory? Because that was one of the main problems that we saw, again, in the last series, is that eXiLe never really got anything going. They would win a round, you go, okay, they probably shouldn't have won that. And then they lose the next one anyway, so it ends up being somewhat pointless. Another dynamic that's actually being switched up as well is that Nicholas is investing into the operator. Now, because they won 6 rounds in a row, his money's booming. So he can afford to do this with little to no risk, because even going into the next round, they will be able to buy again. So he could give this a go. If it doesn't work, okay, sure, he goes straight back to the rifle again. And by the looks of it, he's going to go straight for a peek into short, meaning he'll have quite a lot of information for the team. Even if he spots absolutely no one, they will know roughly where their opponents are going to be going.
After a quick technical failure has happened on one of the players on the side of CONSTIPEEK, if I understood correctly. I think also Unbreakable said it's now David P playing. So let's see if that's the case. Doubt it. In the meantime, that 6-1 is a beautiful, beautiful start. We see just all the strengths from Dreamwalker that, you know, were quite alright on their second map, which we saw in the quarterfinals against eXiLe Academy on Ascent. That was the same map, just putting that one out. They can come back to that. They really go back to it. And that's really wonderful. At the same time, Dreamwalker was just brilliant on the aggressor side as well. That could play a role. In the meantime, Nicholas is down.
It's a quick trade out, though, from Young One, as he will get one back in return. Unbreakable. He falls, and again, we're into the same sort of position where, although they've managed to make it work with the Thrifty, they've still got a lot more to do. The Aftershock will hold them back and allow for the rotation to come in, and even the boost has been spotted of Smile. They are just combining together as a team, but Drownsy now tries to bring things back. A 1v4 situation turned to 2. Now, they don't really need to peek in. The spike's dropped. He needs to be the one to try and retrieve it. He actually has a full belt of utility, and he gets the 3rd kill, but Blazer will match him. It's 7-1. The scoreline's still firmly in the favor of Dreamwalker, and although the attackers will still have enough to purchase into this round, the fact is they are running out of rounds. They do not want to be looking at an 8-4, 9-3, whatever you like, scoreline. They need to start getting some rounds now.
Absolutely right. This is not like we're that early in the game where it's that beneficial. We are talking about a 7-1, absolutely. And CONSTIPEEK themselves, I mean, pretty much on the breadline is sure, you know, losing bonus is great and nice, but sooner or later they might deplete. You know, their energy levels might be fully depleted, and you would hate to see that as, oh, this is clear info. This is gonna be a good bunch of players. Gozu is waiting. And here's the denial. Smile gets Gozu, as talked about. Now McConesty falling as well. That B-side is now under control.
Yeah, good entries this time. I'm surprised, actually, that there didn't really seem to be too much from this defensive side. Normally so strong with their crossfires and holding back any sort of push. Nicholas has come in on a rotation. Kelton needs to check close, and he does. Surely
No
not.
way.
A 2v5, now a 2v3.
No.
Bladestorm
Player
popped,
standing.
gonna go for the peak, but doesn't get anything, and now it's left all onto Kelton, and it's not quite possible. If those knives connected, though, there's a real world where Dreamwalker actually somehow win that.
And as it is 20 seconds left until we get into the next round, this is the perfect timing to go for something that you should consider. The level giveaway. It's the Logitech level giveaway. You can win some Logitech G Gear with exclamation mark giveaway in the chat. And that gives you the opportunity to win some sick Logitech stuff, as well as heading to the Level Global social channels, as you can also win some sick stuff over there. All I have to say for the beginning, all I have to say for the freeze time. Round number 10 it is.
A slower start this time. Smoke giving a bit of a one-way, although they can actually sit within it. Young one actually going to TP himself into the corner. I think he spotted Nicholas back down there. However, gets to a point where, is this worth the risk? The orb going to be taken, and he's happy to just sit in this position, especially with his teammate actually finding a kill. There was a wraparound attempted. The Sage has failed miserably. Smile not going to get anything done. They need this trade, and they're not going to get it. Nicholas trading 1-for-1 there is absolutely fine, especially with Blazer just continuing to decimate anyone that walks into his path. He sort of teased us earlier with Sky, but the fact is he's been superb playing on Breach. We're looking at the same again, though, Zesht. It's looking like they got one round, and now they're about to lose one straight back.
The thing is, which I find most interesting right here, is that if Killjoy doesn't use her ult, the Omen ult is going to be very interesting. But for now, Blazer is the one who takes down another Unbreakable Falls. Kelton joins it. This is something the viewers right now should really pay attention to. Kelton as well as Drowsy will have a very interesting belay. I could imagine once we see the lockdown being pulled, due to the fact that, as we saw yesterday, I think in one Ascent game, I think it was also Dreamwalker actually doing the move, then obviously Kelton did it, where he used his ult to obviously dodge the lockdown and stay in the same position.
Yeah, it's a pretty decent way to get out of it. It only works, though, if they ult him. If they go to the other direction, then his ultimate becomes basically just a quick rotation. And the B-site lockdown, in my eyes, is far more effective. Like, you can close off much more of the site. You basically force people all the way out and give yourself a pretty open take. Now, there is some counter utility currently available.
You should run.
There you go.
Kelton, well, I mentioned the TP. It doesn't really help him. There goes the lockdown. The remaining players on this defensive side pretty much have to leave. I think they're just going to try and play on the very edge, but this is where the push actually begins. However, I feel like they've been a little bit slow, so they'll eventually get onto the site, but now the defensive side can actually start battling back in before they've actually got the spike across. The spike still has to go. Luckily, Happen is going to get away with it, but this is not clean. And Consti's actually going to manage to peek over the top.
There you go.
Here also comes the Rolling Thunder. This has gone awfully for the attacking side. They're going to need a hero, and Happen is completely stunned. Young one at least coming in from behind, but he needs to kill everybody before they get into the site. The attempt of the lockdown, not a bad idea. As said, I think a B-site lockdown's very, very good. But they were just too slow to move off of it.
And not only that, Tom, what was something of the most concerning aspect here for me is what McConsty did. Because the time they have fought, at one point it became clear, and he had the right kind of sound cue to activate both of his nano swarms over on the path direct to the B site. This is why I think it was Sage as well as Jet being both somewhere around half HP or even low in the red area. Great stuff from him. That obviously gave them a big advantage. And considering what you just said, it was too slow. They could have conquered the side that way, but I'm asking myself, really, what did they wait for?
Well, I think you know that the players have to leave, so either you have to watch them and kill them as they leave, or you have to wait for them to leave and then go instantly. But the spike didn't move until after the lockdown had ended. It was a peculiar one. Now, they could have lost the round there and then, but the fact is the counter utility that was used by Dreamwalker was just superb, so seems like maybe CONSTIPEEK yesterday were just up against a weaker opponent, because Dreamwalker, they really are walking all over them at this point. But Consti, again, right place, right time. This man always seems to be in the perfect position to do damage.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he's going to try and go for the
way.
lockdown on top of the lamp. There's a position you can get it up there, but it's not actually worked out too well for him. And the trades going back and forth actually give the attackers a pretty good position here. Drownsy can hold on. There's no real way to clear them, especially with the utility now dissipated. And Gosu may be a bit of a mistake, but it doesn't matter because Nicholas has still managed to find his way back in. He's going to try and bait them into the defusal, and he's just holding on the edge. A chance for both, and Nicholas will kill them all. He knows that he's won the round. He's going to try and just celebrate a little bit. Go back for the spike a bit later on because that was a superb play from him.
Nicholas is just so beautiful on this jet. Really, every single note he hits in this symphony. And it seems like it couldn't be more smooth as this jet plays and flies through the air like a bird. Nicholas, in this case, obviously not flying anywhere except first class to victory. 10-2 is more than ideal for the upcoming half.
Turret out.
Yeah, they're in prime position. I think that, again, we're in the same spot as the last series where the pistol either gives a lifeline to CONSTIPEEK or it ends the game. And it's a shame because we've not really seen the stars that we wanted to. Like, we know that Young One was someone who performed fantastically yesterday. Unbreakable happened as well, had some pretty decent clutches throughout. So it's unfortunate they just haven't shown up in this map so far. And on the other side of things, Dreamwalker, again, they just seem to love this map. Nicholas, we didn't really get to see him have like this sort of performance yesterday. He has been lights out. He's been superb.
Absolutely he has been. And this 10-2, it's just enjoyable and well-deserved. Same thing we saw yesterday against eXiLe Academy, just as you said, different players, different stats. But other than that, it is Dreamwalker and co who are making their move towards the beast. The drone is clearing mid, spotted the first. But it seems like the gate towards B main is the ones they will definitely rip apart.
There are a couple of players ready and waiting, and Drownsy's already going to kick things off. Young One as well to support him, so a fantastic start to this. A bit of a whiff coming through, and actually Drownsy in a little bit of trouble, but luckily Happen strikes at the right time, and Drownsy is there to close. 10-3. At least that lifeline has been garnered, and you can't really expect to see too much invested into this round from the side of Dreamwalker, as they can't really afford to put anything more than a pistol or two.
Insane damage they though dealt nevertheless, I have to say. Which was very fascinating. We see right there on the top line, it was both Omen as well as Killjoy. It was both McConsty as well as Kelton losing a lot of points of health. And, you know, that is an aspect where you say close enough, still didn't work. 10-3, and, you know, there has to be a long path from CONSTIPEEK to come back into this. We saw Nicholas individually make it work with everything, and therefore, I wouldn't be surprised if we see him shine right here with the jet.
Kelton trying to be a little bit cheeky around the edge of the wall, but not too much damage dealt just yet. Although he does take a tag, and bear in mind he hasn't got the finances to invest into any armor, so he's going to be left low. Fortunately for him, the Sage on the other side isn't going to help him out anytime soon. They are going to have the dart over the top, and it's in a position where it's actually quite awkward to try and shoot it out. Nicholas, again, he's going to get that opener for his team. There is a bit of Killjoy on Killjoy action, but they're making this work, Sesh. These pistol rounds seem to be so dangerous, but Happen, he's managed to sneak his way through. He does a lot of damage onto the second player, and with armor on his side, this should all be over. He saves his team in a round that looked like it was about to slip away, but again, for Dreamwalker, this is a success. They get the extra money back that they spent by getting the plant down, and then they also have the amount of damage that they've just done to the economy of their opponent. So sure, they'll be up against more rifles here, but if they win this round again, they pretty much win the game.
They pretty much do. And that's the very scary part, how lethal those good teams can be with just those sidearms. I mean, we saw it a little earlier, right, from Mixery. We saw what they are capable of doing with those. And now, you know, it's still a little bit of a longer run for Dreamwalker. It's still 3 rounds, but I see them getting this anytime soon. And as they're getting anytime soon to the A site, they rather stay, you know, not 100%. They don't stick to one plan yet.
Cover going out.
CONSTIPEEK, as said, their buy is definitely going to be weaker here, but they need to somehow make this one work. They should realistically be closer to their ults, but at the same time, we did see the spike go down multiple times, and also some extra kills coming up for the offense, so it really depends who actually got the majority of those kills. From early information, both teams somewhat left in the dark. I don't think the Sovas have really been able to find out too much just yet. And while
The time is ticking.
looks like, yeah, they're slowly gathering up into mid. The problem is there's always an alarm bot in mid. This seems to be the most common place for Killjoys to actually place their alarm bot. So realistically, they should be ready for this to be here
30 seconds
somewhere.
left.
However, they might actually switch their positioning. Blazer has started to make a move in towards this short side. He's going to force them back with the aftershock. However, he has managed to tag some along the way. The spam coming through, and then the paranoia used straight onto Smile.
Yeah.
He should be completely isolated here. Fantastic paranoia used, and they'll get the spike
10
down with
seconds
seconds
left.
to spare.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And Unbreakable's taking down Kelton. That is making it also tied up, but Blazer still blind, but just not blind enough. The paranoia doesn't do enough. Nicholas obviously helps and assists as much as possible. Sees Omen pass away, or more likely move away to be correct. And so Drowsy has to make it work in close range now. Has to make a move. Blazer has having none of that. And still as Young One fights together with Unbreakable, that spike is ticking. It's getting faster and faster, louder and louder. And that victory scream of Dreamwalker, it must be also very loud, as it's their 11th.
Yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed that considering the time constraints, that seemed too easy for Dreamwalker. Like, it was a single flash and an aftershock, which was enough to deny those two players basically doing any damage. And it just meant that if you're Smile in this situation, sure, he's bottom of the board right now. There was nothing he could do there, because his two teammates over towards the tree did absolutely nothing. And because of that, he's just got the whole squad barreling down, a paranoia in his face, and you just got to be sat there going, well, surely you should have at least stopped one of them. Like, it just isn't enough.
Yeah, you know, you're somewhat right, Tom. I mean, much to the consternation of CONSTIPEEK to make that wordplay play. It's somewhat worrying of what doesn't work in their team play, when I would have said yesterday that they looked by the book, but you obviously mentioned it. In the quarterfinals, it might be them having a bit of a lucky ticket of having the easier opponents. Now we're talking about someone who's just individually so strong like Nicholas, and the rest of the crew also logically chiming in. It is once more the A side, it is them once more taking the ground, and it's a spike on the way to secure the 12th.
Yeah, Nicholas seems to be so good at making space for his team that in this case he has gone down. Consti also trying to hold on to the cross, and it really hasn't gone well. He's the last man standing, and well, he'll be the last man to fall at that. It's going to be 11-5, a much better round, in fact. Barely losing a player, and the re-aggression coming out from Unbreakable was actually quite good in this round. He manages to deny both the player on short and also the man pushing into the site, so fairly quick rotations coming out from him. Still a very, very long way to go, but looking at the finances of Dreamwalker, this is not going to be a fantastic buy. Like, if they do go for it here, likelihood is they'll have a few pieces missing, maybe some utility, maybe some armor. And in fact, after further inspection, it seems like they're just going to go for maybe a few weaker purchases, some pistols, so that they can actually buy into the next round. Of course, it is worth mentioning that they did manage to win a round just like this not too long ago, so you have to be a little bit careful. Oh, breakable. That's uncomfortable. That dash did not help him at all. And Young One is there to pick up the pieces. Shock dart will go through. It's Paranoia not actually doing too much, but luckily he's just connecting all the shots anyway.
Hate to see it. Same time,
Bomb grenade out.
Razzie is getting Nicholas. Key piece falling down. Dreamwalker only alive with 2. And obviously, I mean, this round didn't have the right kind of ideal start. Say it like that. They still could get the spike down. That would be nice money, to put it that way. And nice money, you always take that.
Yeah, I think Blazer's probably just a little bit confused as to how he even got into this position in the first place, because he's just walked onto the site. There was nothing to stop him. It didn't seem like the turret did anything either. Like, just a comfortable stroll. And he's got an after plant position, and look at where his teammate is. Now, this is what Blazer's plan is. Just deny it as long as possible, but he walks into the scan dart, and that might not be enough. There's a small chance that maybe Gosu can at least get a kill, and actually, I don't think they have seen him, but he doesn't get it done anyway. Young One is not going to miss those shorter shots, and it will be 11-6. A slow climb back from CONSTIPEEK, at least making the scoreline respectable. But again, this is where the purchase will come in now for the attacking side. So they're going to have 4 rifles. They can have themselves pretty much anything they desire, bar maybe an operator, which of course is a ludicrous price, so not quite going to be up there for them.
You know what I would really like to hear from you, Tom? And I'm keeping this one short. I wish you would do a lore for every single agent, because there are so many nice people, you know, there are so many nice and creative people who would do an amazing story, and I would really like to hear what you would write down in 2 sentences.
Wait, do you want me to create like a backstory for these agents?
For every single agent. Once you have the time, yes.
Yeah, I feel like Riot would never hire me if I did that, so I'm gonna go ahead and not do that.
I'd just love to hear it.
My Phoenix one probably wouldn't be the friendliest.
I don't want to hear it. I definitely don't want to hear it, Tom.
Cover going out.
Well, again, as said, we've got a purchase coming in for Dreamwalker. Bomb grenade actually landing in a pretty awkward position. I think they're probably a bit confused as to how they've managed to gain this much space. They've walked all the way into the B site again, and they've got, but how have they got both sites? Like, that doesn't make any sense. They're playing Spawn? Is that what's going on at the moment from CONSTIPEEK? They're holding so far back, but now I wonder if they're even confused as to where they're having to retake, because they're looking to go and actually get the res. They bring back Young One, but they're running out of time. They need to get a move on him, but Consti was also lurking. So now they've lost the Sage instead. In the meantime, the remainder of the players haven't moved because they're still waiting for their teammates to arrive. So instead, it's just a 12th. It's guaranteed. They just don't have the time to do anything anymore. Nicholas with some crispy shots as well to end it. And yeah, CONSTIPEEK, what happened there? That was such a messy round.
Absolutely saddening how it turned around, because I understand the move that Smile went for the revive. At the same time, with that frag, McConsty bought them time. And not only that, he tied down another player to stay in spawn and to stay very cautious. And that brings them to 12th. Extremely well played. And you are right. How could they get on the B side that easily?
Well, Young One with a good start, at least. He's starting to come back into his own a little bit here. Few early peaks that he's been able to get away with. And I could see, yeah, as you said, I can see why they went for the res. What I don't understand is why they had both sites with no one on it. I can understand having rotations and giving up one, but both sides, that doesn't make any sense. McConsty already going to be getting the opener. Now, I don't think that's actually hit. No, it's missed. Drownsy is not stunned whatsoever, so he's going to be able to sit in the back lines and do so much damage. It allows for the rotation of Young One as well, and this 1-2 punch is enough for them to win the round. I definitely think that's a bit of a slip-up. Like, that's the thing. When you have that ultimate, the Rolling Thunder, going into the back of the boathouse, you need to make sure that you cover the whole area. Otherwise, well, that happens. You could just sit in the back lines and it would do nothing.
What I found so interesting about it was how deep actually once more Kelton could move from exiting B main to the lever, you know, to basically move towards T spawn. CT spawn, pardon. And that was very confusing that it even got that far, that it worked that way. But yeah, 12-7. It's just 5 rounds, hypothetically. This is not so unrealistic. You just need a lot of endurance right now. You really need to pull through it 5 in a row, and there's 0 room for errors.
Here.
Again, back-to-back rounds. Within seconds, it's going to be the opener coming in. But, again, they've lost the sight. And that means that Nicholas is going to be able to bring this at least into a closer situation. Still, though, this ends up in a pretty awkward spot. Now, there is a Hunter's Fury available, but the fact is I don't know how he's going to get into a position to actually use it, especially now that we've seen the Killjoy actually throw out the lockdown, trying to hold him into the back of the site, hold the team in positions where they're kind of screwed, and they're actually all bar one going to get stunned here anyway. So this looks done. Like, what do you even do here? In fact, he gets stunned as well. Nicholas doesn't get away with it. So the whole team was unable to move. That's probably one of the most effective lockdowns I think I've ever seen. Normally it gets maximum of like 1 player.
What was their plan, though? I mean, take a look at it. He's still in the drone. At 5 seconds, he's still in the drone. I mean that's a little odd, isn't it?
Maybe he's just going to try and hold them back with the drone. Fight with the drone. Like, try and get their hair stuck in the blades. That's what happened to me.
Long before drones existed.
No, I was just running around holding a lawnmower and it all went wrong.
You should run.
Ah, Tom, come on. That explains why you absolutely have no empathy from time to time. But either way, some parts of the brains aren't destroyed with you. I'm very happy about that. In the meantime, it seems like Smile absolutely destroyed every part of the brain of Smile. Nicholas says, good night, sweet prince. And another one goes down.
Yeah, they do manage to at least get a trade, but still, this could be the end. They also have the Hunter's Fury, and that's what I'm interested to look in. Like, see whether or not he can use that in the Arca Plant situation. Already, though, a perfect Nano Swarm will force out Kelton. So they've brought this into an advantageous position. Happen takes his second of the round, and now it's left with Gosu basically trying to hold on. Now, as said, they've got the utility to try and deny this. They're pinging where the spike will be. McConsty is already going to spray down too. And now they need to get someone onto the spike. Here comes the Hunter's Fury, and he has to get off of it. But McConsty, in the meantime, has pretty much killed everyone. That is GG. Game over. And it was a long time coming. Dreamwalker definitely been the better squad in this map, at least. But it did take them a while.
It did, because we ended with 10-2, and that was the weird part, right? We were considering it can't take that long. It still was just a good bunch of rounds, considering that we ended up on 8 from CONSTIPEEK right there. So it's a little odd. It's a little odd how long this right now took. In the meantime, you could discuss, was it a bit sloppy? Was it a bit just, you know, them not being focused or just disliking the aggressive sides? One of those it should most likely be. At the same time, CONSTIPEEK at least came back alive from a really abysmal, horrible kind of first half. They directly at least got back into the defending side, and, you know, they still jumped back onto the train. But what we're going to see right now is going to see a few replays, and well, this replay is definitely not going to be a frag movie, at least of one team.
Yeah, especially not for the first half, at least. Like, this was very, very dominant. McConsty, again, masterclass as a defender. I think that, honestly, in terms of a Killjoy's impact, when it comes to a match, he is right up there with some of the best I've seen. Like, sure, it's against different opponents necessarily in comparison to, for example, First Strike. Like, I don't know if he'd be as good if he was playing against Heretics, for example. But at the same time, it is impressive. Like, whenever it seemed that they would go pushing into the site that he played on, there was absolutely nothing they could do. The aggression that they were pulling off as well was hugely impressive. I think it was most of the time we were looking at Nicholas, who was just able to pretty much push anything, take any peak, and he would win the battle. And overall, they were just the better team performance from them on Ascent. And it's unfortunate because I do think when it got into the second half, we did see some of the guys at CONSTIPEEK start to come online. Young one again, showing that he can definitely strut his stuff on that Omen, but it just wasn't enough. They didn't get enough rounds in that first half to really warrant a battle in the second.
You should run.
You know, I'm very much appreciating Nicholas' performance so far, considering especially that he has a low sample size, for example, on VLR, but still rocks 250 ACS average is first of all impressive. That's making it very, very solid for me. And, you know, on the other hand, just a personal preference. He studies economics psychology, also great thing, but that's not game relevant. I know that is not game relevant. So actually, talking about is relevant. I do care. I do care. What is relevant? We're gonna see Split next, Tom. We're gonna see Split.
He also likes ponies and likes to drink orange juice in the morning. Like,
I do drink orange juice in the morning, but I don't like ponies, to be honest. I don't like horses overall.
Wait, you hate ponies? Wow. Awful. Awful person.
You should ask. You should work for the sun.
You?
But
I was told that you love horsepower.
I love horsepower, but not horse.
That's a good. Come on. That is a good joke.
I give you that. I give you
joke,
that. I usually like.
At the same time.
I like 300 of them. So getting back to it. We're talking about Split.
You drive a Prius, don't you?
Yeah, I drive a BMW Prius AMG app.
That's the one.
That's the one. That's my favorite car from
you like the ones, the electric cars with no proper engine in them and that are deadly silent. That's you, right?
I actually like electric. I don't have a problem with electric cars. You know, it's just a different thing. Tom, I mean, let's get away from it. We have to say, what do we have to say? Dreamwalker were firing on all cylinders. As though they were P1, it seemed like they were not purple in all sectors for a long time, but they still got the checkered flag and ended up on the podium. But, you know, for the moment, it is still a question if on a different track and with different, you know, kind of turns, they'll still be able to get that purple time. It is going to be Split, and agent-wise, we should see slide, and we're really talking about slide changes now.
Yeah, I always want to see Raze. That's my go-to. Like, I think when you play this map especially, so many opportunities for the paint shells to be utilized, but also just movement in general to get out of certain positions. I'll also be interested to watch both Jet players, like if there is going to be that same level of aggression, if they're even going to bring the Jet in, and the same for Sage, because we know that in the early stages of Split, one of the main things that teams would do is basically just stick that wall down in mid, and then that's the battle that we would see. Like, our team's just going to break the wall, how they're actually going to be more opportunistic in these sort of positions. But realistically, the meta has changed quite a bit. Some teams even opting to bring in a Viper. Even, as said, like when it was over in NA, a couple of players actually turning on to Sky. So again, I'm interested to see what both teams are going to be going towards. Of course, this is actually the pick of Dreamwalker as well. So they've won their opponent's map choice and now go into a map where I think out of all of the like core maps, this was always the map that teams were most uncomfortable on. Like, I guess if you add Icebox in now, then you'd say it's Icebox. But if you go back to the original 4 or even the original 3, the one that was avoided the most always seemed to be Split. Like, there was a few teams like FPX or what they were before with the Party Parrots, the CIS team, were very, very good on Split. And I think a lot of that was because people wanted to avoid it. People didn't want to play it too much. So we'll see if they're actually going to be comfortable on this on CONSTIPEEK. And I think the main reason I'm worried for them is because a lot of the time we're talking about their individual skill, the way that they've been able to sort of push into angles, take these sort of battles. I think this map is probably the one where I say it's most focused on a lot of the rotations. Like, sure, you got Haven, 3 sites. You're going to go, wait, well, there's 3. So you have to be better at your rotations. But it's mainly because of the distance between the maps. So you have to try and either control ropes, so you have that fast rotation, or you have to be able to rotate all the way through the spawn, which again has multiple cutoff points, which I think it just takes so long and takes a big risk. So I'll be interested to see how both these teams are going to play and if CONSTIPEEK are going to have enough to actually get this one over the line.
One thing I really have to notice out real quick, which is very interesting to me when we talk about Dreamwalker, is that they still they swap players again, and that's the interesting part. They for example don't play with Buhu right now, which is interesting, and they obviously play instead with Kolitis Guzo. So something we didn't touch on so far. But it's always an interesting touch, I think, to see when they swap and they still make it work. Quickly, just for the numbers before we actually start. Nicholas, 337 ACS, McConsty, 308. And if I can quickly say what kind of dream I have, Musashi versus Nicholas in the final.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't sound bad. I think Musashi's definitely been more consistent so far, and actually for me, McConsty's probably been their best player. Like I would say on average, I've been most impressed with him playing on the Killjoy. Both actually going for Killjoy on this map is a little bit of a surprise, because initially we were looking at this as the most Cypher heavy map. Like it was like a go-to, you had to have a Cypher, but I do wonder if the slight changes that have been made with the widening of the B site might be one of the reasons that teams have actually opted to go for a Killjoy. Also, your favorite, we are actually going to have a Reyna thrown into the mix as well. Now, I believe that will be instead of a Raze, which, although I know that a lot of people don't like Reyna, I'm actually okay with, because a lot of the roles are going to be fairly similar. Like, you're going to be the aggressor, you're going to be peeking into angles, you need a fast way to get out of there. All of those sort of match up. Powerful ultimate to win you around potentially. So, again, I don't think that's too bad. Same with the Omen. I'm kind of expecting to see Omen still quite a lot on this map. Not many changes really necessary. I think Paranoia is so overpowered when it comes to this map in particular, because there's so many angles where you could just literally flash the whole site and there's not really much they can do about it.
The only thing that I want to say is that I find it weird that Gozo picks it due to the fact that on the one map we have only seen him so far. Please don't get me wrong. He only has 110 ADR and like 154 of an ACS. But at the same time, I'm not going to blame him for that. At the same time, it's also the first time he plays this agent competitively. We're going to find out. Let's put it that way. We're going to find out anyway. CONSTIPEEK right now on the defending side. The team that is now pretty much under pressure to find 2 consecutive maps to head into the finals of nothing else than LVL Valorant Clash Regional.
Oh, here goes the paint shell. That could be a hell of a lot of damage. Already it's going to deny the initial peak as well. Now, considering the fact that a lot of players will not necessarily invest that much into utility, there's already so much gone here. Like you witnessed the Breach flash as well. Interestingly, with the combination of Breach and Omen, there should be an awful lot of flashes. In fact, even adding the Reyna into the mix, you basically have as many flashes as you could ever need in any situation. As said, though, in pistol rounds, you don't really buy them too much.
You don't. And the Raze nade in this case has really dealt so much damage. Nicholas once more shines as we know him, but at least is eliminated. And it now happened on the side. Right click it is. Right click makes it work again against Blazer, but it is 2 points of health. The nades can't do the job, and Gozu comes around. It is the first one for Dreamwalker. Still, big props for Happen as he stays in the corner and finds 3 of them. But nothing else happened. And this is what I found so odd, because that nade that you mentioned, they're right coming into B main. You saw, I think there was Reyna, there was Gozu somewhere on 50 or 40. The other ones were also quite massively hit. A big surprise to me, but it didn't work.
Yeah, the fact that actually Dreamwalker had to almost completely change their plan on the fly with low HP players and already using some of their utility, and they win it that convincingly. That is a bit of a surprise. Nice fault line as well to start things off. Not really going to cause too many problems. Again, always going to be highlighting with Consti, but he seems to be so strong on the lurks on the attacking side, and then just as a solo site defender. And I would say in terms of, like, there's so many players you can highlight as stars within Valorant, like going from North America all the way to EU, all the way to Asia. Like, you can talk about the star players all day. I think having a strong Killjoy or Cypher is as valuable, if not more valuable, because of the rarity of them. Like, if you can have a player that can solo hold a site, like, I'm always going to make comparisons to Counter-Strike. If you can have a player, for example, that holds, like, Be On Train or something like that,
Yeah.
That player is so valuable to you because then you have so many opportunities to do other things across the map, and it facilitates your star players to actually perform better because they don't have to be like, oh, B site's dead again, let's rotate back. Like, you could just be like, okay, I've delayed them, I've stalled them, I've used my utility well. And that's what is impressing me most, is Consti clearly has good aim, there's no doubt about it, but his placement
100%.
of all his utility, the way he changes it up, the way he's able to rotate between the different sites, he's so good at delaying and causing problems for his opposition that then, as said, players like Nicholas can shine elsewhere on the map without it being a problem.
True. Extremely valid point. And one thing additionally, if he fails to perform on one day, his abilities still stay the same. He still knows how to use them. At least, you know, that's not, you know, coming down to that. But talking about it, McConsty. I think he dinked Omen and already got the first frag. It's just getting worse at this point, as it also gets worse for Dreamwalker. Unbreakable is making them break, and that's a spike close to ropes.
I wonder if that's the new angle that caught them there. Because that's been slightly changed. It's now a more layered angle that kind of favors the defensive side, because before it was just a wall. So basically you could spam through it more so, and also the peak is much more difficult. I don't think they expected a second player to be in there, but actually it doesn't seem to matter, and they're trying to bait the peak. This is well recovered. Like, that was a really awkward start for the side of Dreamwalker, but a fantastic paranoia thrown in, good team play to match into it as well, and they turned that quickly from what was, what, a 5-on-3 to a 3-on-1. That's impressive.
Spike planted.
Absolutely impressive. And CONSTIPEEK, you know, they had the spike pretty much brought to them, you know, delivery express, and it's gone. And not only it's gone, it's brought to the A site where it's ticking, and it's ticking loud, and it's ticking aggressive. It's gonna come down over there. That alarm bot is a clear sign. Trying to check for the first. Yep, Gozu is out, but still 22 points left of health, and that's a clear sign. Bring that thing home. Get yourself at least a rifle into the next round. Dreamwalker make the dream work. Third round granted. And this specifically on the aggressive side of a freshly changed split, where it's not clear how much it is now more still leaning towards the defender side. Yet again, it was clearly leaning towards the defender side's previous.
Yeah, I feel like the jury is obviously still out because we're yet to see it played at the very top level, but yeah, I don't think it's going to change massively. I think there'll be a few more opportunities on the attacking side, a few positions that people will have to adapt, but the ultimate, like, setup of the map hasn't really changed. Like, mid is still mid, B is still B, A is still A. Like, it's not adapted that much, and if anything, they've added in a few extra positions where the defenders can also utilize. So I think it works both ways. Nonetheless, as you said, to get up to a 3-0 start on the attacking side, that is a pretty good sign. Now we are going to have the Marshal for Unbreakable. He takes a tag as well as his opponent, so it's kind of an even trade. Of course, there is a Sage available for the defenders, so they can be slightly more risky, with a resurrection being possible at later stages of the map, and also the fact that they do have a heal that works on any player rather than, for example, just on the Reyna.
You should run.
And it's Unbreakable. At least gets him a time tag on one of them. Drowsy is blind and blind again. But we heard the showstopper didn't work in the past. Again, nothing brought to the table with it, and Gozu has to escape swiftly. Seemingly his teammate made a different choice, and Kelton is falling down. Very weird that they don't find that fragment when he seems so prepared for the positioning. In the meantime, CONSTIPEEK still a team that unfortunately lost such rounds, which looks so easy.
30 seconds left.
Yeah. That's what he needed.
Such a risky peek, and Gosu's just going to town. He's gonna get all three players. I understand that they had like SMGs, but I think Young One's the one to actually make the misplay there. Now, something we didn't note too much on is the fact that he's now gone to a Killjoy and Drownsy has switched to Omen. It was obviously normally the Omen being picked up by Young One. But he just runs there. I don't know if he expected them to have already rotated over to A, but he runs into their hands, and that's an easy kill. And also, Gosu then gets all of his health back the second he takes that fight. And there's no opportunity for a trade. His teammates are too far behind. So I don't know what the communication was there from CONSTIPEEK, but that was a mess. And unfortunately, that's going to be a 4-0 start now in a round where, again, they started off very, very strong.
I have to say right there, it was so mandatory for Gozu to take the fight. I think that's the only the reasonable thing why he stayed there. Is because he wanted his HP up and he wanted to keep the Empress going. Yeah, as you said, brilliant round. And as we are already 40 seconds in number 5, not too much has happened so far. Sage has been identified on Heaven. Jet is playing close to happen. The A side, I think they never directly attacked the A side so far, like over ramp.
It's been very quiet, but at the same time, with how successful they've been heading into B, I don't know why they would change anything. Again, Gosu already off to a flying start. Will be traded back, but he's just going to use his Leer to try and escape, but didn't know that Drownsy had made it into the corner. But again, it's just the bait and switch.
30 seconds
Full
left.
rotation comes in. Now, Nicholas knows that he needs to get a kill at least. But it didn't seem like he was ready for that. And his teammate went in the other direction. Again, it seems like, at least for me, CONSTIPEEK are not necessarily playing too well as a team at the moment. They're going to try and duo up the players wrapping around towards the outskirts of A, but it means that Drownsy has to hit some pretty nut shots, but instead he manages to split the crossfire, and now Young One's found another kill. It's left all onto Blazer, and that initial whiff is enough for him to fall. So CONSTIPEEK do get their first round on the board. I will say, again, I think both teams actually made a few mistakes in this round, a few slip-ups here and there, but it works out for CONSTIPEEK, so I guess they could be happy with that.
Placing sentry.
I have to say, that fight towards the defender spawn was a little odd because it seemed like they were not, unfortunately, having this kind of refrag potential because you saw Unbreakable fall, right? And pardon, you saw Nicholas fall back there in spawn, and I was a little confused that nobody was there to directly refrag him, even though the Omen was just standing around the corner. But I mean, it's not a big heartbreak. It's just not a big heartbreak. It's the way it is. They can still fight back. McConsty possibly trying to see what he can find early on, as though the wall is going to hold him up. That's going to be gone fairly soon.
Again, Young One still playing a fairly aggressive stance considering he's a killjoy. You have to remember that if he dies, all of his utility becomes completely useless. That's why I'm quite surprised that he's actually playing the killjoy. I don't think it makes sense because he is normally the one to take their early fights. So you don't want that with the Cypher or with Killjoy. Nonetheless, we are going to see a lot of ultimates being thrown into this round, and it's not gone great so far. However, this man is so good at bringing things back. Nicholas turns it into at least an even scenario now that his teammate gets the trade, but Young One in position once again, and Unbreakable alongside him. The defensive side finally starting to wake up, and they have got their second round on the board.
I mean, that's a round surely that they, can give away due to the fact that there was just economically not too much left. At the same time, yeah, they had the opportunity, and this is where especially the fight on the side just turned south at one point, unfortunately. But either way, it is what it is. You have to just accept it, especially you're on right now the attacking side. Usually, as always, this map considered to be more defense, and they make the defense look somewhat weak so far.
Oh, Drownsy. What's the man to now switch things up onto this Omen? It's a bit of a split scenario. It's weird. So we got two attackers on one side, two attackers on the other side, and then obviously the one attacker, which I have no idea how he's managed to get here. And I'm starting to question how on earth this has happened. There's a rotation coming in. Nicholas should have a free kill. He knows that the rotation's coming.
Look how patient
That
he
should
is.
give him the kill on Youngwon from behind. And now, well, the team is starting to question what direction to go in. There's been a from the shadows TPing in from Kelton. That will give some extra support. A push from Unbreakable, though, as they don't actually check towards the rope. So although they do get themselves the initial kill, it's actually starting to fall apart for Dreamwalker. They're being caught out. Youngwon's been brought back from the death. And in the meantime, they've gone pushing into B.
Left.
It's not going to be that easy, to be very honest. It's not going to be that swift of a retake, but either way, two-man advantage. Gozu finds the first with ease, and is the second one also his personal gift? Not for now. They still wait it out. They still have to wait a little longer. I just want to see him push. He could hypothetically make it, but I think it's actually... It is a nanoswarm not going down, which means that right now this lockdown can't be denied. Gozu tries, but whiffs. And as you see right here, Blazer has nothing to deny the defuse. Surely his aim, don't get me wrong, but it's the time that's ticking. It's half defused, gotta make a move, can't do any right now.
This ended up being what looked like an easy round for Dreamwalker that ends up slipping away from them. Like, Nicholas's position should have put the round to bed. But I think because they were so separated on either side of the map, there was a lot of hesitation. Like, they had a player in upper A, so they start rotating to A. Then he dies, so they start going towards B. And then they end up just basically losing their whole team. If either you have to all rotate to support Nicholas and then quickly go into the A site, or use him as a fake. Instead, they TP'd a player away from B to go to A, and it just super messy and disjointed. Youngwon again. Somehow he's making this, like, entry fragging Killjoy work. Nice start, though, however, for Gosu, who really seems to be thriving when it comes to this Reyna pick. However, he is going to be picked off by Youngwon, who's still going strong and looks for Kelton, but actually, it is that close-range spam that's going to work for him. 10 bullets still in the clip, but he is slightly isolated, and there comes the paranoia, but he's close enough that it doesn't affect him. He turns it into an advantageous position, and now Drownsy is the only one remaining, and there's the counter paranoia. However, there's no peek off of it. The aftershock will force him out of position, and then Blazer will close the round. It's a bit of a thrifty one. It doesn't come up because some of the players still had weaponry, but they still had pistols and stuff in the mix as well, so great work from Dreamwalker, but I feel like CONSTIPEEK are going to be kicking themselves.
Yeah, first of all that, and second of all, you know, they seemingly had the advantage over in Heaven, but they continuously peaked, and Gozu obviously with the Empress. Man, oh man, I mean, this guy, I criticized him for that decision. I criticized him very openly, and absolutely take it back. I absolutely take it back. 14 frags, 8 rounds played. Definitely more than impressive, and Unbreakable. Well, easy to break in that scenario. That is one player less already on the side of CONSTIPEEK.
Definitely not the start they were looking for, and no res available, at least for now. I have to wait and see whether or not be able to garner that. Again, a widespread offense. Does seem to be mid. They're going to try and take control. Dreamwalker seem to be a little bit hit and miss. Happen. Trying to shoulder peek. He's got to be careful, though. Actually, he might have slightly missed the timing. They're going to get towards the ropes without any real problem. In fact, actually, they're going to push towards him. So maybe getting the right call. Nice work again, though, from the fault line. However, it's actually going to be smart to find the peak, and the paint shells just thrown out to try and deny any further. Gosu once again. This man has been incredible, but he can't do anything more, and it's ending up quite messy. Again, they go for the same rotation. It seems to be that there are always two plans for Dreamwalker going on simultaneously, and it ends up being very confusing.
I fully agree. That is odd. That is so odd, because I genuinely, you know, you can try to obtain attention, right? That's one thing, but there should always be the obtaining of attention kind of related to just staying safe and not dying in the process. Well, it doesn't change anything because the A side plan has happened a few seconds ago, and now they need to deny any access. Kelton is doing that brilliantly. Drowsy is out, and as he just now waits for the players to drop, he informed his teammate, but he's on his own. That defuse might happen soon, and here is the swarm grenade denying, but he's taking the white way around. Can that white way make it work? Can he deny the fuse in the meantime? He can, sort of. He just needs to be fast. Is he fast enough? He is! Oh, Kelton, milliseconds make the change.
Yeah, I almost wonder if Smile stuck it if he would have just had the round, because he hesitates. He lets go to take the fight and loses
100%.
the fight, but I do wonder if he just stuck it. Like, obviously, I don't think he necessarily made the wrong play, but it would have been very, very close. We can actually watch it again. Again, thanks
It would have worked.
Zilv and Johnny.
Player standing.
Yeah.
I
have the feeling it would have worked.
Just like,
Yep.
And unless Kelton instantly headshots him as he runs around the corner, which he did do anyway, but yeah, I think he probably would have had it. But that's the power of hindsight.
It is very much the power of hindsight. And, you know, the power of watching excellent Valorant is brought to you, by the way, by eXiLe, as well as Johnny, who are taking care of the upstream. Excellent stuff so far.
Cover going out.
As we saw Smile die. Excellent portrayal. So it could be the 7th on the attacking side of this map. And this, Tom, is very highly unusual, I would say.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, okay. Let's go. Let's go. Bucky Power. Actually, I think he's dead. Oh, I thought for a second he might be able to get the right click, but no, it doesn't do anywhere near as much damage. But yeah, Dreamwalker, they're in such a good spot here. 7-3. Like, you might be thinking, okay, well, if it ends 7-5 on most maps, that's not too bad. When it comes to this map, you do not want to be seeing anywhere near this many rounds on the attacker side. Gosu has genuinely been phenomenal. Like, he is 17-7, by far the best player in the server. And when you look at the ultimates as well, sure, there is 3 coming up for the defensive side, but the attackers have 4, plus a potential Empress coming in just moments later if a single kill goes the way of Gosu. So this is a pretty scary time to be a CONSTIPEEK fan.
And as the nade goes deep, not too much is about to happen. The spike has been left in front of A, and I think this is one of the few times we see an early kind of competition. Unbreakable with his operator shot. You must hate to see it as a Jet. When you have the right weapon for such a duel, you need one single bullet to eliminate your opponent, and this happens. Now they mean business, and now they frag one after another. As though Kelton is falling down. Happen definitely didn't like that. At the same time, Nicholas is coming around with the rotation, and look at it. Left, right, and center, the players are coming in.
Here comes the party.
Oh,
No.
will it work this time?
Not again.
Happens got himself an ult. He's just going to spam it into the spawn. And Walt, Roundsy at least in a good place. Nice second shot as
30
well.
seconds
This is
left.
one of the messiest rounds of Valorant I think I've ever seen.
Absolutely.
Oh, battles going
Oh,
off
God.
all over the place. And wow, that seems to just work for the guys at CONSTIPEEK. They will thrive in the madness. Either way, Roundsy be caught out
gonna
for
be
a
wall
second.
banged.
It won't mean that Blazer is going to be able to get the plant down. And just bear in mind, if Gosu gets a single kill, the Empress is available. Oh, that might be a little bit easier said than done as the trade is thick and fast. Oh, they don't
No.
check the angle properly, but it won't matter. The paint shell's going to do enough. It will be a 4th round coming up for CONSTIPEEK. If they can get to 5, I would suppose that's at least something, but realistically, this still hasn't worked too much.
I am just a little bit in shock on what has happened. Do we have a disconnect going? No, for a second I was a little confused, but Smile is sticking for it. And that's the 4th round coming here for CONSTIPEEK. It's the 4th round, and you're so right. This got really out of hand.
Last round
Because it
in the
looked
half.
so much like they could finally, you know, put the screws over on that A side because they were coming back from spawn, over on the A side, obviously. They were coming from ramp, and at that point, in addition to that lockdown we saw come in here from nobody else than McConsty, I was like, yeah, this is done and dusted. But total opposite has happened.
I will be worried for them still. Gosu having himself an opportunity to bring in that Empress. Nice start from Unbreakable, though. As said, I wanted to see how the operator would come into play. Kelton has used his From the Shadows to get to the back of the site. However, this is not going well for them at all. It's a slaughter. Finally, CONSTIPEEK come up with a clean round, a quick rotation, and a fifth. At least it's something to get behind, and you never know, maybe they can strut their stuff on the attacker side, find some loopholes as their opponents have done. But in all honesty, I do worry for them now, because they faced off against a team where McConsty's had a bit of a rough game. Sure, he's only played the attack so far, and that is the main thing that worries me, is do I think that he'll have a bad second half as well? Probably not. So that and Nicholas as well. Like, are you betting on the fact that both of them will continue to perform poorly? And even with all of that, they're still winning 7-5.
It's ridiculous. It is absolutely ridiculous that they made so many work over on the side of the attackers, because this map never offers you really to grab that much. You know, there have been changes, sure thing, all right, all good, but still wouldn't have said that it could be that easy, as though it is just 7-5. That could be that easy. And the pistol, again, a clear indicator of the momentum. Dreamwalker, if I remember correctly, was, by the way, the team that last map on the second half was the team that actually won the anti-eco. So let's see what's gonna happen.
Oh, it doesn't look like Gosu's stopping anytime soon. Another pick for him to start off this defensive side. And, well, again, like, although this time the pistol might not seem as crucial, I do think that CONSTIPEEK are going to want to get off to a good start on their attacking side. It can be pretty rough. You're currently witnessing one or two of the changes, in fact. Groundsy. Find one back in response. However, this man, again, just seems to be in the right place at the right time. And a third kill already. Gosu is going ham.
30 seconds
Been
left.
unbelievable with his reigning. You said that his average stats before this game weren't great. Well, he's about to boost them massively.
I mean, 35 points of health is not ideal. I think we both agree on that. Makes a lot of steps, and now goes for the default 10 seconds. And that turret could be very annoying when you're down to 35. They both try to peek, just gotta make it work, and obviously the 4 for Gosu. And this is the great part about him, because it is just one more ult point that he's missing after that defuse. Just one more ult point, which means already in the second round, he could have that, and most likely he won't use it when your opponent is most likely ecoing. But this can be very beneficial, Tom, when we talk about them sticking to the submachine guns when the opponent goes for full rifle.
Yeah, it could definitely be the case going into the next round. Actually, we're going to see a force fully from the defensive side as well. So they're taking a pretty big risk here. Now, they did get a few kills in the last round. They also got the spike plant, which gives them a bonus. So this is actually going to be fairly even territory for what is a force buy coming out from the side of CONSTIPEEK. I don't necessarily mind the risk being taken, but at the same time, if they lose it, they are almost definitely screwed. Now, they've managed to bypass what is the initial defense, but if you look at the position of the turret and also all the utility, it does seem like they may be aware of this. Nicholas is going to be able to get out of there, and this is where they should have a few counters ready and waiting. But so far, they've actually managed to gain quite a lot of ground, and actually they've got rid of McConsty. It seems like his bad luck is continuing. That little bit further happen as well is going to peek straight through, and they have just managed to slaughter them with what is these SMGs. Now, there's only 2 remaining. Make that just 1. As it ends up with an almost perfect round, and Blazer trying to bring things back.
I wanted to make the comment that they were running through heaven like a little headless, you know? It didn't feel like they were having too much of a focus on it. And as in the meantime, everybody from Dreamwalker died there in the process, which is very confusing and very weird. But other than that, Blazer, I mean, finding exits would be great. We talked about it, how much they might just benefit from a few ults later on, but Happen is blind, still finds the kill. 6-8 it is, and CONSTIPEEK, they definitely hurt the guys of Dreamwalker right there. At the same time, though, they can afford something. They can definitely afford themselves a little upgrade. Whilst on the side of Gozu and Co, I mean, I think Gozu forcing would be actually reasonable.
Yeah, I guess. The thing is, they're going to be able to buy rifles into the next round, so unless he can somehow win the round for his team, even the damage wouldn't be worth him just coming in with a weaker purchase. But this is interesting. They pushed up on B, so they know where this is going. The problem is, I don't think there's anything they can actually do about it, because the rotation's going to take them too long. By the time the push actually comes in, chances are their teammates would be dead. And well, I don't know if that was what Gosu meant to do. I imagine he wanted to actually dismiss rather than devour. Like, gaining the health when there's that many people doesn't make too much sense. Alright, Kelton. What? I don't even think he was aiming at the first player. The fact that he gets two is a little bit ridiculous. Smiles messed up the boost. It's clipped onto the wall, so... Well, not even that. It's clipped onto the spike. So he doesn't actually manage to get up there, but he has boosted Unbreakable instead. Of course, you can't put a wall on top of a spike. That would be the dodgiest thing ever to enter a video game. However, this now ends up as a 3 versus 2 situation, and it's left all onto Smile. He's got to try and hold this back. The flash is perfect. They know exactly where he is. They're going to try and play this one together, and it is a straight break back. That was barely anything invested, and a superb round from Kelton. I don't know how, like, I want to see him shooting at the players there. If we have that replay, I'd be over the moon. I know I'm asking a lot from Zilv and Johnny, but, like, I want to see those Sheriff shots. Because the initial Sheriff shot, okay, this is a different replay, but I feel like the first player he killed, he wasn't aiming at.
I mean, he didn't even go for a headshot. He got 2 body kills, which was very weird to see with Sheriff. But I was very confused. The weirdest part was that nobody was somehow focusing on Heaven again, and that they didn't use any abilities, any utility to do so. They would have had the opportunity. They have 2 smokers, and Jet quickly just throwing that thing up in the air. That's not that hard. That doesn't take any crazy amount of time. A little bit sloppy, I'll be honest with you. It seemed a little bit sloppy, and it seems like it really puts Dreamwalker once more into driver's seat. As, you know, CONSTIPEEK is back there waiting and sitting somewhere where it's looking more actually like, you know, a baby seat.
Well, they haven't actually checked these angles properly, but Ghost is going to get away with it anyway. I think he knows as well that Drownsy's down here, and now they're just going to try and put the pressure on. I am liking this little combo. The Jet alongside the Reyna. They've been decent together, although I will say that Reyna's been getting the majority of the kills, and I'm pretty sure this was an investment from CONSTIPEEK. This isn't one of those pistol rounds where you can go, oh, you know, it's not gone well, but they only had pistols. Now, I'm fairly certain that they bought into this one, so the fact that they've got absolutely nothing done is going to be painful. In fact, I don't even think they did a point of damage.
It does look like it, does it? And, well, you're right. You're absolutely right. Please don't be confused with what you see with the colors there. In the meantime, here you have your replay. Ah, that was Kelton we saw. It was Nicholas Pov. Ah, I see. Okay. That now makes sense. That now makes sense. Okay. I was a little confused, but because you're right. I thought, like, wait, he didn't shoot at anyone, did he?
Here comes the party.
Oh, here we go again. Can we get ourselves a showstopper kill? Oh, it's a bit dicey. He does get one. He gets one in the heavens. That's fine. A single kill. And, well, we're seeing everything utilized here. Bladestorm thrown into the mix as well. Now, there is one available also on the other side of things for Nicholas, but I don't know if he'll opt to use it here. Has his rifle available to him?
What's this?
I like the positioning, though, of the remaining players. There you go, actually. Bladestorm is going to be thrown in. They've gone aggressive, but they've walked into the alarm bot. So that's actually going to give some information over to the defensive side that they have gone pushing through the spawns. So they'll have to be careful of Heaven. They'll clean out Happen for free. Not too much trouble there. But Drownsy is able to fire one back.
Keep on,
the defuse
keep on,
is
keep
going to
on.
be tapped, but I think this might be falling apart. So many low players. Smile has managed to bring this back, but he's on the defuse. He's just stuck it all the way through. The defenders are going to win the round anyway. And he's actually not going to res. I thought he might just for the economy, but I guess CONSTIPEEK actually have enough money here anyway, so it doesn't matter too much.
Goodness gracious, Tom. Because this is the only threat I had. This was the only thing I'm so afraid about. If he stays... I'm not quite sure if the spike was planted a little bit an inch more wide, so you could see it from the narrow tunnel coming from the spawn. But it seemed like it was directly in the corner, default, as usual. If one player sticks it and another one guides or guards it from Heaven, you can't access that player. And this is where I was so scared about, and you saw what happened. It is 11-6. CONSTIPEEK's options are minimalized.
Again, it looks like they're going to try and rinse and repeat. Coming up with the rifles for this round. Now, bear in mind, they used a Blade Storm and the Showstopper to actually get them into that round. So the fact that they still lose it is fairly costly, but they do have a couple of other ultimates. As said, we saw the Resurrection. Kelton, he's in a bit of trouble here. Still manages to get Smile, so no res available. And Gosu peeking back in is going to avoid any of the problems of that lockdown, and in fact they're going to throw in one of their own. So this B site is now isolated. They can't actually do too much here, and in the meantime the remaining players are getting picked apart. CONSTIPEEK are losing pretty much everybody. Unbreakable is just sat in... Did he realize that wasn't his one? He sort of baited them. Oh my goodness, they've not checked. They've not checked. He might have a free kill.
30 seconds left.
The thing is that he's looking for more. He needs more.
Yeah.
He can't just get one kill here. He needs to get a second. Oh, they're going to turn around. Nicholas finally realizes. Oh, he was sat there the whole time. That was a nice little bait, I guess, if that was intentional. But the fact is, still, it doesn't make a difference. 12-6, Dreamwalker, 1 round away from the grand final, which, of course, will be coming up straight after this match. It will be
that could have
fairly
become
long
disgusting.
day.
God, I mean, considering, Tom, this could have been different. One player less, both at the same position, something like that. And it would have been a totally different story. But it is 12-6. And that 12-6 is, well, sooner or later, bringing us a very, very clear victor. And Gozu's blind still doesn't get taken out. Make Consti at its finest.
They use that resurrection, finally bringing it into play. I think they wanted it in the last round. Unfortunately, the first player to die was the wrong one. Kelton, he's waiting on the flank, but it is only one. An extra ult point gathered, but for Sage, I doubt it will make a difference unless they manage to keep this going for an extra couple of rounds. Drownsy spots the extra few pieces of utility that have been thrown out by Killjoy. Fact is, there are still 3 players here, and more worryingly, there's actually one lurking around the ropes. Now, I do wonder if Breach is more patient and they try and rotate in the other direction. He could actually have the perfect positioning here, but instead, he's just going to stick up there, and Nicholas still going strong. Drownsy needs to try and stay alive as much as possible because he needs some help from his teammate.
Oh, this is painful, but this is the thing. That's where I believe that Breach will come in and be so valuable, as in the meantime Gosu, tough time for him. As though it seems like the timing is not going to be good enough. This is not going to be good enough of a timing here for Blazer. As he went the entire way around and pretty much ran a marathon this round, it still doesn't help too much. Now comes the concussion. Players are just slowed. Immediately Smile is, by the way, low on points of health. And at Consti, as well as Blazer, they stand a chance. They have an opportunity, as both sides have a low HP player. They'll dare to do so. Now I'm just waiting to put the turret down. It would be worth an option. It is time to go for the defuse. They find the first, and Smile, as though he gets the triple. It is not enough. And that means G and G, we're heading into the finals.
Defenders win.
Yeah, we've ended up with maybe slightly different to what we would have expected going into the beginning of the tournament. But yeah, really good showing from Dreamwalker. And I think that's going to be exciting because both teams have done very well in their semi-final matches. So they've come in today, they've performed. We should be getting the players on point going into the grand final as well. And honestly, I think it's hard to call. Like, I don't really know which direction I'm going to be going in. Like, Dreamwalker versus Mixery, I think, should be a very, very close game, Zesh.
It should be. And what's very interesting in comparison to the quarterfinals is we saw both teams actually having, you know, fairly easy opponents, I would say, right? Both teams didn't have too much of a tough time. Mixery individually just outclassing their counterpart. Same went here, obviously, for Dreamwalker. The eXiLe Academy was a little difficult, but in the end still played way better than in the quarterfinals. We can take a look at the highlights as Split has been just a masterclass and a fantastic map to watch.
Yeah, I think the main thing would just came down to their attack inside. Like, it got a little bit closer towards the end, but their attack was stellar. Like, a lot of really good peaks, good team synergy, and sure, there were some moments where it looked like it could slip away, but I feel like they managed to do it mainly off of this man alone. Like, Gosu was incredible. Like, it's something we mentioned, like, if you're a Jet, if you're a Reyna, like, pretty much your goal is to just out-frag your opposition. Like, there's not a whole lot of strategy basis within those players. Like, you need to be set up a lot of the time. And again, it's like a lot of the highlights just seem to be these two players just being able to dominate. Their aggression was really tough to play against. And yeah, ultimately that was enough. Like, I don't think we've seen too many players be more dominant than Gosu was going into this match. And considering we don't really see him play that Reyna too often, it's impressive that he was able to do it with such class.
Yes, exactly. Because the weird thing was, for me, you come in with a player who didn't play in the previous quarterfinal. You come in with a player who has, like, low experience regarding what we see, for example, on VLR. 11 maps played, mainly Sova. And then he plays Reyna on Splits, where, for example, a Raze is a very, very valid option. But what he has done is absolutely outclass every single opponent every single time. And this is something where yeah, this was one of the moments where, like, this can't be happening. This is a hoax.
30 seconds left.
It's a shame. It would have been cool if this play actually went off for him, but realistically, he would have needed some pretty critical errors, and McConsty was quite happy to just take those peaks. He was someone who actually had a relatively quiet game.
Exactly.
So, again, it's like, considering they won as convincingly as they did, and one of their players who normally steps up, I think even, like, looking at Nicholas as well, he was a little bit quiet in the match as well. So it's a good sign going forward that they didn't really necessarily need the normal stars of the team to actually get this victory. However, I do think they'll need them going up against Mixery, because we've seen some real depth in that roster today. Like, going into today, we were talking about Musashi. We were highlighting him. We were going, okay, he's the man to beat. And he wasn't actually really that good today. Like, he was okay, but in comparison, you had Miles, who was phenomenal. Imp as well had a really good match earlier today. So if it's going to be like a full sort of house of players all performing well, I do think we're going to have a really good match on our hands.
100%, absolutely agreed on that. It's going to be one of those battles where you need to see everybody shine. From my point of view, I somehow see Mixery stand a quiet, decent chance in this. I genuinely see them stand a quite good chance. But you know, we're going to find out, Tom. And before you are going to bring us over, exclamation mark giveaway brings you to some excellent kind of presents you can get. Obviously, you can get something wonderfully sick like this. Perfect timing, Tom. You can get some Logitech G gear. So you should definitely type that in the Twitch chat. And now, Tom, your part.
Yeah, we're going to a break. A slightly longer one at that, but afterwards we will be bringing you the grand final. So make sure you stick around, maybe get a drink, a little bit of food, and enjoy our last match of the LVL Valorant Clash.
Есть такая легкая мышка. Твой прицел — это как бы твоим оружием. Мне кажется, эта мышка — это next level.
Hello and welcome to another edition of the Level Masterclass. This time we're talking League of Legends. When the first towers begin to fall and the laning phase is over, you'll often see a teammate type the message group mid into the chat without taking into consideration any number of variables. When is the next major objective spawning? Should it be contested? Where are the minion waves in the side lanes and should they be prioritized for pressure or resources? All of these questions are designed to make you think and not just to kill. But a kill equals money. Does think equal money? No. Stupid. Group mid.
A good mouse 100% helps you play fearlessly. With super light, there's absolutely nothing holding you back.
Welcome back to the Level Masterclass. This time, we're telling you how to get to Challenger in League of Legends. To reach Challenger in League of Legends requires nuanced comprehension of impossible mathematical complexity, a deep understanding of a long history of game strategy and player choices, and huge awareness of the map and game theory instincts. That said, there are certain acts of skullduggery which allow you to circumvent literal decades of devoted practice. Step 1. Click the damn lantern.
Hi, I am Believe. Welcome to the Level Lockdown Diaries.
Hello everyone! Welcome to the stream.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen.
It's StarCraft time.
We are gonna play some World of Warcraft.
Because obviously tonight is drinks with Marco, but without Marco.
I would leave the other way, Lee.
I need this shit.
You're gonna add 2 circles. One here
one over there.
So what we're seeing already from this is that we have an early gas, as Wilhelm said.
But for me, that was also the thing, going from 1.6 to go.
Everything fucked up.
Everything
Downhill.
fucked up exactly in the beginning.
You hear that?
Yeah, I did.
Did you play on his team or against him?
Against him.
And did you smash him?
Of course I smashed him.
See, like, we love G2, don't get me wrong. This is like G2's home G2.
It's getting boring.
No, Pinky, such good positioning here. Vax gonna be able to find Joe, but he fumbles! He can't even get a single kill!
You're actually gonna see that Viper obviously have... Oh! What?
Yes, my man.
I am honored to say that I'm a part of this really, really cool crew here at Level.
Guys, it's me. Now I'm Rome and I wanna prove it.
And I love Firefly. And the one I had was also screen
Firefly. What's your elo?
My elo, I'm not even ranked. I don't even play ranked.
So Sandra will smash you.
She would, maybe.
I played with Grandmaster. I played with Grandmaster.
Awesome. Great chat. You can start complaining now. I have pizza.
Welcome back, as we are right now heading into the Valorant Clash Regional number 2, also powered by DreamHack Leipzig Home Edition and obviously Logitech. We are going to bring you the finest bit of German Valorant, as we saw Mixery give us an excellent performance and how everybody can perform, and obviously Dreamwalker as well. I'd say we take a look at the bracket and find out what we so far have experienced.
Yeah, actually fairly dominant for the most part. Like only one series in the whole of the playoffs actually going the distance, which quite surprising. And it was actually Dreamwalker who since then have literally walked over their opposition. Very simplistic semifinals. So I'm hoping we're going to get a decent battle in this grand final between the two of them, and I think we should. Like on an individual level today, we saw a lot of flashy plays, and it seemed like a decent performance from either side. So I'm hoping going into this that it will be a clash of the Titans rather than maybe just one of them getting a slightly easier draw in the bracket.
Same here. I really hope to see that. It has been very interesting, first of all, to see Icebox really in the mix today. Something from a mixed team, Mixery, surprisingly. Very, very interesting to see what happened there, right? Because from a mixture, I think this is the best way you can approach any map, sort of, because you know your kniff, you know your trick, you know what kind of Soba dart you can do, you know what kind of slow ARP you can do, but still, it doesn't mean that your team composure has to work. It worked, and this is something I really like about Mixery, considering their mixed situation, that it seems like they really have working communication and a working composition for themselves.
Yeah, for sure. I think both of these teams, in fact, when you look at some of the rounds that they lost, like a lot of the times were the sort of blips on the radar. Like it didn't look at any point that either of these teams were even close to losing a map. In fact, they were both dominant all the way through. So it's definitely good to see that, okay, maybe there's a few question marks about the map pool that will actually get going up. I think it's definitely going to have to be the case that the guys over at Dreamwalker ban out Icebox. I don't think they're going to want to play that after the display that Mixery showed earlier in the day. Like, they were fantastic on it. So I imagine that's going to go. And then on the other side of things, well, I can't actually remember. What was the map that was actually... It was A choice, obviously, by them to play Icebox. I think it might have been Haven with that Mixery banned out, but I'm not entirely sure.
It was Haven.
It was Haven this time. But that means that we're going to end up in quite a good middle ground, because both teams, I think, like to play the likes of Ascent. I think we might... Well, then it comes down to whether or not it's split or bind. So, yeah, I think it should be a fairly decent series. Again, going back to some of the more initial maps. And it's a shame, because I do enjoy watching Icebox, but I just don't think it's smart for Dreamwalker to actually let that one go through.
No, I don't see that one really coming through. You're absolutely right there. Considering the situation, though, what we just experienced from Dreamwalker, it's very refreshing for my eyes to see other players step up. And that's something where you also mentioned it regarding the team of Musashi, obviously Mixery. In the first map we saw them play today, the scoreboard looked like this: 16, 16, 16, 12, and I think then 8 or 9. Musashi was the one with 12. And this basically means he might just not have 300 ACS. But that means at the same time that everybody does their job. And I think this is a way better thing. This is in a team-based game, a way better thing than one guy having 30 kills.
Yeah, for sure. I think that to have a little bit more balance is always good. At the same time, his average combat score is still 288, so it's not like he's not their top performer by quite a margin. On the other side of things as well, I think one of the most interesting statistics we can really take is, okay, Nicholas is still their like top player overall, but McConsty is he's got 252 average combat score as a Killjoy, which really is a rarity. Like, you might have very good Killjoy players like that. That's something that we see, like a good Cypher players as well. But we don't normally look at them and go, okay, this guy can literally top frag in the game. He can hold down the site to a point where he is just utterly dominant. So yeah, I'm quite impressed. Of course, but in terms of the bans, like it's not really anything too surprising. Mixery actually went for an Ascent ban. Then we had Icebox banned out by Dreamwalker as well. And then Mixery picked Bind. And then we have the split pick as well. So pretty much the maps that we expected, maybe not quite coming in with the Haven. I was maybe expecting that to be banned out instead. But that's the third choice. And in all honesty, I do think both these teams are going to be fairly comfortable on the first two maps. So we could still see a 2-0. I'm just hoping that maybe it's in a slightly closer fashion.
But this tells me at least that, you know, Mixery made up their mind with their pick. And they made up their mind in the sense it's not only what they feel really comfortable on, but at the same time they picked something which their opponent most likely is absolutely a beast. They have banned Ascent. They called it one of their favorites. Musashi called it one of their favorites. And that is the interesting part to it. They leave that one where, you know, they didn't play bad at Ascent. It's not like that, right? But at the same time, they rather dodge it away and have themselves a more open battlefield where it's maybe them not playing up to the same strengths as they used to, but at the same time knowing that your opponent has the same kind of issue with them.
I think the other thing as well is that, again, I highlighted McConsty as someone to watch. His main map choice is Ascent. Like, he has been unbelievable on Ascent. Like, the two maps that we witnessed from him, they just haven't been able to cope with him on the defensive side. Like, I think one of them, he literally top fragged the whole game. I think the second one, maybe he finished like second or something. And I think that was only because Nicholas went absolutely ham. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to... I'm kind of glad for the sake of Mixery that they did opt to go away from that, because although their attacker side of Ascent I think is very good, I'm not sure whether the defense would quite match up. But now we go into our picks. So heading into, of course, our first map, which will be Bind. I think the logo in the middle of the screen is big enough. And both teams not actually going to be going for the Killjoy. So this is the map where, again, like, we're seeing them focus more so on that Cypher ability to basically lock down. But again, you actually do see Killjoy a fair bit as well. So like you look about that B site, and Killjoy's utility can be fairly useful, like the nano swarms to block things off. The turret, everybody loves that little boost spot where it's like a pixel angle that the turret can go off of. So for McConsty to actually switch things up to a Cypher when his Killjoy is so effective is a little bit of a surprise to me. Other than that, the standards are there. Like, Raze, again, is a mantelpiece on this map in general. But the interesting thing is the fact that Nicholas has opted to move away from his jet. And this is something I like. I think especially on this map, again, you even see the likes of Mixwell, for example, switch over to the Rays, just because of the ability to pretty much lock down the majority of the map with those shells, like just throwing the paint shells, that's what they're called. Throwing the paint shells in towards hookah can be so effective, and just having the little boosts to get you out of positions with the blast packs. I think you really can make the operator work on this map. Interestingly as well, no omens. So both players actually going to go back to the Brimstone. This is the map where he was initially very effective, but because he just didn't match up to Omen, most players actually moved away from it. So it's good to see that he's coming back into fashion. I think especially with the way that the sites are set up, lots of executions with the sky smokes are going to be coming in for us here.
I unfortunately couldn't see what they wrote in chat. They wrote about something 60 kills. It says, I just know Musashi, I'm a big fan. Understandable. I can't be too mad. And look at the weapon choice of Musashi. That is a shorty.
Oh, the Jet Shorty is something that definitely hasn't been a rarity, especially when it comes to lamps. A position that he can pretty much lock down. He's going to be fairly reliant on the rest of his team to get him into an afterplant position, but as said, the sky smokes on both sides of this map are so effective. But the kill coming in from Nicholas is going to be so valuable, and actually, it's the aftershock that forces Musashi out of position and means they've been able to gain lamps control fairly easily. However, with the plant not going down, they've hightailed their way straight back to B.
Cage triggered.
They very much did.
One enemy remaining.
They very, very much did. And so, as Gozu finds a frack on Inf, Miles is already dinged and out. A right click does the job. And they survive with 4 out of 5 players. Great job from Dreamwalker. Interesting move, I have to say, though, from Musashi. How he took Lambs, obviously very aggressive, directly dashed into it, very much hoped into finding somebody moving in that position. But at the same time, he can only give a compliment to Blazor, as he immediately realized what to do, got himself the aftershock directly through the wall, and forced him in a long-range angle. That was really ideal.
Yeah, it's one of those things that we've seen Mixery do regularly in the early stages. Like before he was on the Rays, he would pretty much just run in there with the shorty and try and dominate. But it's the way that they had the aftershock actually brought up. Because as I said, you have limitations to your utility. So to have that as a focus is always something I'm going to enjoy at least. Miles, though, that's a pretty damn good start. And Gosu has to be pretty careful in this situation. We highlighted his Reyna in the last. This time, he's back to the trusty Sova. There was a tweet from Steel not too long ago saying that Sova, in his eyes, is the best agent in the game. Mainly complaining about matchmaking, saying that nobody plays it. But for now, it's going to be very aggressive from the attacking side. Trying to get up close, trying to use those pistols where they're most valuable. The aftershock trying to hold them back. And they have been able to take some control, but the paint shell's doing so much damage. The remaining players so desperately low. And Miles with just 7 HP. I don't know, it might be worth just keeping the Spectre, but again, going into the next round, they're probably going to want to buy rifles anyway.
They very much do, most likely. And as it's 2-0 for Dreamwalker, what a wonderful and satisfying game so far. And this is the thing, right? Something I really have to highlight again is that those semifinals we had were not just easy stomps, where the opponents of the two were just easy snacks. They put up a fight. They put up resistance. They kicked up dust. But it was just really the finesse of both of those teams right here that was just extraordinary. So we're going to find out more soon. Obviously, we're going to find out how this all will pan out. But for now, Dreamwalker with the 2-0 start are looking more than fine.
We'll see what they can get done with these Spectres, though. They do still lose a few players over the last couple of rounds, so their economy isn't exactly booming, but a victory here for Dreamwalker would set them on a road of potential glory. However, it's going to be Krovex to actually take the first kill, so a good start for Mixery at least. This is a round that we both almost want them and expect them to win, just based off this being a close match. If normally the case, if you lose this sort of round, it does get a little bit worrying. Grovex, after a strong start, actually ends up losing that duel, and now Nicholas is going to be able to escape with that extra rifle. I do wonder if it might be worth transferring it to a teammate, though. He's so desperately low on health. The Aftershock isn't quite going to deny any sort of plant. Now it comes down to the retake, and Musashi is already starting to make his presence known, getting up into the heavens. Blazor's been spotted. However, he's going to actually deny the rotation in from behind. The flank not quite working out thus far, and Gosu falls as well. The remaining 2 players with a mountain to climb. A plant was nice for Dreamwalker, but the chances are we're just going to have to wait for their rebuy in the next.
Exactly. And so the first comes on the side for Mixery. As wonderful as it just simply could be, they grab themselves what is needed. Nicholas, by the way, on 5 frags. Already, the Raze is just a lovable agent. I just think this is from all, you know, from all those entry type agents, you know, from all the duelists. For me, still Raze is the best. But obviously, you can the usage of a Sage from someone like Musashi is never to be denied. But either way, getting away from the discussion, directly back into our next round, where Musashi, the man just talked about, loses the duel of the duelists.
Not the greatest start in the world. Potential breakback still going to be coming, and Miles getting tagged quite a bit through the wall. That's already a second opener now for the defensive side. Imp, who had a pretty good performance, maybe above average, you could say, performance on his Omen earlier. Now stuck with the Brimstone, and still has a almost full belt of utility. The Stim, of course, one of the main adaptations that came in alongside the Brimstone buff. Not being, well, I guess as slow to bring it out. Either way, the defense hasn't really rotated too much. They've left the 3-player stack on that B site, and instead the push comes in the other direction, mainly because there is still the ability of Blazor to slow them down with all the stuns, the flashes, the aftershocks, even a Molotov coming in as well. They have denied them an awful lot of time, and in fact, so much so that they're actually worried they've gone back to the B site. They've got this one wrong, I think.
Absolutely, they got it horribly wrong, and oh no, eXiLe out in the open once the smoke fades. A small mistake that is very costly, but still a 2v5. Unrealistic, but winnable. Krovic and Inf, they've done easier things in the past, but Kelton knows how to get his triple. The defuse is initiated, and therefore the spike is about to be any second soon. A brilliant 3rd round for Dreamwalker. And a brilliant and excellent start by their side, especially considering 3 out of 5 ults already. But a quick look on the scoreboard tells us Musashi and Co are not too far away from using theirs.
It's still going to be a buy for both teams, at least. But Mixery definitely getting the wrong end of the stick thus far. I'm glad to see Nicholas coming in with his operator. Someone who I think definitely had a quieter quarterfinals, but going into the last couple of matches we've seen, he has been phenomenal. We know that this operator is dangerous. He's actually going to go for the fight onto long. So there's going to be a couple of players going in this direction. They're going to have to be careful. Cam comes out. It's almost to his demise. The tag does actually connect, but Nicholas not being the one to get caught. It's actually going to peek off of this. Almost goes down because of it. But in fact, it's going to be Musashi just trying to make the play on his own. He gets a couple of kills, but it's in response to one coming back. And in the meantime, Gosu has managed to find a couple of players and actually gets the shock dart onto the spike. Perfectly placed. Now the remaining players actually have to try and push out of long, and they've got a sky smoke to hold them in.
That's going to delay the entire process, and I'm not quite sure if the Molotov has been dropped yet. At the same time, we would still see that there is an ult on Gosu, and we all know that this wonderful ult is probably denying all the room we would like to take, but Blazor falls, and suddenly it's man equalized. It is nothing else than a 2v2. Did he see him? He did! He did! And he finds Skeleton with 18 points!
Oh dear, oh dear. That was looking so good for the side of Dreamwalker. A 3v2 situation, but fantastic work from Krovic. As mentioned, like, well, we sort of look at that Cypher mostly for their defensive capabilities, but he's using his cams to actually find out so much information, to clear so many angles, and I don't know, it just seemed a bit messy from Dreamwalker in that sort of spot. Now, luckily, again, they do still have enough money just about to get a purchase onto the board, although Nicholas is going to be in a situation where he can't afford the extra armor anymore. And also, Musashi's now going to be the one with the operator.
That's Musashi and his crew finally find themselves around. That was some wonderful success. We talked about close matches, and we get ourselves so far a close matchup. Sorry, definitely have an awareness that someone is waiting back into 2, but I'm so fascinated by that defense they have built up on the B side. It seems really like it is just a fortress that you can't conquer that easily. Sova waits in with the right kind of darts, Cypher obviously with the trapwire and co, and now Blazer is coming in with his little magic.
Oh no, that is so brutal. The Rolling Thunder leaves half of the team stunned, and McConsty, I mentioned him playing on that Killjoy. Well, it seems like he rocks it with the Cypher as well. 3 kills, leaving Krovex alone on the other side. His teammates have been shattered by that one ult. And he's going to meet gun of Nicholas as well. 4-2. That is pretty much as good as it gets when it comes to a breach. Well, again, it's something I've mentioned throughout this broadcast that personally I think he, although he is used still quite a bit, I still think he's underutilized. Like, that ultimate is ridiculously strong, especially when you consider how much of that B site was covered. Like, every single player pretty much got stunned there, all the way from players running in from long, hookah, wherever it is, it covers the entire site. And it made things very easy for McConsty. He just peeks out and goes, well, none of you could shoot at me properly, so I'll just wipe you down with ease. Flawless round, money going to be confirmed as well for Dreamwalker. And if you look at the other side of things, well, it's pistols.
It is pistols. And now Gozu and Co. could deliver a near flawless defender half as Musashi is already on the site. Gozu and Co are first of all out of the race, but as we see right there, Consti finds Musashi. We have the opportunity and the showstopper. It is the magic thing that needs to come in. Kelton is down, but we're talking about Dreamwalker still having a Sova with his ult. We're talking about Cypher hypothetically using that if he wants to have the identities, but now the retake has to be initiated. That's important first of all.
They've done well to get themselves into this position, but to get themselves out of this seems almost impossible. But Azuri does have his Hunter's Fury. The problem is the second one goes off, it should all be done, as he's not going to be able to deny the plant. They actually throw down a second ult as well to try and deny it.
Oh, no.
But it doesn't matter. So that's an orbital strike and a Hunter's Fury in an attempt to win this round, and they don't.
Absolutely insane what we've been seeing. As now, I mean, this is crazy. This is real craziness coming in here from the side of Mixery. As you know, it looked like in that 4v3 situation, they cannot lose over 2 players pushing up that narrow pathway of CT. But seemingly once that smoke faded, they immediately took the initiative, found 2, and from that point on, they knew exactly which position they had to take the room from. That was long, catching Brimstone off guard when even using his ult. That's the worst.
Oh, Nicholas again. This operator has been on point thus far, and he is going to kick things off with another opening kill. They really have been struggling to deal with him, and although his counterpart in Musashi has still been doing well, and they're going to need a little bit more from him. He's going to be everything. The gun's been spotted. It's a bit of a whiff from Gosu. Not quite the Reigner of the last map, but it doesn't matter. He gets the pick anyway. And now with 2 players surviving, this push becomes quite bleak for the side of Mixery. More like misery, you could say.
I didn't know Level hired you as a clown, but great to see that you have multiple talents, Tom. The 5-2. Well, it seems like the misery continues. You are absolutely right, though. Dreamwalker most likely picking up the 6th as they find money and, you know, find success, find the frags, and they just make their bankroll go bigger and bigger. And Krovek's best example, $0 left.
It's starting to look a little bit rough for Mixery. I don't doubt that they will have a stellar defensive side, but they're really struggling. As said, like, Nicholas has just been dominating with Rifle and with Operator, but it's depth. Like, McConsty is up there again, Gosu's performing, that B-site defense has been good. And the thing to note as well, Kelton and Blazer with their utility have both actually been superb. I think Blazer in particular, with the amount of fault lines he's used to delay pushes and deny for the amount of people to actually rotate in and support, it's just made things really, really awkward for them. They've also been aggressive with the amount of room they've been able to take. Like, currently, just look at where Gosu is standing, and Nicholas still gets the kill, even though they've managed to sort of sneak their way into hookah. It's a little bit awkward, it's a little bit dicey, but they should still be good. And this man just is not missing a beat.
One enemy remaining.
And as Nicholas continues to perform, it's a ridiculous show he delivers. As round after round, he's just humiliating their opponent right here. They're pretty much making short work of them. 7-2, and those rounds are fast, Tom. I mean, sure, we were talking about nothing else than, you know, a little bit of an eco coming in. At the same time, what's crazy to me, with 9 rounds played, the amount of frags Musashi and co have done so far is really minimal. It's not that close.
Yeah, true. True. It's not been particularly close. In fact, some of the rounds they had to use pretty much all of their ultimates just to get into the site, which is definitely not a good sign. Again, just look at the aggression coming out from Dreamwalker at the moment. They've already taken full long B control. Now, it is going to be a much faster take. Again, Nicholas is in the right place at the right time. He's actually going to sponge the boom bot, but then again, his ultimate doesn't do anything either. It really is the curse of the showstopper. Never really seems to do much. Now, he's actually going to take a full rotation and go into heaven. With the support of the rest of his team, going to go for a full-on retake. There is still a long flank coming in from behind from McConsty, but I do wonder if it might be a little bit too slow.
Absolutely. And what I have to say, what's totally crazy to me, is the fact that Musashi continues to lose duels. I'm touching on that in a second, but for now, the retake is way more important, because Dreamwalker, it could be that round that gives the opponent the first, but McConsty coming from behind is crucial. Inf is the one who might just have the right position. There we talk about it. Yes, he does. And as Nicholas, once more, is hunting and hunting, moving away is the best he can do. And this is the thing I want to talk here right now, Tom. It seems that continuously Musashi is losing one duel after another to Nicholas, and I think that he has to start doing a bit of a different approach right now, because otherwise he might get really, really frustrated, because falling to the same guy and again, that's annoying. That's really annoying.
Yeah, I'm sure. Frustration definitely going to be setting in, and even when they're winning rounds, he seems to be getting slaughtered. 15-2 at the moment for Nicholas. Definitely having a star-studded performance, and yeah, again, I think that just the sheer pace from Mixery is actually what makes the difference here. They're not allowing for these aggressive pushes to catch them out anymore because they have the full domination of the site. Again, though, there's no real fear, as the same thing is actually coming in from the defensive side. They've pushed all the way through B long, so they have that information, but I like the fact that it's actually going to be the same again, and he's missed the shot. Gonna take attack from the boom bot, but he doesn't miss Musashi. It tries to catch him off guard while he's escaping the boom bot, and he lands the shot with the operator nonetheless. This man is on fire, and the same play coming in this time. The support is there. A faster rotation coming in from Dreamwalker. They are ready and waiting on this site, and the smokes, they're not gonna last forever. They're patiently waiting for them to fade, and the second they do, there's not going to be anything to deny this defensive side other than the bullets of their opponent. Azuri, though, he's putting up a damn good fight. 3 kills sprayed down. The man from heaven, Nicholas, is going to try this again, and he takes out Krovex like it's nothing. Straight through the wall. Turns it into a 2v2 situation as he looks to wrap around, and bear in mind his teammate still comes in from long. This time, he finally gets put to the grave as Azuri gets his quad kill. It's left all onto McConsty, and he had a real chance. He sprays both as the repeak isn't quite fast enough, and somehow Dreamwalker will claim their 8th.
Tell me what you want. It can be Consti, or alternatively, you know, it can be nobody else. Then obviously, Nicholas. Both perform, both set the team up, and when it matters, they're alive. I mean, that shot, you see it right there. That shot is so nasty. Do it again. Please do it again. Come on. Do me the favor. He's about to do it. Oh, this is so good.
Yeah, he's having an unreal performance. This time, again, though, the flank from McConsty was actually still very, very slow. It's just the fact that he manages to win the 1 versus 2. He pretty much walks all the way through from the spawn and wraps around the whole map. This time, again, the purchase is going to be weaker for Mixery. They don't have every single piece to the puzzle. And this time, actually, there's not much aggression coming out from Dreamwalker. They've got their 8th round on the board. I imagine they're going to be quite content with how this half has been going. We're going to see the one-way smoke thrown out. Chance to spot feet underneath it. More interested, though, in Blazer, because they're trying this again. Kelton is going to find one through the smoke, but he has that rolling thunder, and that's what the real problem is here. He could pretty much deny them unless he goes down, but never mind. Musashi, his luck isn't getting any better, and look at this combo. They're going to place both ultimates in at once. Do they actually get anyone? No, they don't, but they have held them back. At the same time, a Hunter's Fury comes through and does a lot of damage on the other side. So somehow, Zesh, we end in a 3v3.
Man, it seems like that A side is becoming a pandemonium. It's an absolute disaster at the same time. Goes and Nicholas know how to reply. That dot hurts as now all the electricity is going through his body. Nicholas peeks again. What do you need to do to get the power out of this man? It's a puppeteer pulling the strings, and it seems like Mixery is dancing, but not in a nice way as Dreamwalker decide the music to play. Absolutely absurd. It's really getting absurd at this point.
Yeah, I'm surprised that this combo of ultimates, like the Rolling Thunder and the Orbital Strike, actually gets them very, very little. It's the shock darts that he used that actually do the majority of the damage. And of course, Nicholas just hitting every shot available to him. This is probably one of the most impressive operator performances I have ever seen. 19-3. Like, nothing seems to go wrong for him at this stage. And sure, like, I don't want to take anything away from the supporting cast, but most of the time, these are just straight up angels. Like, it's not that there's a flash or someone supporting him. This is just a 1v1, and he wins it every time.
The interesting part for me, especially here, Tom, is that it is a race. It is a race operator. It is not a jet operator. You know, race, very great movement options. Yeah, it is, but it's still, overall, the performance is still surprising for me in that sense that you would more likely see it from a jet on a consistent basis, you know, not only on bind, but overall. But either way, Dreamwalker entered the site, free real estate, as seemingly nobody closed the door.
It's going to be a trade. Musashi, he may not have had the best game, but what he always seems to do well in is pistol rounds and leaving just two standing. A bit of an awkward battle, but Musashi will land the shot. They're going to expect anybody to be here. Nice start from McConsty, but I don't know if he'll be able to do anything to deny this defusal. It's a little bit close, as he does actually manage to get a kill and almost find a second. He probably would have got both if he had, but it doesn't matter in the end. Mixery, they give themselves a lifeline. They pick themselves up the pistol, and now moving forward, have to try and fight back what was a mammoth first half coming out from the side of Dreamwalker.
Absolutely agree on that. And this is looking wonderful. This is looking like we see a Mixery having a chance to bounce back if they keep up with this individual strength we just saw from obviously only the pistol. Please don't get me wrong, but at the same time, this is exactly what I would like to see. And so, the Dreamwalkers, they might just access the side again. They might make it possible. Infist definitely forced to fall back, but at the same time, this is once more a retake. This has to be a retake, doesn't it?
Yeah, probably. They've got very good afterplant positions, though, for, well, the defense do. They've waited patiently. They've still managed to hold on to control of elbow. Musashi,
No charges left.
clinical as ever, did have a little bit of extra information, and well, Nicholas is going to give him the credit for it. A push through from Gosu won't gain anything either, and now, well, I think I'm going to have to report Kelton if he somehow manages to win this round, because a 1 versus 5, a frenzy. I don't even think he has enough bullets to kill everyone. And of course, it's Musashi with his pistol once again. He's going to dome him straight through the smoke. 9 to 5, but at the same time, this is where the buy comes in for Dreamwalker.
Absolutely ridiculous to me that it is again Musashi. And I hope this is this kind of situation where he regains that confidence. Because I could imagine it has been lacking massively throughout the first half. You saw him once again and again and again run into Nicholas. You saw him lose duel after duel. And now he consistently finds the shots he needs to. We're talking about the first 2 rounds. It's a little early, of course, but I hope this is the moment where he regains that kind of confidence.
Scanning ahead.
Far more patient style coming out at the moment, although they are going to go barreling into long. I think they've realized on the Dreamwalker side that they've been able to get a lot of this control relatively free. They'll take themselves an orb as well, which gets them ever closer to having that Rolling Thunder. And considering they only need themselves 4 rounds to close this out, a Rolling Thunder victory here and damage their opponent's economy would be something I'm sure they're going to enjoy quite thoroughly. However, they do use the teleporter, and I wonder if this is just going to be a teleport over to the A side and then just running straight back to B again. It seems like they are. This is almost like the ultimate bait. They've thrown in the smokes. They've utilized that extra range on Brimstone. He's trying to sell the fake as he goes pushing in, and now he dashes straight back through. I'm now confused as to what they're doing, because now Breach goes back towards the A side again. This is a double fake. This is one of the weirdest rounds I think I've ever seen, and now he goes back again to try and entry into the B site. This is very confusing, but somehow Dreamwalker have managed to make it work. Krovix will at least find 1 as the plant finally comes in on the spike, and now there's a fake on the faker, but Miles is ready. He was waiting for somebody to come through that TP. Blazer will kill off Musashi at the same time. However, there is still a chance here for Mixery.
Huh? Very interesting to see that he uses his ult for Dad when nobody's hypothetically close. Oh, Krovax, that could have been his, but ain't happening. And Miles beheaded in the process. Oh, they curse the turmoil over on the B side again and again. And at one point, that fragile site belongs to them. They erupt over there and bring the double digits to their site. 20 frags on Nicholas, 13 on McConsty. It's all fair over here, I would say. It's a wonderful performance we so far see from both teams. And for me personally, we often talked about in the previous games how that it's such a scoreline, it's really unrealistic, the opponent bouncing back. But I think for Mixery, I would see them having one of the most realistic chances in actually now getting back into position.
Oh, I don't know if the timing's actually worked out. And Blazor is going to win that. Musashi's aggression has been ultimately a failure for the majority of this game. Like, you exclude the couple of pistol rounds that he was successful in, and it really hasn't been too successful at all. However, Miles is just going ham. He's found a couple of kills right back. The jump across from Nicholas will spot his opponent, but doesn't really garner him too much in success. And sure, they're going to be able to go and pick up a couple of the rifles, but ultimately, this is a chance for Mixery to break straight back on the economy of their opponent.
And as we see right here, the patience from Dreamwalker, it doesn't bring them so far too much. I mean, Nicholas has bathroom control. That's great and nice. Azuri, whenever he wants to, could pop that info dart for his team to make sure that they have the right reconnaissance and information. And with 25 left on that clock, they sneak up on the side of A, but this clock is ticking.
Oh, that is not pretty for Missouri.
Oh,
and it might just have all
no.
gone wrong. Nicholas and McConsty come in with 2 quick kills, and they'll get that spike down with time to spare. Grovek's quick rotation. He does not expect Nicholas to be this aggressive, and even has a little bit of extra damage to come through to deny Imp any further presence. A 1v2. A Spectre, definitely not where he's looking for. I imagine he might try and retrieve a rifle, but heading into lamps, he actually has a chance. The thing is, there's a bit of a bait and switch. They were waiting for him to push that angle. He does have a Molotov available to him, but how he'll use it, I have no idea. And McConsty is not going to allow him the time of day. A 3v4 made to look all too easy from Dreamwalker as they take their 11th in the lead.
Yeah, and you know, Mixery, a quick look at the economy tells us that they're on breadline. You know, it might be already them capitulating at that point, and you can't really blame them. Obviously, they won't. Musashi coming in with 20 bullets to spray all over the place. And if there was a man I would really have the hope in to make something work with just that, it would be him. It would be very, very much him that he can dupe inside of Dreamwalker. We'll find out. In the meantime, that hurts. That's pain.
Definitely not the start they were looking for in a round that could end up being crucial for their survival in this tournament. Of course, this is only map 1, but you have to bear in mind, I believe this is Mixery's choice. So Dreamwalker continuing their momentum from the last map, potentially taking their opponent's choice, and well, it's looking better and better as the seconds go by. Dink hit by Musashi. Oh, that's not at all where he wanted that dart to go, and now he's completely stuck in the mud. Gosu will kill off his doppelganger and leave just 2 standing. The shock dart even better to leave another player low. They're just getting absolutely slaughtered. Last man left. He needs a miracle or 2, and in fact, he can't connect a single bullet. 12-5, map point. Just look at Nicholas, 23 and 7. He might have slowed down a little bit going into the second half, but it seems like his teammates are there to help out anyway.
I have to say, Tom, you know, you're really doing perfect for a broadcast of Valorant for the German scene. Using a German word like doppelganger, amazing that you even put that one in. That's where you see that you are the real professional here. And so it is just 5 more seconds till we head in a round that could decide map number 1. It is Bind that might just fall into the hands of Dreamwalker.
Patient start once again. Not wanting to let anything back into this round. Both teams having a couple of ultimates available to them. The Hunter's Fury, normally used to either clear out angles or potentially for afterplant situations. Fury actually going to go pushing, wanting to try and take the fight, and he'll win it at that. Actually going to check to see if there's anybody further down the line, and there is, but this corner not going to be cleared. Because of that, McConsty can actually stick around, and in fact, again, they're still just being patient. A re-peek, a little bit risky from Musashi, but does manage to get away with it. Consti, oh, perfect kill. Is he going to check the close corner? He is, but he doesn't quite manage to win the duel, and a couple go the way of Mixery at the same time. Gosu, however, making this one look possible. I like the one-way smoke, but we know that it's only going to last a second or 2, and in fact, he has to try and put that in himself. The plant, in the meantime, going to go down. Oh, actually, no, it's not. Maybe slight hesitation. That hesitation could be a big problem, because now the orbital strike is actually going to force him off of the site, and now Musashi can pounce once again. He's got support from Miles. It's a 6th for Mixery, but still a long, long way to go.
Ah, the fake got them, man. That's unfortunate. That fake is just painful. So painful to see. You would have expected it to work, absolutely. And at the same time, it is what it is. And look at it. I mean, they would have had it. You know, I was a little surprised why they initially thought this was the idea to go with, but they couldn't bait out Musashi, and so it is 6 more rounds for Mixery to head into overtime, if they do so, of course. No!
Oh, he's actually going to go down. Nicholas managed to make it work with the paint shells, and here comes the Hunter's Fury as well, doing further damage to the opposition. There is going to be a trade back, at least from Krovex, but they're just going to hightail their way straight back into A. A 4v2 retake just not looking likely. Now, they do both have their ults. Maybe the Hunter's Fury could be used to try and deny the plant a little bit, but there's also McConsty as well lurking around the back. He's going to take his time to make that push through, and they expected this. That's the thing. Like, I expected it, they expected it, and it means that this is going to do at least a little bit of damage, but not enough to write home about. McConsty as well, I mentioned that flank, and he is there, and they will close out this map. Dreamwalker, they have taken bind their opponent's choice, and they've done it fairly easily, to be honest. I was expecting a little bit more resistance from Mixery.
And the thing is, you know, when we talk about Dreamwalker, they have delivered a horrible performance against eXiLe Academy. Actually, when we talk about that, if you remember, that was one of the only games we saw where we went to a third map, and we were like, that was absolutely surprisingly bad. Directly, but honest, and that was a thing. Now, this was fairly solid. Taking a look at the replays, that is pretty much, you know, justifying why we're saying that.
Yeah, I think this man especially is going to be up in the sort of battle for MVP at this point. Like, it's him and McConsty that are sort of the ones I'm looking at still. Maybe if McConsty has a big performance in the last map, but in this grand final so far, there's only really been one man to write home about, and that was Nicholas. Absolutely phenomenal, as you mentioned, like playing as that Raze, but it just seemed like he was so good at positioning himself to find the shots with the operator that it just became very, very difficult. This round in particular is one that's got to be infuriating as well, because this was multiple ults thrown in, and still Dreamwalker on their defensive side were able to make everything work. Their team synergy seemed to be very good, fixing maybe some of the earlier mistakes we saw throughout the tournament. And yeah, ultimately it just seemed like no matter where Mixery were actually going on their offense, they were just getting stuck, and most of the time they were getting hit by the ult.
Oh, look at it. I mean, Nicholas played so wonderful. He played an outstanding race operator in this. I mean, you must get furious when you watch that replay right there as McConsty. But either way, this is also crazy. You know, and this is a tiny thing that really bothers me and boggles me, because they still didn't set up for a way where they could simultaneously peak. It happens from time to time. I mean, the first frag was in movement anyway, but you hate to see it.
Well, yeah, I think a lot of the time, like, especially in those moments, like, you're like, okay, we're trying to work out what the last player is, but most of the time, you have the advantage. Once that plant is in your favor, I think also you have to realize who you're up against. McConsty was constantly pushing down B long and then flanking him from behind, so he did that multiple times. He was always the guy flanking, so it's definitely unfortunate that they didn't make that realization. And again, it's always a few rounds, a few minor details where you can deny clutches, because most of the time that's what we talk about in any FPS shooter. Is like, okay, somebody had to win the clutch, but somebody also had to lose it, in the sense of you had to make a mistake. And that's what that was. That was a mistake.
It was a mistake, first of all. Second of all, now, you know, going a little further, we're talking about split right now. Dreamwalker's choice, understandably, of what we have seen in our semifinal, because, you know, considering that they played it so solid against CONSTIPEEK, a team that only dropped 5 maps in the quarterfinals, is fantastic. And this is where, once more, the agent I hate the most could be so pivotal. Gozu on Reyna was a charm. It was fantastic to watch him absolutely slap left, right, and center. Behead everybody who's coming in his way. 410 ACS is, I mean,
not bad.
Not bad is probably the kindest word you could say, Tom.
That's what I average, you know, in my iron lobbies. That's what I average. But yeah, no, it's one of those things where the only thing I question a little bit is he going to be able to repeat that? Like, probably not, but did they necessarily need it? Because it was also a map where we witnessed McConsty have a quiet performance, as well as Nicholas. So if you had 2 of your star players, your 2 highest rated players across all of your performances, both having a bad game, and you win it convincingly, well, if they even have now average or even like above average games, as we've just seen from Nicholas, this could be dominant. Of course, we are still going to look at this and go, okay, well, if both teams get a ban, like, this is not necessarily a map that Mixery are going to be hating. Like, they've fine to play it. They knew it would be coming up because both teams getting a ban. You know that this map has to come through. So I think they should be relatively well prepared, but the real thing I think they need to worry about is sort of what we spoke about at the very top of the show. Like, we know that Musashi is an incredible player individually, but it just seemed like he fell apart a little bit in this match. Like, he didn't have a second gear. It was like, okay, I'm going to get aggressive and I'm going to get a kill. Okay, that didn't work. Okay, I'll try it again. Okay, that didn't work. Okay, I'll try it again. And it's like, that's where you have a good player and a great player. A great player has adaptations, have different levels to their play, whereas he just seemed to be banging his head against a brick wall and just hoping the wall would break.
I very much hope this will be a learning, at least from the map, you know, not from the series because we're not done yet, but this has to be a learning. Musashi on the one end, I think he's 17 years old. He is fairly young. You have to make this experience because
he's very young.
Individually, he's very young. Individually, he's absolutely talented, but you know, this is where the experience is maybe missing out, right? And maybe this is where you will have that experience throughout the series. And that is the great thing because, you know, this series, nothing else than the LVL Valorant Clash Regional, powered by DreamHack Live Tacoma Edition and Logitech, is the place where German Valorant is growing. And I saw a lot of people in chat, Tom, a lot of people encouraging it, a lot of people making compliments to LVL, and that is for a good reason. We are watching the possibility to see a winner of the second regional clash, or most likely, which is also up in the open, Haven on a final map.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. I think the thing I'm excited for is, I know you don't like Arena, but we've now got two. So Azuri's going to pick up one on the opposing side and see if he can match up. Also, Krovex is actually going to switch things back and head over to the Killjoy. So it's, again, it's sort of the battle of the two different. It's interesting as well that McConsey, again, like, he seems to be good with either or. And he didn't necessarily play amazingly well earlier with the Killjoy. So I wonder if that's a decision to switch things up a little bit. Other than that, I think things are relatively the same. Blazer as well, going for a raise. I don't think we saw him on raise earlier. You can correct me if I'm wrong, though.
Yes, this should do. The interesting part for me is right here that, you know, it makes sense for Isur because we're talking about a map that is just not very Soba friendly, right? It makes a lot of sense to play this agent right here, right now. And you know, we saw it previously played by him over on Haven. That's the only time he, by the way, played it throughout the entire career so far. So it's the second time we're seeing that. And, you know, that's how it starts. Nicholas again.
Oh, he actually tries to peek alongside it. Gosu as well. Up there with a strong start. And, yeah, this is just utterly dominant already. Musashi, he's normally the king of pistols. We'll see if he can get anything done in this one. Spots his opponent, but it's more of a bait and switch. However, his teammate of Imp will kill off Nicholas, making this round at least viable. He's going to hit the dink on the first and manage to convert it as well. This is starting to become a possible round, especially with a few low players currently on the attacking side. However, the remainder not being quite as aggressive, being more than complacent to sit back and wait. Musashi, though, already picks up another. It comes down to a pretty close scenario, but it's McConsty to close things out. 1 HP for him. A little bit lucky to still be alive, but nonetheless, Dreamwalker take their pistol. And I was actually correct. So Blazor earlier played, literally earlier today, probably about an hour and a half ago, played Breach on this very map and has now decided to move away from the Breach, maybe because they have enough flashes as it is, and go for a raise instead.
And that race is, you know, if I remember correctly from Blazer, he himself, you know, what I liked so much when I talked to him is that he said one of our weaknesses is that we don't have an experienced IGL. He himself is the IGL. I think a great piece of players is when they know how to reflect, and that's the wonderful thing. That's the wonderful thing about such individuals. Now him as an IGL swap into the race, it is a great kind of thing to have once in a while. You know, the little swap up, the little change, and it is the way it is. And if it works, it works. In the meantime, what doesn't work is that B-side defense.
Yeah, the thing that is a surprise to me is the fact that they've actually gone for a triple duelist on split. Like, it's definitely not the most common thing in the world. Like, I'm sure a few teams run it here and there, but a lot of the time, like, again, you talk about like a Sage potentially be brought in for this particular comp. Or again, like maybe you don't have the Reyna and you pull in someone who has like more specific flashes, because Lear's not exactly fantastic. But the fact that they've still got the Omen available to them definitely works in their favor. And I guess their opponent, the only real different thing that they have instead is going to be that Sage. So if you don't feel like you need that necessarily, then it doesn't really matter too much. We'll see how it actually plays down the line, especially going into the defensive side, because the other thing I'm questioning here is this pick purely based on the fact that they're starting attack? Because I think if you start defense, I wonder if they would have gone for the breach just so they could slow down a lot of the pushes. But because they're starting on the offense, they've just gone for, okay, let's just try and frag them out and get as many rounds as we can.
Yeah.
Then again, I say that, I'm pretty sure they started on attack last time and had a breach, so who knows?
Okay. Here.
That's my Consti. It's calling something. Uh-oh. Musashi is nearby. And when a Musashi is nearby, you usually don't want to be close. Great frag found by him. At the same time, we see Dreamwalker also having the race on low HP is definitely concerning. And so that B side is fortified, but they hear it, right? They hear B main is rotating off, and a quick look on the minimap tells us that a magnet has been placed on A. Everybody is heading over to the site, but actually...
Oh, they're faking the footsteps.
Very much indeed.
The plan there is that they expect Mustache to be pushed up because he gets a kill in mid, so you think, okay, he's just going to push into mid. Now, the big bamboozle that they've tried to pull hasn't actually done anything because no one can hear them. So no one's really moved on the defensive side. I appreciate the effort. I appreciate the attempt, but it really hasn't done anything. So they are just ready and waiting. It is a flawless cleanup. One player dropped, Imp goes down, and Kelton looking to try and do some damage. Does manage to take one with him at least at Miles. The Sage Judge combo, not something I want to see too often, but you know, it can work.
What I very much enjoyed about this right there is that they dare it. Of course, nice idea. But Mixery was you know, so calm in that sense that they said we are 5 players. We don't need to over-rotate at any circumstance. We can easily retake. We have the better weapons. There is no actual reason for us to make any jokes to fool around right now. Just play by the book, and that's the amazing thing. Because they heard them rotate, 100% they heard them rotate back from main, and they still didn't do anything.
Again, that was Dreamwalker only coming in with mostly SMGs, so although the round ended up being quite clean for the side of Mixery, they're still going to be up against it here now that the proper rifles are actually coming into play. Of course, we do still expect more rounds to be thrown in on the defensive side. Nicholas, though, he seems to be just so strong at doing these aggressive pushes through heaven with those daggers. He's going to be looking for a little bit more. Lands a few of them as well, but more importantly, he actually gets away. So they can play this as a 4v3. Gosu with a bit of an off angle is not going to be expected, and now manages to fall back into the heavens. This is such a perfect take from Dreamwalker. They win with 4 players surviving, and now Mixery are going to be in a bit of financial trouble once again.
That's pain, Tom. And again, this is the thing where it's a little unlucky when suddenly your opponent has a buy round and they still play as strong as they did before. Hate to see it. Inf and Co swapping their weaponry quite fast. And I just genuinely hope Musashi's going to find his composure soon. You know, we talked about him on the quarterfinals there, the first one already on Friday, mentioning that he is one of those individuals that you have your eyes peeled for. And then when peer pressure, and I think even on the first day you said, the great and the good players are separated how they actually start to play when the real good competition comes in. And you were right. You couldn't have said it any better there. Oh, yeah.
Musashi He's going to get a little bit of health back, but Sage not quite going to be able to bring back as much as she used to. Not a bad crossfire here, but it doesn't matter. Nicholas just slaughtering once again. Easy picks, of course. Still weaker weaponry in play at the moment for Mixery, but to walk into a 3-man stack on Heaven and not really lose too much in response. In fact, to lose absolutely nothing is really not going to be too bad. However, Krovix has managed to retrieve himself a gun. It's making things a little bit more costly. He's been spotted by the turret, so they aren't going to know exactly where he is, and I believe that there might be a lair being set up. They do plan to peek this. More open plant available as well, so chances of him getting anything done here are slim, and the timing peak from Kelton is perfect.
Ay, ay, ay. It does not get any better at all. So, for the moment, that 4-2-1 is absolutely... I mean, it's so early, right? I don't always want to say that early, that it's absolutely devastating considering the map we talk about and how those rounds have panned out so far. But it's time for a change, obviously, and Musashi heading backwards. There is finally a change. You're out, Nicholas, and that was a little too much. Same from Kelton.
Definitely more of a awkward battle than he would have wanted. Still going to be trying to get aggressive here, but I think realizing that in a 5-on-3 situation, there's not much of a necessity. Remaining attackers somewhat just sat back all across the map.
One enemy remaining.
They're losing every single duel, so looking like we are going to have a second round. And more important for Mixery, well, I don't want to jinx them here, but they're making this one look very easy. A clean round of sorts, and if they can keep it that way, this will do wonders for their economy. Give them a chance if they do lose a round eventually to rebuy, and they don't lose a single player. That is perfect. Great round for Miles as well. Good to see him step back up because he was someone that definitely, well, caught our eye, I guess you could say, in some of the earlier matches. And for the attacking side, okay, it's a bit damaging, but they are still going to be able to purchase into this one.
As this is the 2-2-4. I hate the glitch pop skin so much. Sorry, getting away from that. Getting to the actual point. I sorry, you know they have been teased in here, and I just hate them. It doesn't matter. I'm just grumpy right now. Well, who isn't grumpy definitely is Nicholas. His team leads, and he already got into ropes. That's a good bit of control, as he's loud as hell to make that move. Oh, the timing on it is absolutely disgusting.
Pathetic.
It's going much better. Last couple of rounds for Mixery, it seems like they've come to life, and the picks just going every single one in their favor. Is it going to be back-to-back flawless rounds? It is. Not a single player lost. Really starting to build into this defensive side, and
absolutely.
Oh, you kind of have to look at this now from the perspective of Dreamwalker and say, okay, are you starting to fall a little bit flat? It looks like they are still going to go for an investment into this one. A single kill for Nicholas would give him the Blade Storm, but they are actually just about going to be able to afford a purchase anyway. Maybe a piece of utility missing here and there, but it really isn't too bad. However, if they lose this next one, Zesh, that's where their finances actually start to go amiss.
Well, the wiggle room is minimal, to put it that way, I would say. And therefore, it's absolutely crucial to stick to what they have worked with so far. And you saw the mid-approach consistently being, you know, sloppy, I would say. We saw, I think, when it was 1-2-4 on the scoreboard, we saw always players peeking one by one in mid. And I mean, this is not the quarterfinals. This is not the easiest opponent. You're fighting for that gold medal. And obviously, you can't bring in the cheap tricks. Mal's now immediately rotating away, but ouch, he's gone. And that was one hell of a showstopper.
One enemy remaining.
What? No way! What is that flick from Krovix? Please tell me we have a slow-mo.
Not bad at all. I really have come alive. I don't know what's changed over the last few rounds. I guess this is the first few purchases we've really seen from them, but yeah, this has been pretty unbelievable from them. And yeah, CONSTIPEEK being a big part of it, just dominating anybody that came in. Quick flick onto the headshot as well. And then his teammate coming in to actually support. 4-4. And now I think it's finally the money actually starting to run a little bit thin. This is where Nicholas thrives, though. His Blade Storm expended. We know what he can do with this. Imp, however, already going to pick up his teammate. And actually, it is clean again. Azuri just slaughtering as they go pushing in. And Blazer at least managing to get himself a rifle. He's going to give that over to Kelton, the healthier of the two. With off angle being held, and Musashi now with his operator. Nice shot from Blazer at least, but he's not going to get anything more. Lead taken by the side of Mixery for the first time, and well, the question is now, where's the response? 4 rounds in a row. Like, don't get me wrong, I still think that even 4 or 5 rounds over on that attacking side is enough. But realistically, they're going to be hoping for more than that.
Exactly. They will very much hope for more than that. And that's where you're absolutely right to that degree, that the momentum is going, obviously, for Mixery, but the confidence as well. Our confidence is just on a level that all of those strong players need to be. We talked about Musashi making mistake after mistake over on Bind. Now he's getting back in the spot where he's hitting those shots that you are looking for. And in the meantime,
goodness. These rounds are so fast. They're just not even dropping a frag at the moment. It seems like Mixery have just got in the mood, got into the rhythm, and wow. There's nothing that Dreamwalker seemed to be able to do. In the last map, they were dominant. They were winning every duel. It was mostly the likes of Gosu when we saw him on this map before, who was just having a phenomenal game. Now he can't seem to get anything done, and yeah, CONSTIPEEK just has this site on lock. If they go anywhere near him, they just end up dead.
Snuff them out.
I was a little surprised because, you know, I was transitioning over to you. I thought, you know, it's going to take a while, retake happening. In a matter of 2 or 3 seconds, that round was gone. And all craziness just happened in a matter of seconds. It's insane stuff. And the 8-4 might be coming their way, as Musashi with such a shot, definitely not happy about it. The Sheriff can become dangerous when somebody is running into Omen's crosshair.
Gotta be careful. There's so many angles here to check. And Miles, he just decides it's my time to shine. Peeking out, he's got some help from a shorty as well. Oh, it doesn't seem to matter at this stage. They are getting attacked from all angles. McConsty does at least get one. There's no real escape from this situation. Not without some incredible Sheriff play. Now, killing off the Killjoy at least means that the turret is disabled. So there is still, however, a Musashi who is definitely not. So he's waiting on the angle with an operator. A swift headshot needed to take him out. And he's not even going to get the chance to shoot. 7-4. From what was such a strong early lead, Dreamwalkers just seemed diminished.
Absolutely diminished. And, I mean, it feels for me very much like this is where they had the momentum going for themselves for a moment. You know, they found a way to attack your opponent. But here's the thing about it, right? You have a triple duelist setup that can work. But obviously, you're missing out on a bit of utility here and there. And that is going to make it very interesting when they're about to defend. At the same time, what's obviously missing is someone like Gozu. The man popped off in the previous game. He just popped off. And obviously, Mixery are not even giving them the option.
Oh, once again, it's Miles. He's been dominating in mid. The fact that they've invested so much of their comp into duelists as well has me worried a bit. The fact that they're still struggling to pick up rounds. Good job by McConsty at least to bring this back, but the fact is they do have a res available, and I think the Sage is going in that direction right now. There comes the resurrection. We are going to see the showstopper expended, but by the looks of it, it's not going to get anything. Just trying to clear up over on this side of the map, and it's closed, but actually it works out for Krovex. In the meantime, Miles gets a quad kill to close this round, and they went from 4-1 down to 8-4. They won 7 in a row on the Mixery side. They've got to be feeling confident. However, I still believe with a pistol win, this is not over.
I love this experience that we're having, because can you name me a game we had so far in this series where we had a proper comeback? Like a real proper comeback? I can't make up one right now. As Tom is silent, I imagine there's not one game that had a comeback. I knew you didn't time out. I knew you were there the entire time. I knew it. So to answer it, no. But in the meantime, Musashi running into the site.
It's definitely looking a little bit rough. Consti down low, and site completely under the control of Mixery. As said, if they win this, I feel like they're in a pretty good position to close this one out. Musashi is just going to go peeking in. It's a little bit awkward, but somehow he gets away. The man at 2 HP, a single bullet would have been enough, and there is that single bullet. However, his teammates are still there supporting. Gosu is not going to be able to catch the Reyna as she fades back into the corner. Now with 2 players sat in that backline, it's going to be very difficult to get past this crossfire. However, they're doing a damn good job of it, and Blazer actually closes. He had a very quiet first half. Not what we were looking for from a Raze on this map, but he ends the pistol with a triple kill and gives a 5th over to Dreamwalker. One that, as said, I think they desperately needed.
They desperately needed indeed. And tell me whatever you want, but that once more looked like it would be just that easy, casual Saturday drive where you go over to the Sata B, feel all good, and suddenly you would get the 9th, the momentum going, and head onto the final map. Not with Dreamwalker, at least not that easily.
Last player standing. 1 enemy remaining. Go get him.
How could this be the start of a completely different story? We know how difficult this attacking side can be, and actually, I like this. Mixery have bought. They've gone for the investment. They've realized, okay, if we win this round, it could be pretty much bringing the game back for us. Our buy's not going to be too bad, and a big surprise for Nicholas. He didn't expect them to be that far pushed forward. Blazer has at least found a response, but then Musashi comes in from behind. It is going to be a 3v3 situation. However, they need to get rid of this man in the backlines. That's exactly what they do. McConzie's gone. Now it sits with just 2 players remaining. Kelton alongside Gosu. As I said, Gosu was the killer man when it came to their semi-final map of Split. But at the moment, he is not having that same performance. I questioned it at the beginning if he'd be able to. Gosu's going to try and bait in the peak, and he does. He baits in the peak, but he doesn't get anything for it. And now with both remaining players in such commanding positions, it looks like this is going to be the 9th round. I don't think there's anything he can do about that. Musashi will be there to close it. And that is heartbreaking. A chance for redemption, a chance for a comeback, and it's all thrown away at the loss to some SMGs.
The worst of the worst, because you were starting to really gain that confidence. You were feeling like this might be the situation where you can bounce back. Again, you said it. 4 or 5 rounds over there on the aggressor side, that can work well. That can usually give you the opportunity to pick up a win. But as Mixery is absolutely dominant and their margin is looking more than fine, I have very low hopes for Dreamwalker of finding success on this. I really have.
They've gone for maybe a slightly heavier investment for themselves anyway. So, I say that Gosu's bought up a stinger, but it seems like the rest of his team might not have invested anywhere near as much, and it doesn't seem to matter Azuri, well, we were talking about the reign of battle. I think there's only been one victor. This man definitely in the driver's seat.
Consistency is key, Tom.
Again, not much of an investment. He's got himself a sheriff. Yeah. There's one kill, but the perfect split timing is going to leave things with just 2 men standing, and they're on the wrong side of the map.
And this is where I genuinely had the hope that maybe Blazer can make a difference due to the fact that he still has the showstopper and can blow up the entirety of the A site. But that didn't happen. And as it obviously was possibly his plan, you know, he maybe had it up in his mind, that didn't go according to plan. So no other options. Try to find some exit frags if you're lucky. Maybe save a rifle if you can. But I don't really imagine that Mixery is going to drop too much right here, right now. Krovex hears it. Should notice that they move over to CT. There we go. Nicholas with 1, but it was at the end only a stinger lost, and that's really no big deal. You love to watch it, don't you?
That was a nice shot, but unfortunately it doesn't change anything to do with the round. There's still going to be a 10th on the board for Mixery, and well, now this is where the comeback has to begin. There needs to be a streak as hefty as what we saw on the other side. Bear in mind, this was a 4-1 start. Since then, 1 round has gone in their direction to the 9 that we've seen from Mixery. So definitely not a pretty performance from the side of Dreamwalker, especially on their map choice. Either way, maybe they can make it happen. They do have the rifles, they've got the operator, they've got everything they could possibly need. Excuses go out of the window on their defensive side now. Well, Nicholas, we mentioned the fact that he doesn't miss. Musashi just gets a headshot. He lines them up.
Ridiculous.
Both of them go down, and now there's only one defender. McConsty as well, another highlight. Is going to get absolutely nothing. And the remaining 2 players might actually have to consider a save here.
I think that's the only reasonable thing to do, right? I mean, what are you supposed to do with such a scenario? It's got to be 11-5 under any circumstance. It's nearly unrealistic that this is going to work right here. And so at that point in time, they still go for the fight. And yeah, taking down Azuri, that's nice and great, but they dare? They really try it? It's a little crazy right now to think, because a quick look on the mini tells us that someone's knocking on the back door. His name's Miles. He's gonna find 1. The second, not granted.
$11-5. Looking like it might be a done deal as the investment that's coming in here as we get surprising though. Gosu, we mentioned him earlier, was fantastic earlier on Split. 5-13 here. McConsty, someone we've highlighted throughout. He had a quiet game of Split earlier. He's having another one here. Even with the change of agents, Blazer's doing slightly better, but when you're picking up a raise, the numbers we're expecting are significantly higher. And then Nicholas as well. He's gone from being the best player in the server to almost being non-existent. On the other side, though, it's been a complete change of fate. Musashi's being right up on that top of the board once more. Well, there are a few ultimates for the defensive side. Like, although this round financially and in terms of weaponry is not fantastic, you've got yourself a Bladestorm available. You've got yourself an Empress as well. And let's never forget the all-important Showstopper, which it still kind of sucked from what we've seen so far. It's definitely not the quad-kill Showstopper we saw in the early days of Valorant, but we'll see if they can make it work.
Exactly. There you have McConsty, and making the Bucky work, swapping position. And he should be known because he can't go anywhere anyway. Blades are in the main while taking out Dreamwalker down to 2 defenders, and it's just getting worse and worse. As though Musashi is back alive, we're back in the 4v2. Next player is beheaded, and this means Gozu. It's your time to shine, but this is not the Gozu we know from the previous map.
No, definitely not. It has been a quiet performance from him, and Azuri has been by far the better of the doppelgangers, leaving what is, well, again, 16, 15, 14, 13. If Krovex had 12 kills, I'd be very happy here, but unfortunately he has 11. yeah, it's been a fantastic performance across the board from Mixery, and it's given us a damn good grand final. It means that third map is looking inevitable, a middle ground of sorts, and weirdly, it seems that both teams have pretty significantly won their opponent's map choice, so a bit of an odd one, but nonetheless, it definitely makes things more exciting.
As Musashi and his crew are just about to check that angle. Nicholas is not going to like it. That's where your shoulder might be seen. Gozu, though, has a reply at least. But still, the advantage is on the side for Mixery. As though the showstopper is the thing that could save Dreamwalker at least another round.
Still a pretty close situation. The problem I have is still the weaponry is definitely weaker on the Dreamwalker side. One-way smoke, and Kelton actually could use it to try and push. He could get the timing absolutely spot on. A freebie on the first. Paranoia to deny the next two getting any further. He's got to worry, though, from the heavens. Azuri comes through, and that's going to be Kelton to go down. Gosu desperately wanting a trade, but he gets nothing. Azuri once again dominates his twin on the other side, leaving it into a 2v2 situation. A real possibility for Mixery to close this one out. Again, it is a failed showstopper that ends up in the demise of Blazor, and McConsty now the only one left alive, and this time there is no clutch to be had. It is going to be the victory now, taking us to a third and final map, and again, it now is absolutely anyone's to play for.
It's absolutely crazy what we have just witnessed right there, because we were coming in with a 4-1 start, and you thought, like, we're talking about an attacker start, we talk about Dreamwalker really playing up to their strengths individually, and what we end up with is a stomp at the end of the day coming in from nobody else than Mixery. Because I thought, you know, from a mental level, it might be done and dusted when you saw Bind being a slaughterhouse. But I mean, the replays were going to show us that it has been a superb performance when everything has swapped over on the side of Mixery.
Yeah, it really is surprising. Like, a 4-1 start in their favor. In terms of economy, it was booming. They had everything they need, and then it just turned into this just running riot over the site. Like, rounds over in seconds, very simplistic retakes, and Krovik's definitely one of the main reasons for that, but again, I'm a little bit disappointed with some of the level that we saw on the other side, especially in a map that you chose, and also the fact that players we know can perform on this map just seem to go completely missing. Like Gosu being the main one, someone who, again, we literally saw dominate earlier in the day. I can't think of a single thing he did in the entire map.
Exactly, and that's really painful. That's really, considering what we experienced, that has been painful. We're heading over on Haven, that previously has been played by Mixery, over against Entropy. Yeah, all right, I guess. I mean, it was a 13-4 victory, but again, for me, not comparable. Haven between Dreamwalker and, you know, eXiLe Academy was something that I would have called closer than expected, but I think this Dreamwalker eXiLe game was not comparable at all. I think that cannot be put in any consideration to what we have seen today from Dreamwalker.
Yeah, for sure. Either way, I believe before we get this series done and dusted, we are going to have a short break. So join us then for the conclusion of the LVL Valorant Regional Clash.
Когда есть такая легкая мышка, твой прицел — это как бы твоим оружием. Мне кажется, эта мышка — это next level.
Hello and welcome to another edition of the Level Masterclass. This time we're talking League of Legends. When the first towers begin to fall and the laning phase is over, you'll often see a teammate type the message group mid into the chat without taking into consideration any number of variables. When is the next major objective spawning? Should it be contested? Where are the minion waves in the side lanes and should they be prioritized for pressure or resources? All of these questions are designed to make you think and not just to kill. But a kill equals money. Does think equal money? No. Stupid. Group mid.
A good mouse 100% helps you play fearlessly. With super light, there's absolutely nothing holding you back.
Welcome back to the Level Masterclass. This time, we're telling you how to get to Challenger in League of Legends. To reach Challenger in League of Legends requires nuanced comprehension of impossible mathematical complexity, a deep understanding of a long history of game strategy and player choices, and huge awareness of the map and game theory instincts. That said, there are certain acts of skullduggery which allow you to circumvent literal decades of devoted practice. Step 1. Click the damn lantern.
I would say welcome back, and welcome back to nothing else than the absolute excellent LVL Valorant Clash Regional, powered by DreamHack Lab Tacoma Edition, and obviously Logitech G, as those lads are also giving away some sick stuff down there in the chat. So exclamation mark giveaway in the chat, or check out the Level Global socials. But we're not only here for the giveaways, we're not only here to have some excellent gear, we're here to watch who will finally take home that trophy. I'm not only here for the giveaway, Tom. I'm also here to see who's winning that series.
I like giveaways.
But
Logitech,
you already have.
cool
You already
products,
have.
So you can never have too much. Like, you can never have too much.
What will you do with
nothing,
two mice?
That's the thing. Play against myself. It's the only time I'd ever come up against good competition, you know?
I don't know, Tom. I think we got a little too far. I mean, at the end of the day, we will not get too far with this series. It is, and that's the great part, a final worthy game. We go to free maps. We go to Haven to finally figure out who's taking home that lion's share of the 1.5k. As already, it seems like, you know, the attackers, Joshi and Co, Mixery, have decided what they will pick. On the other side, Gozu is still, you know, raising question marks. Maybe he doesn't know any arrows over on this map. I mean, I doubt that he doesn't know any arrows on this map, but maybe.
I think if you have ever played Sova, this is probably the first map that you would learn how to play. I feel like Sova on this map in particular is probably the most integral agent. The amount of plant denials that are available off of the shock darts that you have are so important, but also the information you can garner. Like, this is a map, in case people didn't know, that has 3 bomb sites, as you can see on your screen at the moment. So the fact is, you need to be able to get intel as basically as quickly as possible. So yeah, it's definitely going to be important to have a strong server player on this map in particular. Again, we're going to have the Cypher facing off against the Killjoy. I'm a little bit disappointed that throughout this series, McConsty hasn't played Killjoy, even though throughout the tournament it has been his agent of choice. Again, I'm basing that mostly off Ascent, where I feel like Killjoy is the favorite by quite a margin, but even still, I'm a little bit disappointed he doesn't bring it more into other maps. Other than that, we're going to see, again, Nicholas and Musashi both going for their jets, as usual. Miles actually going to be switching off the Sage and going over to Reyna, though.
I'll tell you, Musashi just wrote, okay, now I'm playing serious. Mate hasn't played serious before. I mean, obviously not, considering what he can usually deliver. Map.
They having fun in that one?
I mean... Let's take a look. And for now, Musashi moving into Garage, taking a lot of room, and you know, as he now has to wait for his long mates to come, seems like it's finally time to find Frax. Kelton is taking a lot of time, but Nicholas is there as well. Musashi falls, man disadvantage for Mixery, and that in no time.
Yeah, they're actually going to reposition themselves into the garage. A little bit of a risk taken with the drop down. You don't actually have your aim available to connect the shots while that's happening. Not actually going to give too much information other than the fact that they're still here, and neither will the fault line stun anyone. So the utility being thrown in. Nice shot though onto Azuri. Going to leave him relatively low. Krovex with a chance for a double, but now he needs to kill everybody else. But the remaining 2 players are fairly low. More so the Cypher on the other side, but they've opted to try and gather up together. And although he gets the kill onto McConsty, he will not find Blazer in return.
And as Dreamwalker walk away with, you know, a solid start, Blazer and Co will, I can only imagine that they really are right now in that stance that, you know, they came in from a very tough first best of 3. Following a solid performance, they came in with the semifinals, and they are very close to, you know, making sure that they stay in the position, you know, to be one of the best teams here in Germany. Mixery is a mixed team. Dreamwalker, in the meantime, as far as I have understood, are not. So I think that is a major thing now to defend such a title. And as Consti saw what is happening, Musashi might be tied up in a tripwire, but only for a second. He has gained a lot of room. Now it's time to get that spike down. Ow.
Oh. It's been denied at least for a second, and there goes the second shock dart. This one he'll just have to tank. But it gets them the plant nonetheless. Extra money made for Mixery, and for team to get anything done in this round would be impressive. Of course, a few players still don't have much invested in this one at all. Nicholas is going to dive through, and even though he's been tanked, he still gets 2 kills. An aftershock clearing out a position as well. Leaves it onto Krovex, and Nicholas just doesn't miss a beat. Even though they knew where he was at all times, there was nothing they could do to stop him.
It's ridiculous, mate. What they were doing is absolutely ridiculous. I am in shock. I am absolutely in shock what they have just gotten themselves out of such rounds. Because, I mean, they got the spike down, sure, and, you know, they have a weaponry disadvantage, don't get me wrong, but at the same time, Nicholas, again, just with the ghost, and that's the thing, just with the ghost, because he wants the big guns right now, bringing in pure raw skill. Absolutely enjoyable, absolutely wonderful.
Scanning ahead.
Goes awaits, but oh no.
Yeah, I don't think he meant to do that. Probably the most underwhelming dart of all time. Already though, Zuri looking to try and gain some control. One of the main weaknesses of Cypher is the fact that the Owl Drone can pretty much just take out the utility that's in the way. Musashi already will gain an entry forward. Of course, this is a pretty important round for them, one they can't really afford to lose, facing off against the SMGs, and actually that is a perfect dismiss. He gets dinked, but manages to fade away before a fatal blow is dealt. It means that he'll live to tell the tale, but more importantly, it's bought some time. As the rest of his team have gone barreling in towards this A site, the rotation's not going to be heard, but they are going to make one of their own, and both teams will be in position once this take initiates.
And as the spike goes down, oh, the charge came in time. I thought for a second, is it going to be a little second too late, but that didn't happen. And so the figurehead of Dreamwalker carries the name Nicholas, but the young man can't shoot anything if there's nothing coming his way. That spike keeps on ticking, and now what is the Owl Drone going to find? Nothing. And they were shooting it. They shot the Owl Drone, which is so confusing because I'm not quite sure if it even would have, you know, been spotted. That is Nicholas for you on one. And there is the defuse coming again. Nicholas is not allowed to fall, and he won't. Takes down Inf, who was waiting on short. The defuse is going to come through. And you got to love the man. You know, Nicholas is somewhat asleep on split. All right. On bind, he absolutely was shining with 346 ACS, one opening duel after another. And here he seemingly is back.
But that's the thing. This map is definitely one, again, that really allows for strong operator play. But I like how they seem to have almost taken that one straight from Counter-Strike, because the strategy normally in these sort of like third rounds is just to go in with the SMGs and just see what you can do. Okay, we'll try and do our best. But that strategy of like buying up an AWP behind it with the extra cash that you have is something that's been around for years, but not something I've necessarily seen too much within Valorant just yet. This man, however, is feeling confident, and this is almost that sort of Wardell style of play where he's just everywhere all at once. There is no place that is safe from Nicholas, but at the same time, his counterpart, his opposing Jet, is looking to cause some havoc, making a lot of noise. In the meantime, his teammates gaining space, but Kelton will be there to put him down, and Blazor, unfortunately, for Azuri's sake, is not actually going to get anything done.
Remaining.
You know, the consolation here of Dreamwalker only exists for 2 weeks now, but they still play some outstanding Team Valorant. Talking about it, that spike out in the open. Easy to grab for Miles. He baits him into the first. Don't you dare give this man 1v1s. Don't you dare go in solo and hope to find the kill. Play together, make it work as a unit, because you know how horrible such a sheriff can cause pain.
30 seconds left.
It's a gun that's difficult to be consistent with, but at the same time, if you miss shots on the other side, and he's actually going to gather the spike back into his hand. So there's a real chance to not only rotate in, but potentially get the plant down. However, a smart rotation coming in from Nicholas. He's going to be waiting on the angle, and there's no more leers, no more flashes to deny this man his shot. So 8-1 for him. A little bit of a sketchy round, I would say, considering that was, okay, a Blade Storm invested, but other than that, it was mostly just pistols. So the fact it comes down to a 1v2 is a bit worrying for the side of Dreamwalker, but at the same time, you have to focus on the fact that they are currently 4-0 up on a map where there's not many maps that I would give over to the attacking side and say that I think that you should probably win the majority of your rounds there. But this is one where I think it's arguable. Like, it's still a fairly close map, but the attacker side definitely has a lot of opportunities just off the basis of, again, defending all of the sites at once is a relatively difficult task.
Agreed. And Nicholas, by the way, called by his IGL, the one who brings in the best mood in the team, which is, I think, even make him a better player. Again, finding a kill. Mixery down to just 4, and the options are definitely limited. They're trying to take a bit of mid-control. Nobody's aware, but there is the wire gone. The alarm bot was interested in being triggered. It's a clear sign where they are. It's a clear sign where they are going to knock in. There it comes. The bot should do the job. No, it is eliminated for now. Another tripwire coming in, and suddenly C or Garage, it's going to be. Everybody rotates now from Dreamwalker. They're going to wait it out, but they're already coming in.
Here.
Again.
One enemy remaining. Here.
This has not gone well at all. The last few rounds at least were close, but this one was all but dominant. The side of Dreamwalker managing to get themselves 5 in a row now. Economy booming. They do have to rebuy the operator, which must be a little bit infuriating, considering there were plenty of teammates alive to retrieve it, but not going to matter too much. And again, that was their buy round. So it's been the pistol rounds where you have to feel like Dreamwalker have really done the majority of their damage. They're going to have Musashi with a lone rifle coming in for this round. Now, it's not like he can invest into a Blade Storm or anything in the next, so he's just going to have what looks like the bare minimum, although it does have to be said that when it comes to purchasing utility, that's not really that much of a heavy loss for a Jet player. Like, okay, oh no, I've got a smoke missing. That would have lasted about 4 seconds anyway.
And unfortunately, Mixery seems somewhat clueless right here on Haven. It's a bit of a shame, I have to say. I mean, the past games over here on Haven just existed once. As mentioned, that was against Entropy, a very solid 13-4 performance where Mixery also started on the defending side. Not quite sure if that is like the major change in things right here, but either way, you see that something has changed, and it most likely is the opponent.
Oh, Zuri, 1 HP. Okay, Sashi's managed to get him from behind. He's going to deny the shock darts at least, so that will allow them to plant almost for free. Kelton, though, gets rid of that rifle. Now, you might be thinking it's only 1 kill, it's a 4v4, but you look at the rest of the weaponry on the side of Mixery, and they shouldn't stand much of a chance within this round. However, there are at least 1 low player. Also, they're actually going to throw in 2 ultimates. This is a lot being invested, in fact, from the defensive side in a round where realistically it shouldn't be possible. And Azuri now nails Blazer as well. This was only pistols. This was 1 rifle purchased up, and it only got a single kill. And now Kelton's left to try and clutch this, and he gets nothing done. Azuri will be there to close. Bear in mind, he had 1 HP when he got both of those kills. A fantastic round from him. And more importantly, you have to take into consideration that Dreamwalkers not only had a 4-buy, but they used, I think, 2, maybe even 3 ultimates to try and win that round, and they failed.
Absolutely ridiculous that the way they now took the site so consistently. Kelton, a partner, was Inf, who was, by the way, on 0 frags, and then helps his team to remain strong over on that A side with 2 Sheriff kills. I mean, this is where impact has to be defined in different ways. Those 2 were 2 impact kills. Brought them the first round, but at the same time, Dreamwalker, they once more take the room, as though revenge is here.
back with a vengeance. Nicholas's operator has been the bane of the attacker's life so far. We are going to see a slowdown of sorts from the attack. They've left their Reyna in mid to try and watch around to see if there's any sort of rotation. Kelton as well, going to use his own dark cover to try and at least deny them a little bit of presence, because ultimately he doesn't have a lot of support. Now sure, there is the jet towards the back of the site in the form of Nicholas, who will be able to rotate in fairly quickly. The Paranoia as well, just to try and slow them down. There's been a turret placed, but I doubt that's really going to have too much impact in this round altogether. However, the dart that finds out quite a bit of information of how many players are actually here. And Nicholas, a bit of a risky peek there. They've already pushed up into the site. The flash is good, but it actually catches a teammate at the same time. So because of that, nobody really ends up better for it. And Azuri is going to be left, and he dies to the aftershock. A painful way to go for sure. And more importantly, a 6th on the board. An instant break back for Dreamwalker.
Good and bad right now. Being separated like a centrifuge. You must be gutted right here as Mixery. And again, you know, Nicholas, he is flashy from time to time, but something that I honor much more and that I find way more impressive is when he's consistent with kills. Surely he looks amazing. He looks astonishing with that operator. But when he just goes up and pretty much puts himself on a pedestal over on the B side, he finds the frag and leaves. And he might not find the following one, but he consistently gets frags. And this is important. Blazer, in the meantime, secures short. And talking about him, don't let me down, mate. Don't let me down. Why did I say it?
Found them.
I'm sorry.
Well, the Zest Jinx in full effect, but it may not matter too much because McConsty seems to be back on the server as well. The kill coming in the cage. Grant him a little bit of extra space. Also going to use the neural theft, so they really do know where this last man is standing.
Their eyes are down.
Nice work from Krovex, though. The turret just utilized as bait. The peek going to be coming in, but it's a missed shot from Miles. And now the peek has to all be done by Krovex, and he doesn't expect Kelton to come from the exact same angle. It's still close, but again, close doesn't really win you anything. As 7 rounds already on the defensive side from Dreamwalkers is an impressive showing.
I gotta say here, I'm not quite sure if you said it in the semifinal, in the second semifinal, or already on the first map, where the concerning part at one point is that when you win with just 4 spies, and during the actual buy runs, you consistently fall down. That must be a devastating feeling where you have to ask yourself, what did we actually do wrong when we got the right weaponry, when we have all the tools to break open a site? But whatever it is, it seems to fall, and seems to fail in most cases. Musashi is now on the side, fully blind, works around, and that is painful. Ouch. First one coming in, the second one as well. Denial is absolute. Look at the ults!
They really do not want to allow this round to slip away. That is so many ultimates thrown in from the Dreamwalker side, and Krovex managed to do well in the last attempt, but this time it isn't happening. 8-1. Dominant.
I have no words for this because, in a matter of fact, you know, Musashi enters the site, he gets on the site, he's behind the boxes, the smokes are being dropped. Everything looks like this is a retake scenario with 2 narrow paths where you can come from. Back from spawn or back from heaven. But obviously, the usage of the utility there was on point again, as when you are suddenly concussed in the air and then you cannot even try to escape Hunter's Fury, you couldn't do it any better.
We'll see. 4 rounds on the board might be workable, but they're going to need something to come up here. I think, honestly, that Mixery just need to go back to something a little bit more basic. There's no more ultimates for the opposing side, whereas they have a full arsenal of them. One of them in play right now, with the Blade Storm being utilized. It's a push through. Gosu, an instant kill onto the first. And there's actually going to be a second player in there, and it still trades, but it's effective for this Dreamwalker side. They're eventually closing down these remaining players, and it seems like they have a very good idea of where Krovex is. He's used a swarm grenade, though. He's got a chance here, but it's not quite clean enough. And the Diffuse has plenty of time to play with. 9-1, getting ever closer to what could be a pretty anticlimactic final map because Dreamwalker are making this look easy.
It's unfortunate, really, for Mixery what's happening. At the same time, it is a mixed team. You have to put it that way. Dreamwalker played together for like 2 weeks. The 4-man core, by the way, playing together for a longer time, which is Blazer, Kelton, Nicholas, and McConsty. I think that really makes a difference. That really, really makes a difference because you can swap in Gozu basically right here. And on the other hand, Mixery looked so good in so many games previous to that. And that's a bit of a shame how it feels like really that mental aspect is playing a big role for them right now. Just not calm, not cool enough the way we knew them.
Enemy tag. You should run.
I'll go suit. Spotted the push, and actually it's going to be the lockdown initiated. This might make things a little bit awkward for anybody trying to get in for the retake. It sets them up nicely in after plant positions, and they can fall back into mid. Now, this is the common setup. The problem, however, is the fact that a lot of the time, the B site is the easiest to retake. You can try and smoke things off. You can try and battle on the players into middle. And in fact, for the attacking side, they're throwing everything they've got at this one. An Empress being expended. You could also see the Hunter's Fury coming out as well, but McConsty might have just come in from behind. Another kill for Musashi, and actually it's working. They're holding the line. It's only McConsty left, and finally, it takes some time, but we see a second round on the board for Mixery.
I gotta say, mates, it's that point in time where Mixery just seemed a little bit like they were too much focusing on one side. We saw them very much focus on A, for example. That was a costly aspect. I think 1 or 2 of the takes have been ending up on B, on C. B has been pretty much left out of the equation so far. That's one thing that I find very concerning. But other than that, the great thing about Split is that it showed us that they have that kind of capability of doing comebacks. At the same time, though, we talked about a 1-4 start being brought in a perfect fashion home on Split. This is a different caliber of comeback.
Where is everyone hiding?
A very long way to go, and unfortunately, it doesn't look like there's any foot being taken off the gas or the side of Dreamwalker. McConsty, an aggressive Cypher, and not something that makes a lot of sense because, again, if he dies, all his utility disappears, but he's made it work, and he's managed to fall back, taking some risks in a round where they definitely need them. Now Kelton is going to use his From the Shadows to find information. The push in the meantime comes in, and Blazer goes down without a fight. It's Musashi once again. This man just seems to be able to take control of rounds and is still continuing to battle, but maybe to his own demise. He falls, leaving a 3v3. Now, the shock darts are going to be expended to try and isolate the plant, but there's nobody close. They're all going to be sat a little bit further back, other than Reyna, who's not so much of a surprise, thanks to the dart giving him away. Now they know that the last couple of players are going to be heading in towards long, and although the information of both players has been gathered, they've managed to get it halfway. That means that the time ticking away is not going to be too much of a problem. They're in a good position to actually deny this, and now he could just try and stick things here, but they don't quite line up. Krovex will kill him off, and Mixery at least gather a third for the half.
It's a long road here for Mixery. It's a very, very brusque road they most likely have to take, and so far, a lot of Haven became a pandemonium for them. They seem to be very fragile and fall apart easily, but in my eyes, they still have that opportunity. They still have that fire to come back, especially right now, swap into the defending side. It is a matter of that kind of chemistry we saw them play in the previous kind of matches. We saw them having perfect chemistry, great communication, good decision-making, which was also especially, made so good due to the fact that it seemed like they always had a plan B. And now their plan B is comeback, and, well, it might take some time.
I'm not sure that... I don't think anyone plans to come back. I think you already have to have gone wrong to have that plan, but you never know. Nicholas has gone down in the early stages. However, Blazor is very quick to make this trade in. His teammates have pushed in. This was a split to try and end up on the A site, and the split has worked wonderfully. So much so, they've even garnered a lot of control into enemy territory. Now, Miles will at least make his way through the dark cover. He's got himself a Lear, but that's the last one he has. So once this is gone, they don't have anything else to flash them, and the paranoia is utterly perfect. It forces them all the way back through, and they're stuck behind a cage as well, making so much noise as to where they're currently coming from. This is such a strong information play, and there's just no chance for Krovex to do anything here. A superb pistol from Dreamwalker, a great split onto A, and a move towards that final and the trophy.
And as it is 10-3, as it is the nail that's getting hammered into the coffin, they can still try to escape their funeral, but it seems like they're already getting carried out. Mixery, definitely individually capable. They have proved it many, many times. But Dreamwalker just have the right game plan. And so, it's over on C. They try to make the move. They definitely know where that killjoy is. But Miles is still alive, and he's not stopping.
Oh, he is for now. We're going to have a jumping Bucky, though, from Musashi. Again, though, this is a fake. This is an elaborate ruse. It is one that actually gives away a Bulldog in a round where there's not too much in terms of rifles, so it's a bit costly, maybe more costly than they would have liked, but this is something that Dreamwalker seem to be so good at. When one player is making a move on the other side of the map, the rest of the team are not stagnant. They're not patient. They're not waiting. They're making moves of their own. It's like multi-move checks. Like, it's really going to be difficult to play against this. And while Imp is going to be stuck back, Musashi does manage to find one, but they are falling apart. It's left all onto Imp, though, and he does manage to find a quick kill. But is he going to expect the man close? No, he's not. Blazor is there to close. Again, it's a close enough round for the side of Mixery, but it just doesn't matter at this stage. They are so far behind, and we are seeing the kings of this tournament climb onto their throne.
I'm just so much looking forward to that one round. And I mean, there's not many left, right? But that one round where Mixery still just showed their good old individual strength. Here we go. Thank you, Miles, for that. Nicholas is out. And this is where hope is still alive, though it's becoming problematic, but thank God there's Miles alive. Thank God there's Musashi coming, and suddenly that weaponry is in the dumpster.
Yeah, a bit of a surprise that they managed to make this one work, but it's going to be welcomed for the side of Mixery. They got a long climb for sure to the top of the tower, but even still, they've made that costly, and what is coming up on the other side might be a little bit dicey themselves. So you can see that they're slowly working out their purchase, but it seems that they might end up just going for a few rifles with some pistols alongside them. It's not the prettiest of buys, but we all know that they can make this one work. Again, Nicholas, Blazor as well. Like, that was the thing. He had a couple of rough sort of maps throughout the day.
Standing ahead.
But he definitely seems to have come up trumps when they needed the most. His breach has been fantastic. Nicholas is looking to try and push solo. This is something they seem to allow him to do. A free roam across the map. A little bit of aggression comes in from Mixery as well, however, as they move towards the sewers. Might not find anything just yet, however, but the peek coming through. It's not quite going to be the shot that they desired. And Musashi, in fact, has managed to go all the way into the window and find an initial pick.
Missouri, I mean, he could have a pivotal role in this. Finds one, but only one. So unfortunate with the timing right there, but Dreamwalker only down to 3 players for now. There's no ult, nothing to really give them some kind of a life insurance, as though that spike finally has to go down. Chromic's very much aware of where it's going. Musashi finds McConsty, but that round should be done and dusted. It is the 5th, and what started with beautiful headshots.
Yeah, the thing is, though,
right track.
This round really should have been a lot cleaner. Like, sure, they get 3 players surviving, but what I mean is that short push where he doesn't get checked. The reason for that is actually quite a clever play coming in from Inf. He spots the dart, so he just shoots it, so that they won't check his teammate's angle because they know exactly where he is. It ends up getting him killed, but it leaves his teammate in the perfect place to get a multi-frag, and then he doesn't. And it ends up in a 3v3 situation, so that round should have been over much earlier, but luckily Musashi on the retake, it seems like he's starting to wake up a little bit. He's got himself an operator in hand as well. So if there's going to be a game-changing moment, this might be it, and it needs to be it, because they can't even afford to lose too many players in this sort of round. Nicholas, though, looking like he's going to try and take this into his own hands, and in his hands are some daggers.
You were a mistake.
And there is Inf finding Nicholas, and that is definitely a strong component of the success of Dreamwalker already being eliminated. Miles joins in, but at least it's the sheriff from Kelton doing something. And Musashi's like, wait, what's coming my way? What is right now happening? They're waiting so close behind the smoke. And with the flashbang they dare, but that's too much. Too eager. 11-6. And obviously only coming in with the pistols. They can't accept that defeat, but it went fast.
Oh, the comeback. Slowly making its way through. Still an awfully long way to go before we can really get too excited about things. And for the first time in a while, we will see a full purchase on the side of Dreamwalker. They went for a few sort of mixed buys, but ultimately, this is the best one we've seen from them.
Scanning ahead.
Still looking to be a little bit of aggression in towards A long, but actually Inf goes alone, and well, facing off against Nicholas has not been a good idea throughout this entire series. It's going to take that early pick. Doesn't look like they're stopping either. 2 players have gone in. A Dink now connected onto Azuri, and I think they realize how crucial this round's going to be. They have activated that Empress onto Miles. He's going to try and make this work for the squad.
Shadows traveling.
They take their time with it. I mean, Dreamwalker, surely they have conquered it over on C. But as Azuri tries to hold him up a little longer, Miles joins, Gozu's out. More to come, though, is the question.
Here.
Yeah, I saw the barrel. He's aware, he knows, and that might cause the problem, as now someone is definitely gonna swing in his direction. Kelton is out, more to come over long, but they find the frags nevertheless.
My eyes are down.
It's good for 1. Second tagged fairly low. It gives Blazer with a very real chance. And he's also managed to get his ultimate. This is perfectly timed. The Rolling Thunder goes through. But it doesn't stun Musashi. He avoided it and manages to stay alive to clutch them out the round. 12th is not coming up just yet for the Dreamwalkers as Mixery continue to climb.
It seems like it is the final we were looking for. It is absolutely the final that we were so eager to see. And, you know, that 11-7, it's only 4 rounds, Tom. 4 are not that much. And considering Dreamwalker, you know, they are somewhat broke. They will definitely have to ask for some financial support in the following round if they want to have any proper win. And this is where right now that confidence might play a crucial role, where someone like Musashi is back in his game.
There is seemingly still a purchase available for the side of Dreamwalker. The lost bonus combined with the plant coming in. These put them in a spot where they can look to try and face versus their opponents. Probably quite frustrated they didn't get that over the line. It looked like it was perfectly played. Maybe denying the Rolling Thunder could have lasted a little bit longer, and, well, Kelton is not going to be caught off by that turret anytime soon. Surprising how prominent both teams seem to be on their defensive side of this map. Now, we speak about ultimates. There's actually very few. A quick rotation, I guess, available for Mixery if they so desire. The From the Shadows available, and they might need it here because they've got no one currently on the C side.
30 seconds left.
Blocking sight.
They definitely don't. And Nicholas, his crew has already now entered the side of C, as you said. The very crucial part, obviously, is what Sova can do. Now they trade frags, and so far we didn't see the Omen ult coming in. Bekonsi knows who's coming for Garage. Miles now, a man who has brought insane frags to the table, has to perform again. Reyna's eye is coming, and Miles is definitely taking out Bekonsi. More towards Garage has been identified, but they still have not taken the control. And Sova's ready to use his ult, as here comes the first fake. The Hunter is arriving.
They managed to get it halfway, though, so that they could actually just stick it.
It's gonna work.
There's nothing you can do to stop it. And actually, that is perfect. Just uses the dismiss to try and bait things out as well. Again, that's the main weakness of that Sova ult, is if one of the players gets it halfway, the other one, all they have to do is make sure they're not connected by either of the other two. The third one 100% won't kill you. So it's very, very easy to just make sure that you don't let that slip. 5 rounds in a row now for Mixery. It looks like Dreamwalkers are starting to choke.
I mean, tell me whatever you want here, Tom, but this is, you know, I was scared. It was 11-3. It was an 11-3 score, if I'm not totally wrong. And this is something where you can say, okay, guys, GG, we see you next round. But this is right now an extraordinary comeback from Mixery. Formed on Tuesday, performing on Sunday.
Kelton. Oh. 1 kill goes his way, but he's got a teammate to support. A 3v3 in the rotation coming back through. Dreamwalker will get themselves an aggressive position over on this side of the map. However, Musashi not only gets the kill, but also earns the Blade Storm. Might be able to fly down from above. Now, there's going to be a stun coming out from the other side. A peek, but it's just going to be the trade. And now it's left all onto one, and Blazor can't find anything again. Another close round, but again, the clutches just seem to continue in the favor of Mixery. Another in their streak as they get back 11-9. This is getting into the realms of real possibility now. I imagine the Dreamwalker side probably ready to lift that trophy to get their paycheck, but they haven't earned it yet.
No, they haven't. They're actually, you know, getting further and further away from it. You know, they might just fought they're in a comfortable spot. They can lean back, but there's a man who took the scoreboard for himself after, you know, unfortunately disappointing performances, or slightly, you know, for the expectations we have from disappointing performances from Musashi. He's back on it. He's on the hunt, and Miles is definitely joining him up there on the scoreboards.
We'll see if Dreamwalker can finally break this trend again. Looks like they've got a purchase into this round. Probably not what they were hoping for with Blazor being spotted so early on. And, well, if you look at the defensive side of things, they're the ones who have got pretty much all the ultimates as well. So it's not even like Dreamwalker have been slowly charging up their ults with all the points they've been earning over the last few. No, they've been trying to use them for the victory, and it just hasn't worked for them so far. On the other side, as said, you've got yourself the perfect retake available. You've got 2 very offensive ults on your duelists as well. Even a quick rotation available. But, again, we're going to see a sneaky play in. Nicholas has found a way in towards this A site, but this is all a ruse. They have faked this out completely. They've sent 2 players in. The remainder all look to head into the C site, but no spike being heard. It started to call question whether this push is actually going in the direction. You can see Musashi has not rotated yet. He is waiting.
Oh, no. And again, I mean, it was not the worst of an idea for Dreamwalker, but they fail, and they consistently fail. It is Mixery who are diving back into it. It's Musashi who's giving a slap left-right before he shoots. Gozu's out, and the double digits are back on the side of Mixery. I am getting a very uncomfortable feeling right here that this is becoming this Kafka-esque kind of loss again, and again, in the fashion that seemed impossible before. Dreamwalker was looking astonishingly good in the first half. I mean, take a look at it. 9-3.
Yeah, and it was only the last couple of rounds that slipped away from them as well. They really could have had that as like an 11 or 12-1 or, yeah, 12-0, 11-1 half. Like, realistically, that could have been the case, but, oh, it is starting to get very, very scary. They're getting a lot of plants, so again, they're earning ultimate points pretty much all the time. They're getting that extra finances, but it really doesn't matter. And in fact, this round is actually not a purchase from them. It is going to be an investment of the Blade Storm, so that's something extra. Of course, the other ult they have is not really going to be too impactful. The Neural Theft only really useful once you've killed someone, so they'll have to find something. Again, they're walking into what is a pretty much abandoned A site, but I'm looking at that Killjoy ult. I'm looking at that lockdown,
Yeah, 100%.
and it is about to be expended. Or maybe not. They're going to see what the Sova ultimate can do first. That's a free kill on the first. Now comes that lockdown. There's a lot being expended in this round, but I think they want to just make sure they keep things nice and clean and make sure there's not really an opportunity.
They're coming.
They're going to go pushing. This is very aggressive, and it does not pay off. It makes things almost too easy. It's left all on to Kelton. And we are back even. I never expected to be in this scenario. I won't lie to you. I thought this was going to be Dreamwalker closing this out in comfortable fashion. Instead, we now sit 11-11.
I mean, tell me what you want. This is exactly what this tournament deserves. It is a wonderful tie that we're getting, as Mixery must be right now on an emotional high. It's not done, but that devastating margin from Dreamwalker is eliminated. And it might be exactly that team sent into a spiral of absolute frustration, where they squat in the corner and ask, what can we do?
Scanning ahead.
Oh, we are going to see again a play seemingly going towards this A site. It has been a place where they've been able to get the afterplants, but it almost seems like the side of Mixery are allowing them the A site. They're confident in their retakes of it, which is a little bit peculiar. A lot of the time, the C site is the one that teams are more willing to retake because it has a lot of open angles, a lot of space to try and get back in. But they just feel confident in taking this back. Now, this time, there is going to be a player waiting within the site. Azuri is here. He's left completely blind, though, and Nicholas will save his teammate. However, again, it's the same as before. They get the opener on one side of the map, and straight back over to C they go.
Yeah, and it should be something they hear anytime soon. Musashi is confident, and he is for a good reason. Perfect dash, not a second frag. He's the man you want. Can't find more. Was suddenly concussed. But Dreamwalker, they are right now bringing that spike down. And this is very, very dangerous, because there is still that ult. Nicholas finds another. Dreamwalker are on the edge of getting the match point, and the only thing Breach does is hide. There's no other purpose for this man to fight. There's no reason for him to make any change in his positioning. But do they have Garage under their radar?
One enemy remaining.
Oh no, they don't have it on the radar.
He's brought it back into a 1v1 situation. He's got the turret available to him as well, but he's not sure where the remaining man is actually going. And more importantly, this time, he saves that Rolling Thunder for the perfect moment, stuns him, throws in the fault line as well to try and deny him that little bit further. Blazor plays that clutch to perfection. He's making sure they don't let this one slip away. Finally, a round comes up for Dreamwalker. It takes a ridiculous 8 in a row for them to finally get one in response. But can they now close, or are we heading to overtime?
it is something that I have to criticize, you know, but it is really criticizing on such a higher level, such a tiny detail. The most logical thing to me, and surely I have the full radar, was when you have the enemy's reach on an ult, he most likely won't be garage. He most likely won't be at a spot where he can be killed so easily. That's the thing I was thinking. At the same time, maybe there was a miscommunication. Maybe someone had a wrong call, but Miles definitely has the right kind of shot. Kelton, you're out! But Musashi is missing the shots.
And there's still a very real chance that, although they weren't able to close this in regulation, they did still win 8 rounds in a row, so they've been by far the better team when it comes to this second half. And they do anything on the attacking side. It's looking like the Jets might be about to face off against each other. Nicholas is waiting patiently. Musashi on the other side. It's all going to come down to timing. The rest of the players almost seem to be waiting for a move to be made. It's actually going to be Blazer going down on the A side of the map. Here comes the timing peak, and it's not going to be enough. I think we're heading to OT. Just 2 players remaining to try and get this done. McConsey already gets tagged up, gets weakened by that alarm bot. Gosu has been able to make some ground. He's trying to fake them in, but he doesn't realize there's actually still a second player on the side, so he's going to get killed for it. And McConsey's left in a 1 versus 3 situation. He's already managed to kill one of them at least, but he tries to use the neural theft, and we head into overtime.
Switching sides.
9 rounds. 8 in a row of them. An absolute crazy performance by Mixery. We were talking so much about Musashi, and we're talking about so much about Nicholas. And I'm not quite sure if I mention it or if I said a different name, but if I look for a final, it will be Nicholas versus Musashi. Both have 26 frags. Both are right now looking to be on the top of that leaderboard. And if you ask me, both are fighting for MVP right now.
Yeah, definitely a possibility. I think it's still hard to call on either side of things. Here we go. Nicholas going for that early peek, but I'm going to see the cloud burst. Deny him any real vision. Of course, we have switched the sides. Will be Mixery starting out on the attack. Azuri's going to be the one to try and find something with his Aldrin, but actually no real information garnered other than the fact that there's nobody there. He's a bit wary of some of the closer angles in these sort of situations, but nothing to be found just yet. Actually, a bit of a bait and switch starting around the sewers as well. I quite like this. Blazor's position might actually not be checked just because of that operator.
Yeah.
So the peak comes in on the first. Now, they're going to desperately want to try and trade, but they're not going to realize that Blazor is sat in this corner. At least they might not. I don't know. It seems like they're watching a missed shot from Nicholas. There goes the smokes being set up. Do they check this angle? This might be one of the most important kills, and no, they don't. Of course they don't. Why would they? The shock darts over the top might actually do a little bit of damage, but they're not planting just yet. And instead, Spike just making its way into the site. A 3v3 situation and an important round, and already it's slipping away. Just 1 man of Krovex is remaining. It was a good setup, but can this man deny them anyway? A first headshot connected. He spots the man up above. He's also going to get tagged, so they now know his exact movements, and he doesn't really have anything he can do about the darts. The time as well is ticking away. 12 seconds to retrieve the spike. He's missed his nano swarm. I think this might be over, but he hits the shot anyway. Just a matter of seconds. I think he's got the plants as well, so he will be able to get it. A 1v1 versus Gosu as he tries to wrap in while this is going on. He's managed to get everything right so far, and Krovex will get it with a 4K. An impressive clutch to keep them in the lead as they go in for map point.
Oh my god. What is this overtime made of? Krovex is not only the one who realizes that he needs 1 more kill for his ult. No, not only that, because he could hypothetically run away to CT and say, I don't care. Obviously, there was something called, the lockdown to be destroyed, but what a move. Krovex is, mwah. It's a wonderful. He's sitting there on 18 frags, but this is an impact round, and this is such an impact round by him. I'm astonished, really.
isolating the duels. Kelton maybe a bit too much on the wide swing, but other than that, he just played it perfectly. I don't actually think the defensive side could have done anything better. Like, they had their crossfire. It was the wallbang. Like, there's not really anything you can do about that. I guess the only thing you could say is the fact that you could sit back and wait for the plant. But he just wallbangs McConsty, manages to get the spike with literally a second to spare. And then, well, just the way that he utilizes the lockdown is almost a big distraction to swing round for the peak. It was a perfect clutch and a fantastic 4K. And the fact is, you talk about like fragging or whatever it is, at this point you might as well reset everything to 0, because when it gets to overtime, doesn't matter what the scoreboard says, it matters if you win the rounds.
Perfectly said, Tom. And this was a round simply won by a man who kept his cool, who knew how to react, who isolated the duels, exactly as you mentioned, as you said. Krovek saying TeamSpeak crashed due to rage. I don't know how that works. I don't know how your TeamSpeak crashes due to rage, but I could imagine that the voice volume, the levels were
Have you ever shouted so loud the servers can't take it?
I would have loved to hear what's going on in the TeamSpeak.
Can't imagine it's good, but let's hope that they've reset themselves ready for this one. It is all or nothing. They can get themselves right back to even Stevens, or this could be done. Mixery will have pulled off a ridiculous comeback. They were 8 rounds behind, managed to level it up, lost the 12th, and then managed to bring us to overtime anyway. They're going to be the ones trying to defend this one. The Lear used just to try and buy time. Miles at least needs to try and slow them down a little bit. Fortline actually not going to do too much, and he just nails the first shot onto Gosu. Superb stuff from him. He's going to go back for more, and actually, it swung straight back into their opposition's favor. It seemed like there was an opportunity for the defenders, but it seems to have gone. A quick response coming out from Dreamwalker, and again, the OT continues.
Switching sides. Overtime.
I am absolutely in shock because it started so good for Miles, but Dreamwalker won it. And Dreamwalker got the forces for it. It's Nicholas who might just enter the 30K anytime soon. And you just genuinely got to say that after they got the one frag, you saw them getting eager. They were pushing for the smoke over on B, and then it seemed easy for Nicholas because they were all just pushing in his crosshair behind the site. A big mistake to me personally due to the fact that they were just too much anticipating this, getting too angry, too hungry for it, but it's another overtime, it's another 2 rounds.
1 minute 20 left on the clock, plenty of time to play with, and the attackers looking like they might try and recreate what their opponents just did, as they do make a play towards mid. Both teams, interestingly, winning their rounds on the tack after dominating in their defense for the majority. Interesting to say the least. Risky stuff from Nicholas, though. Maybe not the play to make in this sort of round, as he's been caught out, and in fact, it might leave some limited defense when it comes to the C side. Smoke going to be thrown down. Aftershock to try and deny. A spray, though, coming in from Kelton. And actually, Corvex has gone down to the Aftershock. Somehow, he's connected it. Now, Musashi will at least be able to get the plant. A 2 versus 3 situation is not impossible. Takes a little bit of a tag on the way out, but still in a decent position. He's got the Lear as well, and both of them peek together, simultaneously finding a kill. It's left onto Blazor, but actually Musashi goes down because of his teammates. Lear! And Blazor is going to get it as well! A huge clutch, even using an ultimate in celebration, as they will get themselves a 14th, and more importantly, given a chance to close.
I have no words. Legitimately, this is getting out of hand because this was played so good. This was played so strong by Miles and Musashi. And I just wanted to make the comment. If you want guys holding the side with a man disadvantage, those two. Exactly those two. And this is so interestingly played because you saw the same thing as I did. He was activating his ability, going around the corner. Musashi swung, which was so bad. Because, don't get me wrong, but he was swinging without the support of his teammate. It was probably a bait setup, right? Because you want to get the attention and Musashi can then swing. But at the same time, I think if both would have just, you know, taken the peek together, they would have easily gotten a duel. One of them would have taken him out.
Well, the battle of the Jets still continues. It is Nicholas now in the lead, not only in rounds, but also in kills, only just. Likely that we could actually see a multiple 30 bomb. Now, Musashi's actually going to take an even bigger risk. In overtime, an operator means that there's no armor available. Seems like... Oh. Did they just say UPS? They're getting a delivery.
Ding dong. Here's the weapon you've missed.
Poor timing, I guess you could say. But yeah, this is still paused. There is nothing currently going on, don't worry. It may seem like the game has started, but it's actually just waiting to get underway. Course for...
There we go.
Both of these teams, it's crunch time. Dreamwalker, they can finish the job that they started so long ago. And on the other side, they could make the comeback still a reality. It would be heartbreaking now for Mixery, even if they have put up an incredible performance, to let this slip after such a fantastic comeback. And for now, at least, we are going to see the attackers again, taking their time. Musashi not spotting anything. They do send another player actually pushing down mid. So they've got a lot of information as to where these players could currently be, but it definitely has a risk behind it. Miles could pretty much win them the round or potentially lose it all for them. The chance for a flank is more than viable, and in fact, they're starting to push into middle. He's got to be careful. He might actually miss them all. Instead, however, the Cypher lurking in from behind could be the one to get him instead. The footsteps have been heard, and now he continues his push, but he looks the wrong way. And in the meantime, they're trying to take things through. Miles actually wins that initial duel, and Musashi has found one with the operator. Still, we're going to sit with an afterplant position, but ultimately, could they end it here with only 3 remaining?
That's the question, right? They have the man advantage, and they gotta wait for their Killjoy, who's coming for Garage anytime soon. They have, though, 1 player more. They find the first. Miles is swinging around. He's fighting. They still don't get the kills. This can't be happening. They don't get the kills. Krovax is still the man who found it previous. He's down to 35, and he's gonna stick it. This man got the balls of steel. He's gonna continue sticking, and nothing finds it. No! What was this final, Tom? It legitimately became exactly what we asked for, but 15-13, Mixery was absolutely fighting back in a fashion that can be just called astonishingly good. Big respect to them.
I honestly think it's funny. Like, I bet production, they had the sort of winners banner ready for ages and then went, wait, do we have to do the other one now? And then start switching and then put the other one up and then went, oh no, take that one down and put the other one up. It's like a guy switching his team jersey, like constantly putting them on and off to be ready for who the victor is going to be. Because honestly, towards the very end, it could have been anyone. Like, that game ended with a 1v2 clutch to give them their first round in overtime, and then a 1v1 clutch to give them the second one, and a 3v4 to close it with one of the players on half HP. So both times it was ridiculous clutches coming out from Dreamwalkers. I'm sure they're sweating a little bit as well after that one, because I'm sweating and I wasn't even playing.
It really became that game that we asked for. You know, throughout the tournament, we saw the better teams play against the worst teams. Yeah, that is how games work. But I mean, we're talking about clear scorelines, 13-5, 13-6, 13-7. And for Haven, we get double overtime. It's a gift that has been given to us because it has been it really has not been a game where one was extremely sloppy and the other one was really good and they could cope with it. It was an absolute, perfect fight we saw. But then we also have to talk a little bit about Dreamwalker having an 11-3 scoreline and ending in 15-13.
Yeah, I think I'm going to almost talk about the resilience of Mixery, because I feel especially for a mixed team to come into that and have that level of resilience, because most of the time with mixed teams, the reason they fall apart is because of tilt, because of mistakes of other players, because you sort of start getting annoyed and frustrated. So to be that far down after what was a poor first half, you have to bear in mind in the first half, they lost the majority of the rounds. They lost 9 of them, but also then they actually had the sort of like last 2 rounds, so they were losing 9-1 and still managed to bring that all the way back to overtime. Of course, we could take a look at all the replays, see how it went down ourselves, but yeah, it was ridiculous. They just had the mental fortitude to be able to bring back what was such a dominant first half. And I think it's very easy to forget how dominant Dreamwalkers were in that first half, because you kind of sit here at the end of the game and go, well, they did win, but for the last like 20 minutes we were going, okay, they've lost 5 in a row, they've lost 6 in a row, they've lost 7 in a row, they've lost 8 in a row. So you kind of forget that they were actually dominating at one point.
Yeah, you see it right here. I mean, as we go through the highlights, you will realize that they're probably the next 10 highlights are going to be just purely Dreamwalker. They're 6-1, just to keep that one in mind. And it's not like they started to crumble right here in that first half. It's not like they started to crumble there. It got to 9 rounds, and you see it, you know, round found here, round found there. At the same time, they win such things, you know, that seemed unwinnable.
This is sort of the point where, again, like, this is where the streak had basically just begun. And there were so many moments where you kind of felt like, okay, this is the moment where Dreamwalker ended. This is the moment where it finally falls apart. This is, okay, this is it. And it just never came. Like, even in this moment, this clutch situation, look how close he was to being hit by the sort of ultimate coming out there. Like these moments as well, where they just about managed to get it halfway and then dodge it once again. Like Mixery really were getting by the skin of their teeth, just about closing out these rounds. And somehow it just continued to go back and back and back, to the point where even we were sort of going, okay, has it all gone wrong for Dreamwalkers? Have they let this one slip away? Like, did they get in their own heads? Like, but it just came down to a few brilliant clutch moments. This one was probably my favorite, because it starts with a mistake. Yeah. Like, it missed completely, then finds the kill through the wall, gets the plant down with a literal second left, and then also this battle between him and Gosu were definitely not the prettiest of battles you've ever seen in your life. There must have been a massive sigh of relief for Krovex, and then to close out the game, an almost similar scenario where they end up with like this 3v4 just about to close it out. This clutch as well just beforehand, the 1v2 to give them the chance to get map point. Like, honestly, probably one of the closest finals I've ever seen.
This fight, I hate it so much, because if there would have not been his invisibility activated, I can understand what their thought process was in that, right? Most likely the spade setup, but at the same time, both swinging, they would have gotten the kill. It's so unfortunate, but we can talk to one of the winners and probably the tournament MVP. It's Nicholas that we are about to have on the mic. As it was a blockbuster from start to finish. It was a blockbuster. Nicholas, thank you very much for coming in. We welcome you very much. Can you tell us a little bit about how much of goddamn pressure you had on yourself once you got into the situation that's overtime, guys?
On the T side, but I mean, for sure, the core of us plays for some time, and we know what we are capable of. And yeah, after he clutches the round, we were hyped again. We were pumped, but on the T side, we thought, that's probably just gone. Like on T side on split, we couldn't prepare that much because we have some roster changes and intern problems. But after all, it worked out, and I mean, congrats to Mixery, friends of us. I mean, we know everybody in the German scene, so yeah, great game. Probably the best I've ever played.
Yeah, that's what I would say. Like, going into the first couple of maps, we sort of witnessed that it was like one dominant map, like the pick of the other team, it seemed, and then one dominant map in the other direction. Like, when you were up by so much, did you almost just think like, all right, it's done now, like, easy game, like, they're never going to come back into this? Or were you still, like, fully focused, but they just managed to somehow swing it all the way back?
I mean, after we played the group phase, we actually weren't that confident that we go through the playoffs, and we always have these interim problems in game. We start pretty well, like impressive. And I mean, you guys casted us as well. We struggled against eXiLe Academy. They are a structured team that it wasn't that easy to win against them. And we were just reviewing the VOD of your cast, and we're like saying, okay, the guys actually think we can't play this game, so let's show them we can. And actually, you and especially just flamed us a bit, and we were like screaming in the TeamSpeak. Now they see. And I mean, today we showed you what we can do, and yeah, I mean, yeah, it just worked out now, so I'm happy though.
I have to say, one thing which is very fascinating about the playstyle you have delivered is obviously you individually, you are sometimes very flashy as a Jett, right? But it seems very much that you feel so consistent in your operator play. Is that something you aim for as a Jett, that you open up sides, but especially on the defending kind of faction, do you try to rather really just play to that 1 frag, 2 frag scenario where you can get them safe and leave the rest to your teammates?
So basically, when we play, I'm like the guy that needs to feel it, and sometimes I have games where I'm crushing or I'm just completely downfalling. And like every time in the T side, my mates are screaming in the TeamSpeak, go back, you got 2 kills, and I'm just in my vision, I don't see anything else than the enemy kills, and then they just need to get me and just catch me, because I'm just on fire in that moment. And I mean, like, I wouldn't have such a good rating on Spike and other sides if my teammates wouldn't just tell me sometimes what I have to do. It's like I'm focusing on my aiming and on my individual, and yeah, it's just working out.
So I'm curious. Obviously, you've champions here. You've won yourself the trophy. You've won yourself the cash. You've done what you needed to do. But obviously, in terms of Valorant at the moment, we have Big as one of the teams we're looking at for the German side of things. But there isn't too much in terms of German representation. Like, I'm someone who comes from Counter-Strike. I look at a lot of the CS teams. There's a lot of big organizations there. Like, in terms of your goals within Valorant, like, what are you aiming to achieve? Like, are you looking to be picked up by like a big organization? Are you looking to grind some of the smaller like tournaments? Like, where do you see yourself, say for example in a year, where would you like to be?
I mean, I think it's pretty much open right now. The scene evolves. I mean, there's missing a league where you can actually play on a consistent base. Like, these are the top 5 teams, and they're not like they're. I'm coming from CSGO as well, so the German scene is always a bit flashy, like lineups change consistently and you can't really say who's top, who's not. And I mean, if you ask myself where I see myself in a year, I would definitely say I'm still a tier 1 player in Germany. I mean, not in Europe. We are like a bottom tier 2 team, maybe top 50, something like this in Europe after scrims. And yeah, I mean, for me as a Strike, like even unknown in the German scene, it's for me that's pretty much everything to be a bit known in the German scene in Valorant. And actually, if you had asked me like some months ago before Valorant released, I would have never said that I'm one of the top players in Germany, if I am.
And that brings me to one final question. You know, you had one strong counterpart on the server the entire time, and that was Musashi. He's as far as I know 16 or 17 years old, one of the two. Can you give me a little bit on your thoughts on him? Because for us, he has been extremely impressive. Sometimes it seems like he's
not
really repeating the mistakes. Not hold up. I'm putting an elaborate question here. Not in the way that he sometimes repeated mistakes. For example, when we talk about Bind, he continuously was running into you. I remember like 5 times the same situation where he got into Lamp. Give us your thoughts on Musashi, because overall he still seems like an impressive player who just needs the right kind of direction.
I mean, if you would ask me who's the better player, Musashi or me, I would definitely say that I cannot tell you who's the better one. I mean, on Bind, we saw that we are pretty much the same play style, and if we do these mistakes, someone has to tell us what we are doing wrong. And if you're playing on a mixed team, like Grovix is a pretty experienced leader on the enemy team on Mixery, that's pretty much why they are so far in this tournament, because he has like what it takes to structure a team and to just get them in the right place. And I don't know why he keep pushing me. I don't know why I won every battle, but on that game I definitely crushed him. But still, for me and what I played before, he definitely is probably the better player overall. And it was a pleasure to play against him as well as Miles. They are both insane players. I don't know. I'm just proud to play besides these guys, and yeah, I hope I can meet them again on the server. So yeah, let's hope we qualify again for some big tournaments.
I think so.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, Tom, I think that means we come to an end. I think that has been an exceptionally outstanding final.
Yeah,
we really
thank you.
take care. Have a good one. From coming into a situation where we saw the qualifiers, teams being crushed, to a final that ends 15-13 on the last map.
Yeah.
This has really showed us, and we were coming in, right? And I'm not that familiar with German Valorant as you are, you know, still knowing someone, but still, I think we really found those talents. We actually found exceptional talent right here, and it has been wonderful to watch all those individuals and hopefully seeing them on a really, really good path very soon.
Yeah, I think that's the way we have to kind of look at this and go, okay, there's players here that hopefully in the future will start to make like a German powerhouse team, because I still look at Big and say, okay, in the future there's going to end up being changes in that roster, and we're sort of seeing some of these young players that they may end up looking towards. Of course, we can take a look at how things ended up concluding throughout the whole tournament, and yeah, I don't know. I've enjoyed myself here.
Yeah, it was exceptional. And I mean, you have been exceptional, obviously. It's always wonderful to work with you, especially if you're flaming the people and especially their names. No joke. People in the chat were really enjoying it when you did that. They were really laughing at it. So you should keep
I am
keep
toxic. People should know that.
Yeah, exactly. You should keep on being a horrible human being.
I got a nickname in one of the Asia events where there was just a guy who called me Toxic Bald, and that has now like stuck. So that's what I go for, Toxic Bald. I got to stick to my persona.
Okay, I'm going to call you Toxic Tom, but who definitely wasn't toxic and delivered the perfect viewer experience that has been Xilf and Johnny, who did an outstanding job throughout the entire weekend, delivering the best kind of visuals you could ask, the best kind of camera paths, and also observing you could ask for. I'm very glad they worked with us, and I hope Johnny is, by the way, now in the house and not somewhere out in the snow.
Yeah, no, he's just a cold-blooded killer. That's what it is. So he needs to keep himself cool, ready for the broadcast. And of course, you know, Xilf, he's got his modeling contract waiting. So we're actually quite lucky
100%.
that he's actually joined us today, because you know, that man is going to be everywhere soon. He's going to be pouting. He's going to have a nice little hat. He's going to tip it towards you. Everything you need. But of course, all of this tournament, we know, wouldn't be possible without the lovely people powering it behind us. And of course, we've got our production team. We've got the guys at Level. We've got DreamHack Leipzig, of course, who the home edition, it wouldn't be possible without them. And of course, the wonderful people over at Logitech, who I believe the giveaway is still going. So make sure to type ! giveaway in the chat. Make sure to head over to the Level socials. I'm sure that's where it'll probably be announced as well. So check all of that good stuff out. Because, well, you can't win if you don't enter. Like, I didn't think I'd have to explain that, but, you know.
Thank you.
Make sure you do enter, and then you have a chance to get a mouse as good as mine.
I think everybody will be better than you, though, at the end of the day. Well, Tom, it has been a wonderful, wonderful weekend, and this means that there's only one of us who is allowed to head into the breaks, as an end is similar to a break. Would you be so kind, Tom?
Thank you very much, everyone, of course, for joining us at the LVL Valorant Clash Regional. Of course, hopefully we're going to see the rise of German Valorant coming to you soon. And maybe, just maybe one day, you'll all be able to come up against us Brits. Peace out. Thank you very much. I've been Tombiz. Goodbye.
Standing. One enemy remaining. One